Is that a fucking pigeon?
No, it's a fucking pigeon right next to... Oh, yeah.
Not next to me.
Oh yeah, Pat, you own a pigeon, right?
Yeah.
My dad said he was going to shoot a pigeon the other day.
I see.
It's
Even a what?
specifically yours.
I know that feel.
Pat, yeah, this guy fucking Pat is pigeon. He keeps sending me voicemails of pigeon sounds. No, they keep waking him up really early in the morning because they like nest
I know that feel.
outside in a tree, and he's like, "Well, I could just line up an airsoft rifle like right at the crack of dawn and fucking end it."
See, that's the dream.
Why doesn't
but then
he
the
just
problem is you're
destroy
waking up
the
early
nest?
anyway.
Yeah, I already fucking sawed
doing
half
that
of the
to
tree
get rid of
away.
the
and-
problem, then you can go back to bed.
I mean, okay, I have the same issue, except it's like 6 different birds, and they all have different.
An ensemble of.
Yeah, and it's
What?
just like it drives me insane.
I don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm on the other side of the house. I don't
Grant
really
was saying
care
that's
the
a you
birds.
problem.
We don't have
Pretty
birds
much,
on this
yeah.
side of the house ever.
No, like
Grant's
that
got
side
some
of the
fucking
house.
pesticide for birds that he's put on his half of the house only.
He installed the homeless people spikes, but for birds. Which are a thing, so...
Yeah.
My sister wants to kill a squirrel really badly.
Why?
Yeah.
Don't we all, buddy?
Because it
Don't we
killed
all?
her robin's eggs.
Maya hates
Well, stop
squirrels.
making them so tasty.
Yeah, that's
Damn
what the squirrel.
squirrels.
Are you the fucking squirrel's lawyer? What is that? Like, Adam's fucking big
He's-
squirrel over here.
Anyway, I asked her if she wants me to get her like a BB gun or something.
That's
Get
not
me
gonna
that
kill
squirrel's
a
head,
squirrel,
bro.
That's just gonna fucking, like, peeve it off.
It's gonna fucking jump at her. Yeah.
That being
Yeah,
said,
I had
I've
a pellet
killed
cannon.
mice with a spring-loaded BB gun, so...
You need a little
Okay,
thing
so an
called
airsoft gun.
Beretta 1911. Wow.
I had a Walther P22 BB gun
slingshot.
one time. That was cool.
You need a punt gun, Gronk. Get a punt gun. aim
Yeah.
at the
Where's this
general
from?
vicinity.
I think mine's a fucking... supposed to be a Beretta M9, I think?
That'd fuck up something.
Yeah, this is what I
As
had.
for the
We can't
punt gun,
order
you'll
these
kill
in...
the squirrel and everything around it.
We can't have these in New York for some fucking reason.
What a Walther? Yeah, because it's like a
Can't have no fun.
it's a German gun.
This
Oh,
thing was fun.
You can't have that.
No, I can't
Am I
order
making
this to
dove
my
noises?
house.
You can just order it from another
Pat's really
site.
good at that.
What?
Pat can just do those calls.
Yeah.
In between skiing, like a ventriloquist of pigeon noises.
Why is the clear version at $10 more than like
So,
the solid color?
We have to one up Henry on that one time that he forced his relatives to roll dice for him. Pat, would you be able to make the pigeon roll the dice?
The pigeon isn't very smart.
Let's pick it.
But they're
Yeah,
also
peck the
like
natural
they're also very
thing.
particular. So if you want them to do it, you kind of have to coax them into it.
Train him from birth.
It's not even
My
that.
Dice rolling pigeon.
They have very high standards, very high demands for the rolling of
Probably
dice.
good dice.
Dice of the highest quality and bird feed of the highest. I don't know.
If you
if
make the
judge
bird
that by-
feed look like a 20, then they'll become associated.
Yes.
I mean, maybe they're trying to eat the dice then. Yeah, that's not good.
I don't think it's gonna fit
He could roll dice.
in its mouth hole.
Damn rats.
In its a rat could roll a dice. That's where
Yeah,
rats are
rat
better.
could.
Roll this dice for this slice of cheese.
I feel like you could train most pets to just roll a thing.
What would be the weirdest pet you could train? Maybe like a moose.
I don't think those are pets, but yeah.
I don't think those are trainable.
I think someone's probably trained a moose.
Well, you could probably like you don't even have to try that hard for the bigger pets because you could probably just take like a you could probably buy like a D20 that's like yay big and it's like a
Mm,
ball or something like that.
yeah. You
Or just get a soccer ball and paint numbers on it.
What if you just put the pigeon in a semicircle that's filled with numbers and just have it pick one at random?
Or
That's
get 20
Probably.
pigeons, drive them very far away, and the first one gets home is the roll.
You have to wait like 20
That'd
to
be
30
fast.
minutes per roll.
Hold on, guys. There's the pigeons. Oh, that's
Oh,
a
no,
nice
there's a
castle.
hawk.
That's a real nice castle. Holy shit, Adam.
Which one of these things is...
Good castle.
Well, you're not going here, because
Yeah.
you
I'm
guys
gonna
are
find that
gonna
castle.
do something.
I'm gonna find it.
Alright, let's go ahead and start off with our recaps. It's been 2 weeks. Honestly, when you do once a week, any break in between feels like an eternity, honestly. I can't imagine those people who do it only once a month.
Who am I? What am I?
I'd probably say the same thing.
Yeah.
Alright, I have to go up pretty high, back to last month. Let's see. The first one that has a 113 in it is Alec, who has decided to do the GIF collage.
Wait, I want to follow along. Let me open Discord very slowly. It needs to update every goddamn
The
time.
first one seems to be a Asian man in a bush. The next one is 2 children from Dragon Tales.
Magic. Is it not the Magic School Bus?
What?
They've got
Same
magic
art style,
scales.
right?
They were magic dragon scales that gave them some
It's an
kind of
American
power.
show. I don't know. It's-
Well, dragons are universal, Dan, so you should know what dragons are. Isn't it kind of weird that every civilization has dragons in their culture and society, but never seems to have any proof? I wonder what's up with that, huh?
Big dragon. is
Maybe
what it
all
is.
dragons are actually just aliens that visited us in ancient times.
Whoa.
They also built the
Whoa.
pyramids.
Big wings, can fly a pebble up there. Yeah, makes sense.
The next one is Walter White saying, "No, I'm the one who knocks." And finally is a hidden bookcase that is in a, not accordion style, but slides on a little rail.
That's so impractical. All your shit would fall off.
Probably those are fake books, or
you
they're
Or
Open it
glue
glued.
very
it down.
carefully.
There's a pestle and mortar.
You,
and
Andrew, it's obvious. You just glue your books to the bookshelf and
yeah.
they fall.
And
Never
then you
read.
just never use them.
Oh, I love reading the side of this book. Only.
I don't know. Look, if you're just gonna hide a desk in there, I feel like you're wasting your time.
That could have a lot of stuff.
No one can see my normal desk.
And then Andrew posts an illegible comic. Honestly, I should probably just
I-
delete this.
I'm actually really surprised because, like, I made sure I linked this first.
Did you save the thumbnail like an idiot
No, I
and
saved
not the
the
actual
thing.
comic?
I saved the thing and
Like a
I clicked on it just
fool.
to check, and it was like, okay, this is viewable. And
Yeah,
then
I
I
could not
upload it, and
read
it's
it.
just like, oh no.
Even when I opened it, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna need an Andrew send another link here." It was fucking like minuscule.
I like this comic though, and then I'm glad I linked the.
It was good. Yeah.
Next one, scroll. Next one is Dan. Session 113. Oh, you'll want to visit He Who Shall Not Be Named for Potions, as spoken by Igith in reference to a redacted family member. Just as a quick reminder, his name
Is Swigith.
is
Yes,
not
we know.
Swigith. His name
Satir.
is
Paulson.
Satir.
There you go.
Adam didn't even remember his name.
Yeah.
It's
Taking a
Swigith
sippy.
now.
No, yeah. Sip of truth. Swig it. Taking a swig, will you?
The introduction of the Agerbuck, not what it's called, enabled the League to restock and get some new kit, which all helps in preparation for the return to Rutash, wherein the League will inevitably force Laszlo to dance for a minute to avoid a lengthy boat journey instead. In the meantime, while we wait for the old shield to be masterfully crafted, Laszlo is in the process of writing new spells in his book. Quick collage of some SpongeBob memes. Well, 2 out of 3 are SpongeBob related. One of them is the karate chop Sandy trying to prevent SpongeBob from, in context, grabbing, I think it was like a burger or something.
Yeah,
It was
the
a
burger
bun, yeah.
bun.
Instead, it's SpongeBob's arm, which is, now that I look at this picture, is actually freakishly long, and it doesn't continue
Yeah, what
the
the
line in the way it should.
The perspective's weird, yeah.
But either way, that's labeled as Kalos' arm, and Baruti is preventing him from getting more diamond quartz.
That made me chuckle making that.
The next one is that one character that Zen's initial portrait was based off of hiding in a bush. I don't know the character's name. And the last one is, oh, it's me. I'm Mr. Krabs.
You're in there.
I'm labeled as Mr. Krabs doing the jumping on the board game thing as soon as they say there's hidden treasure, but in this case it's the League returning to Rutash after 2 months, and I'm about to pile drive them with everything that's been happening in Rutash. Scroll, Andrew's posting Twitter stuff.
that no one can view.
He doesn't know they don't work.
Actually, let me check. Do they work now?
I think they work.
They
together.
do work. You just can't
okay.
look at the replies. So like both of those are
That's
pretty
perfectly
funny.
fine. I don't care about Twitter comments.
I laughed at both of those pretty hard.
Brain rot, Twitter
and then
comments.
I reposted the first one.
Next one is Henry's, who's decided on a GIF collage as opposed to a different GIF collage. The League shopping, what appears to be a very happy woman with several bags of presumably
fucking New
designer
York.
bags. Next is fucking what's this celebrity's name? Ryan something?
Ryan
Brian
Reynolds.
Blemels, yeah.
I almost said Deadpool, but I know that's not his real
Deadpool
name. I
guy.
know that's not his real name.
I
Just
mean,
call him
it's basically
Deadpool
his
guy.
real
That's okay.
Or Green
Basically.
Lantern. Or
Ooh,
the
we
guy
find out.
from that one movie that has a lot of video game references. I was like the normal guy, whatever the fuck it's called.
This guy knows a lot about movies. That's the film name, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just saw the trailer for it in a different movie preview. I was like, wow, this is gonna be like some shitty Ready Player One
yeah.
bullshit.
Mm.
Let's see.
So some Ready Player One. Some Ready Player One bullshit.
I prefer
Imagine
the movie to
being
the
worse
book.
than Ready Player One. That's impressive.
Ready Player 2, am I right?
This one reads
Oh, yeah, I forgot
as
that
for
exists.
Varys turning to Kalos after explaining that the diamond crystals, diamond quartz, Henry, please, are to save an oppressed people, and then the the interview with that one guy saying, "What are you gay? Who says I'm gay?
honestly.
You are gay."
And then they eat the poo poo.
That's a different interview.
I can't combo those together. Come on now.
Not all black people talk about gay people like that, Andrew. And the last one is from B. Oh right, I have a streamer mode turned on. This is Andrew's. DARE, the acronym. I don't remember what that stands for. I think the D is for drugs.
Something about drugs.
Drug awareness and something something. I think I'm right.
All really.
Do all rare exotic drugs.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. The league. I forgot he
I
spells like
triple
this.
dog dare you.
Forgot.
The league
Forgot he's
decided to
broken.
collectively kick up their feet, relax, and buy shit. Dauntless said no to shields. Eventually, he relented to peer pressure. Now his life will be a downfall spiral of sex, more shields, and rock music. Winners don't use protection. What the fuck's wrong with you?
What's that called? Winners don't use protect. Who said that?
Winners don't do drugs.
Oh,
I was just like, it was like, how do I combine this? And I'm just like, fuck it.
Very rock and roll.
Kalos brought us to the negative zone, and the negative zone lacks a bathroom. In the case of your Mordenkainen's private sanctum, I believe. Also, since Twitter is now that's not part of the recap. That's not part of the recap. And
It is.
last but not least is Pat's.
I remembered.
Yeah, 2 weeks, Pat. Come on. Camping is not an excuse. We had signal.
Shut up.
I like his recap though. It's good. It made me chuckle.
Despite overclocking his brain through magic, Zen manages to look more insane and demented. Zen has acquired an emotional support bush, and he may acquire more as we wait for the shield. So,
That's like a threat as well.
Yep.
Like,
So yeah, most of last session was doing some shopping, not too much in terms of actual progression. That, if you count loop progression as progression, it technically is. If anything, everything else was just doing some shopping, setting up orders for future stuff. I dropped my dice.
So it goes.
But it didn't go into the cup.
so it is.
So, you guys met with a new NPC who is going to be the person who is creating Dauntless's shield with the copious amounts of diamond quartz that you guys had in reserve, much to Kalos's dismay, because he wants to use it for his stuff. Something about an oppressed people, but I think he just wants to keep it for himself.
He wants to do the scene where he lies on the back of all the money in the laundromat.
That would be extremely painful with diamond quartz.
I just
He's
want to
got big
dive
armor
into.
on. It's like,
I just want to dive into diamond quartz like Scrooge McDuck.
yeah.
But yes,
Goals,
Master
honestly.
Nubetti
DuckTales theme.
Master Nubeti Orfira, which is a master blacksmith, a long-time relationship with the Crystal Spark family, responsible for basically everything that you guys are carrying that has diamond quartz on it. While it might not be an actual literal signature, the fact that it has diamond quartz on the equipment is enough to say who it's from. Master Nubeti and his cavalcade of apprentices are going to be working not overtime, he doesn't pay them overtime, just a regular 9 to 5, for Dauntless's brand spanking new diamond quartz shield. In the meantime, that's going to take at least 2 days, in best case scenario. Unless the city gets inexplicably attacked by a second necromantic wave, then it should be on time, assuming that everything goes according to plan. Once that is done, however, you guys are going to be... Honestly, I have no idea what the fuck you people are going to do. I was assuming...
We've planned it out, it's all good.
Alright, well, I'm assuming there's 2 major routes. One
Do you want me to tell you? Right,
is either to go and find the dragon's lair,
Nope.
to find its loot, and the second one is to go to a library, a food library,
Library for the mind.
and find out more about Dauntless's past. Or the secret third option is to close the chapter on everything Sanctus related and go back to Rutash, where Diviculus is doing that one thing from Lilo and Stitch when he comes out of the ship and he's like cackling maniacally.
Probably that one, yeah. That seems what, what we want to do.
But you got a
Yeah,
2-day period. If there's anything you guys want to do in terms of non-passive stuff, then speak now or forever hold your peace.
Did we want to spend those days doing the library thing that you mentioned, the second thing, which is...
Yeah, honestly, it's been 2 weeks and I completely forgot about that.
I wanted to learn my spells, so I need to make my checks.
Should we also converge some of the money that we've got into gold, since we're not going to be...
Before we depart, yeah.
Yeah, before we depart. We should probably send the princess over to their treasury, seeing how they probably have more money than the bank.
Well, no, remember that the money is like, it's like coupons, essentially. They're like company town coupons. It's a lot of company town coupons, but coupons nonetheless.
Okay,
So they
so
just need to be spent.
let's send you to the bank so you can
No,
out money. No, the regular bank.
We can't. I don't think we can exchange the Oxybucks. Those
it's
are like.
literally
Oh, that's
spend
why
it
you
now
would
or-
go to. That's why you would go to the treasury.
No, you don't go to the treasury. You just buy.
You can't convert.
Their gift
them.
cards.
like-
Henry.
yeah,
It's capital for the.
Okay,
capital.
but we also have regular Samir.
But I think we can do that in Rutash if we need to, and we're not leaving just yet. So
I was
it
going to
doesn't
do
make-
that before we leave, so.
Yeah, and that we don't have to like actually play out. Whereas like buying things with all this.
Yeah, the
money
Ultra
bucks,
Buck is like the only like weird thing.
so more shopping.
It's the equivalent of going to Chuck E. Cheese and getting little tickets and then trying to go to McDonald's afterwards.
Except the
I'd like to
tickets are
check
made
this
flat.
in, and it's a Chuck E. Cheese thing. Like, sir, this is what's like
Sir.
a famous bank in New York.
So this is Chase,
Bank of America. Ban.
Fuck it.
not a Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck
Yeah,
Sir,
so
this is Chuck E. Cheese.
This ain't a Chuck E. Chase, buddy.
Ooh, that's a pretty
Hello.
good one.
Hello, banks.
But I think the short version was we were gonna spend the 2 days. Dawdles was gonna see if there's any leads to follow on this thing, and
So,
Lazo-
if you
Lazo-
people want to convert your Samir back into gold pieces, you need to do 2 calculations. Divide it by 3, and then multiply it by 0.95 to compensate for the transactional fees.
I'd like to wait off on that just because if we're spending 2 days in
Yeah,
here,
we gotta get
may as well,
food.
like, yeah.
Well, food is something that you guys can take care of, I suppose. Eating sand does not count because it is not a organic material that I would consider edible. For
What was the
Zen's
0.1?
thing.
What was the so divided by
0.9
3?
Times
0.95?
0.95.
Okay.
Alternatively, you could take 5% of the next thing and subtract it from the other thing, but that's 3 calculations total as opposed to 2.
Okay.
In either case, before we get down to the transactional fees and all of your money getting turned into decimal points, because dividing by 3 is such a fun thing to do, you're gonna go ahead and do some passive thingamajigs for either spells, dragon language in the meantime during those downtimes. Those ones obviously we don't need to actually play out unless Alec wants to do his best impression of what he thinks Draconic sounds like in real life. I'd assume...
Roar.
Wow.
Roar. That's it.
That reminds me of those shitty translations for certain Fire Emblem games where the supports between two characters who are beast folk, instead of actually having conversations translated from Japanese, they just said roar, and then the character says that's dragon for I love you. It was stupid as hell. Translators need to... Actually, no, they're not translators because they're not translating anything. They're just putting
Isn't
their
it
own
like
spin on it.
like bears in like Japanese anime? They just say the word bear sometimes when they go when they roar.
I think
Seen
so.
it in one or two.
Well, that's like
Bear down.
isn't that
for
Pokemon? Because
midterms.
like Ursa something or other.
I mean, some Pokemon in the show say their name, and other ones just make noises. Like, have you ever heard what Electabuzz sounds like in the English dub? It's fucking stupid as hell.
It's like Schnitzel in
Chowder?
Chowder. Yeah, rowder,
Yeah,
rowder, rowder,
yeah, he's
rowder.
saying words, and most of them
Yeah,
are dirty
yeah.
jokes most of the time.
Yeah.
So I like that show. Anyways,
You're not in this episode.
So we're gonna go ahead and go to the parts where we do need to actually probably play out. And by play out, it's probably just going to be an exposition dump because you are just going to a library, and you can't really RP with the books. I mean, if you want to, you can. Like if Andrew wants to grab one of the shelf books and just start thumbing through it. Don't do that.
Roll a d4 for
I
page.
pick up book.
I roll
Four-way intersection. I roll a
four-way
dice,
book.
and I go south. Wait, that's where you came from. Fuck.
Well,
Anyways,
there's only so much fun you can have in a library, which is not much. So
wow, there's literally infinite content.
Look behind you, nerd.
There's
What are you on
literally
about?
you've literally got
What are
three
you
walls
on
of
about?
books in your
yeah,
room.
Andrew.
but the fun is reading them. The fun is not like doing
The
something.
fun is
"Wee!
spending my money. The fun
Wee!"
isn't the reading. The fun is the addiction to spending money on these
That's
books. I
how
don't
like
know
you were
what you're
throwing the
talking
books in
about.
the air.
I mean,
Whoa.
that's true. But
I like buying collections of books that have similar colored spines and then using that as wall decorations.
And then I'll organize them by size, even if they're not organized by series or genre or any
I'm
kind of.
sure there's some
well, no,
organization.
okay,
that should-
okay. I
Dewey
actually
Decimal System
do.
can suck my cock.
It did get to a point, Alec, where it was
Jesus,
just like
Alan.
some things in the same series are different size, so I gotta like just bite the bullet and be like, all right.
Oh, caught me off guard with that fucking statement, Adam. Nearly made the Fanta go down the wrong fucking pipe.
No, I can attest to that because I have different versions of Witcher books, and some of them are not published by the same company. So The Last Wish is about 6 inches tall, and the other books are about 10 inches tall.
Yeah, I have
It's
the
a pain
same
in the
exact
ass.
problem. The Witcher, a couple of the Witcher books are there next to Shakespeare, and then I'm like
Oh.
desperately.
So
I think the other ones are down there behind the dresser.
let me just get out my calendar. Just we are doing a time skip, so let me just make sure I'm not forgetting to move the date. We left off on the 1st of July. Hey, we're actually going to catch up to our real life time eventually. And when that happens, that's when the singularity opens.
This big hole appears now.
The dimensional merge.
Isekai! Dude, wait, who do I turn into if I get isekai'd?
A British
all the
person. There you
gods.
go. You
I'm just a guy on the moon just looking at you guys like, hey, look at these fucking idiots.
look at these schmucks.
Oh, you were saying like he's guided into the.
Yeah, and you can play your respective characters, obviously. Actually, no, I'll just be, I'll be
I'd
Fug.
be bad at fishing. No.
I'll be Fug.
No.
I'll be Fug. You'll be
Dude,
the coolest
imagine.
character.
Oh no, you're gonna be like Shigorat, where you're voicing half the cast of Oblivion.
You'll talk to yourself on occasion.
Adam literally does that. He is, yeah. Oh my god.
Alright, so, we're gonna say that you guys set your orders for the shield on the 1st. We're gonna just go one day at a time, and then eventually stop on the 3rd. So we're on the 2nd day, 2nd of the month, which is when you guys would have woken up, gotten some breakfast, and did some miscellaneous things during your downtime, which includes going to the library. This one is a very special library and is accessible only to very, very key individuals. This particular institute, which is was created and funded by the Morjamoth family, is extremely selective in its admissions for people to study here. Kind of like how America is after they repealed the affirmative action stuff. But even more so, because you also have to be wealthy enough to even pay the tuition. Wait, actually, that doesn't change. It's still... Anyways, this is not only just for medical stuff, there's also stuff for alchemy, herbalism. It's a very, very scientific location for the Morjamoth's people and associates of the Morjamoth family to learn about very, very interesting high knowledge achievements. In this case, you're going here because apparently the person who was associated with Dauntless's head transfer was a former student of here, and in fact the person who was Aegir Ramsir's professor is still alive and well here at the university. Now, you don't have to go to him if you don't want to. You can just go straight to the archive/library here at the Morjamoth Institute. As seeing as you are now a Morjamoth family member that is no longer on thin ice, it's reasonably speaking that you could be let in without having to pay any sort of admissions fee or anything that would start you from just waltzing in there like you own the place. Technically speaking, you don't own the place, but you are related to the guy who does. You know, my dad owns Nintendo sort of thing. As you walk towards, the guards greet you very professionally, without making eye contact, and with a very, very deep bow that approximates about 45 degrees from their regular standing position. Waltzing in there, it is a very, very prestigious university. Probably even more so than the University of Solholm, because they have even more, I wouldn't call it dirty money, because most of it is above ground, but the people who are, you know, nefarious things to get the money that they were so well provided for. But the university itself, the grounds are polished with a beautiful paved stone. A fountain in the middle denotes a Morjamoth family influence, because it is just your father holding an urn and water is coming out of the urn to spill into the fountain. He is drawn or sculpted very heroically, and even has a cape that has been chiseled out of stone that apparently almost looks like it's flowing in the wind if it weren't for the fact that it's made of stone. The university grounds are segmented into a grid-like structure, and alleyways between the buildings are wide enough that you could reasonably have two wagons pass by each other in terms of length. The walkways are also decorated with all sorts of colorations that denote Morjamoth family. They love their reds and blacks, so you see a lot of that in terms of tapestry, drapes, the curtains, and even the color of the ceiling tiles for the roof are a crimson red. Do not put black tiles on your roof, especially in a desert. You will probably kill everyone on the inside. In either case, the student population here, because it is so selective, is very few and far between. At any given time, you could probably count the number of personnel you see on the campgrounds, or campus grounds, on both your hands, before you turn a corner and you see new people. They are all not all of them are Dragonborn, although you do see a couple that are. Not necessarily all red either, so they could be cousins of yours for all you care, but you wouldn't even know it, let alone their names. And some other people who look like they are natives to this land, judging by the way they keep their hair, fashion, outside of the fact that they're wearing uniform. From the neck up, they have different things like piercings, some even have facial tattoos that denote some sort of cultural relevance towards Sanctus. And all in all, it is a very, very quiet campus. There are guards on patrol that are hired by your family and wear the same uniforms as the ones at your estate. In either case, as you get through here, there are little signposts that are dug into each corner at intersecting alleyways that denote locations for key buildings, such as the staff office. There is a location that is a cafeteria and cafe, student housing, miscellaneous buildings for teaching, and of course you can find one signpost going towards the archive. The archive itself is a very, very low building, but is quite wide. The windows are not stained glass like a lot of other buildings around here, so that the light permeating through is nice and clear without any weird tinge to them, which could make reading odd with a multicolored light permeating through your building. So natural lighting all the way through. There is also another person who is stood in the front, who appears to be some sort of scholarly student who is currently basking in the sun while reading a book that is laid across their lap. As you approach, they look up from their book to notice the Morgemoth family member approaching, and avert their gaze just as quickly as they look up. The archive door is currently closed, but you can note that it is not locked, as it is slightly you can see people passing through it without having to jostle the handle too much. As you get to the front door, you may enter at your leisure. Pigeon sounds.
I kind of push it open with like one finger. Is it push or pull?
It is a...
Sliding door.
No, it's not a sliding door.
New technology, never before seen.
You push it inwards, and it goes with very little resistance. The hinges are well greased, and there is no creaking sound from any of the parts that you are interacting with. As you enter the inside, it is kept relatively cool around here, thanks to the shade of the roof and the location of this particular archive, which is also in the shadow of the exterior walls. This allows for it to be approximately 20 degrees cooler than the ambient temperature outside. Very nice reading temperature that also prevents the books from being damaged from excessive ambient temperatures. And the humidity around here is also kept relatively low as to not damage the books. In either case, you get to the front desk where a human man is sat there currently filling out little almost like index punch cards that he puts into the back of the book sleeves to denote when people remove them and borrow them, etc., etc. Librarian stuff. Having stamped something as you approached, he puts it down as soon as you get within a decent distance so that he doesn't have to scream or whisper in order to converse with you properly. He looks up and immediately notices the redness of your scales and denotes a quick change in demeanor by looking straight down at his desk. His hands go flat against the surface of his workstation, and he kind of bows his head in a slight crooked motion, almost hitting something nearby with the brow of his forehead. Good morning, Madam Morgemoth. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I was wondering to read some of the findings of a former student.
Very well,
If
madam.
any such exist.
I can certainly help you find that location. May I have the student's name?
Sure. Igir Ramsir.
If you give me a moment, Princess. He goes over to a nearby filing cabinet and draws out a long, long shelf. He begins to go alphabetically, Ramsir being R, obviously, he needs to go relatively deep into it. Eventually you can see his stride eventually stops to the point where he can kind of like flit through the folders very carefully, and eventually he takes out a small sheet of paper. You're assuming that this is not all of Ramsir's work on one little index card. He hands it to you, and it denotes a particular location and shelf in the archive where this location can be found. He offers to lead you towards this shelf, or if you want to go on your own, it's up to you.
Urge to be retarded.
He did open the R's for you.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
He
Then I-
takes the card from your hand and replaces it back into the filing cabinet. It seems he already knows the general location of where to go and doesn't need to keep the card with him in order to lead you to this place properly. Stepping through the archives, you can see that there are very few students here studying at the moment. At this time of day, they'd probably be in classes doing their shtick and would probably come here in the later parts of the day when they have some time off. The only other person in here is apparently some sort of, could be a more senior student. They have a bit more age on them, and that weariness that comes with being a long-term university student, where the glisten in your eye has dulled and the bags have formed beneath your eyebrows.
What's he studying?
As you pass by him, you can see that the person here is studying...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that to be like, oh, I'm gonna poke around and like, oh, what do the mice look like? That was a natural reaction. I'm sorry.
Well, unfortunately, his book is face down on a table, so you can't exactly read the front cover. And simply passing by him, you could attempt to read the couple of pages, or at least try to get the headers of each page if you'd like. You can make a perception check.
All right, now I'm gonna give in to the urge to be retarded.
Okay, now you can make a perception check.
Statement.
We're not fully correct around here.
8.
You're walking too fast, and your eyes aren't what they used to be. Maybe you forgot your glasses or whatnot, but you can't quite read what he's studying while also keeping pace with the person who's leading you towards the Ramsir X section.
I just do that incredibly rude thing where I'm trying to shoulder read as I walk by and just stare at him. So, working hard or hardly working?
The student takes some notice of your presence and nosiness, but to some extent kind of lets it pass by, considering your current exterior person. Eventually, the secretary, librarian guy, leads you towards a shelf that is probably about like 50 feet away from the front desk. It required you to go up a flight of stairs, and the shelves around here are suspended by a series of ropes in such a way that it almost sways. Not so much to allow the books to fall out, but allows you to use even more of the surface area of this place to essentially just put books everywhere. In any case, he takes you towards this section and retrieves a stepladder. It is on a high shelf that would require you to either go on your tippy toes or even do little hops in order to get to it, or something less degrading as just using a step stool. He goes over to the section and he pulls out 2 books. They are relatively thin and look like the composite notebooks that you would use in modern days for like note-taking. The one with the marble design on the surface that you can't really tear the pages out too easily without ruining it. He takes out what is essentially 2 of those. They are dark reddish brownish leather on the surface of them and have a little leather strap binding them all together and affixed with a loop on the front. He takes those 2 and places them on a desk nearby and replaces the step stool into a little corner location. This is all we have on the student Aegir Ramsir. I don't know what's in them personally. Quite an old record, this one is. The 2 that we have is just what is essentially a progress and report card, and certain notes taken by the student himself, and the other one apparently is a couple of his essay collections.
May I?
Yes, of course. I'll leave you to it. If you need me, I prefer you didn't shout for me. I'll be back at the front desk, but if you need me, I'll be there.
Very good.
He leaves you to your work, allowing you to have this entire little corner spot all to your lonesome. Has a nice window behind you for some natural lighting, and a curtain if you want to close it a little bit. The 2 notebooks are of comparable age and wear and tear, presumably around at least the same couple of years in terms of age and weariness. As previously described, one of them is essentially a copy of his essay collections collected by professors, and the other one is essentially progress and report card and notes left by the professors around here, you know, the ones at the teachers will write, does not do well with kids, kind of thing.
Not do well with anyone.
Severe autism.
What are you, a moron?
If I wrote that on a progress report, that would be kind of fun, right?
Oh, that one guy
On a
that worked with you was like, "What are you, stupid?" to a kid.
That was funny.
That
That wasn't funny, but that was like, I don't know, pathetic.
that was haha funny.
I guess so. You fucking gonna do that to a special needs kid, you fucking asshole.
Oh
Very
shit,
nice-
was he
nice-
special
Nice
needs?
for a kid.
Yeah, the little kid with special needs. That was Angelica. That was like, I think she had a
What
learning disability.
Wow, what a dickhead. Angelica was cool too. She was funny sometimes.
In any case, you find 2 books that are related to him. No, they don't have like his signature on it, but it's just like written in a very professional font, used by probably the librarian here to keep things nice and neatly organized. So, which of the 2 are you going to crack open first?
Let's go with like the reports on him, because if it's just like, oh, he just made everything up, like that would save me having to read his bullshit. If it's just like yes, you see the spleen has all the emotions in it, and then it's just like,
If
then
you
I read
squeeze the
other
foot hard enough, eventually all of your humors will come out of your nostril.
Yeah, it's like, okay, if I read that, or if I read the first one, and it's just like, ignore everything he wrote, he just kind of freewheeled it. Versus like,
You open the progress reports. There are a couple of loose papers in there that have not been bound to the book's spine in any kind of way, and are presumably loose leaf papers that the professors would hand in to either maybe the headmaster or whoever the headmaster equivalent is here. It's probably your dad. In any case, sifting through them, there are some sheets that are just recordings of his grades, essentially. Looking through these, he was incredibly high GPA. You'd have to probably presume that this guy is a, at least a 3.8 or above. Not a perfect 4.0 kind of thing, but like, he's pretty damn good, enough to pass at least your graduate degree. And you've sifted through those while you were, I guess, kind of intrigued about what this guy does and doesn't know. Just looking at like A, B plus, A minus, that doesn't really tickle your fancy to the same extent that some of the professor reports would have. You can see most of his classes, judging by the little headers on these. He did take anatomy for basically 90% of his courses. Some of the other ones were for pseudo-medical mumbo-jumbo. There is a course here that is essentially the equivalent of a study for, how people like use like crystals and salves and non-traditional medicine.
that's unusual. What the fuck?
He was he was from a very rural base originally, like a sort of, if I remember correctly in my notes.
But
Well,
it
that's
is
true, I
offered.
just-
It is offered as an elective here, in a sort of like, this is what some primitive peoples do. They
So
rub
it's
each-
more like anthropological and not like literally. We have a teacher who thinks crystals and
Eat
shit.
this crystal right now.
Well, considering we are in a magical universe, sometimes the crystals can do things. I'm not saying you just go and start charging your JL crystals, but
Not like we have.
Talos, we're
New
gonna need
crystals.
Gonna eat
those
that
crystal
30K
course
one.
you just bought. We're gonna start eating it. We're just gonna swallow it. We're gonna.
Oppressed people,
power
whatever.
of
I'm gonna
eating.
eat this. I'm just gonna eat this thing.
Oppressed people, fuck you guys. We don't need you.
I'm gonna get superpowers by eating these crystals.
But it is offered as an elective course. It is not required by any means, and it was taken just to pad his not credit score,
his
course
stats.
course credit hours. But for the most part, he
Credit
was
score.
taking, things that you would want a doctor to take, essentially. So human anatomy, traditional medicine, non-traditional medicine, and otherwise, everything in between. It doesn't have the course's fine details on like what it offers. Again, this is just a progress report from the professors themselves, but you kind of get a gist of it judging by the course titles. one of them is just straight up like non-traditional medicine. In any case, you get through these reports, and some of them do involve a decent length of the footnotes from each professor. One of them reads as they don't put the same things you would put in, say, like an elementary school kid report card. It doesn't say, does well with kids, unable to sit still in class, that sort of thing. It's a fucking graduate degree. But in either case, it reads as inquisitive, as some sort of lay on the compliments first and then get to the bad parts later. Inquisitive mind, very curious, doesn't
Evil.
involve self with very questioning. Critical thinking skills are very high. Uses exterior sources of knowledge to compose most of his thinkings. What else? Well, it does say he doesn't work well with others. He typically, for the group projects, he typically didn't do particularly well in terms of socializing with other people.
The group projects are a scam.
They are, but But in either case, the thing that you're looking for that basically says this guy's a crack pot, or what do they call him?
Quack.
Quack, yeah. A quack doctor. They don't say that verbatim, but because this course doesn't offer any kind of religious affiliations, Ramzier is essentially what his whole shtick was. They have literal temples here, so you can just, if you want to learn about religion, you go there. But they don't have anything there, but apparently many of his findings did involve bringing to the courses religious symbols and essentially almost like a caveman striking two rocks with each other, like taking someone's holy symbol and like a decapitated head and just like clinking them together, essentially. Not that boorish, but it might as well have been. He would like set aside projects that were like for like dissection or something. Like you would have an open cadaver, and then you would have the scalpel nearby, but then also like a crook and flail from Osiris. Very odd for him to do so. It was deemed to be unsanitary in some cases, because he would just borrow holy symbols from priests and monks and whatnot, and just bring them in without like sanitizing them. You are working on a cadaver, but at the same time, you probably should practice cleanliness in terms of surgical precision and practices. It was during those times when he was reprimanded. Nothing in terms of enough to harm his grade, but it was just like, hey dude, what the fuck are you doing? He was not commended for these odd takes, because it was essentially like, I'm not going to follow your cookbook sort of thing. Mildly rebellious, and when questioned on it, he would essentially talk back to the professors in such a way that he almost considered them too close-minded about medicinal practices, and how the implications of, he would use the word soul very often in his courses, or during lectures and whatnot, which were essentially a different ballpark than what he and the other students were learning about. It gets down to certain aspects of his, that points to his reports, which you have the other book for, but is not directly listed in this particular notebook that you're checking out first. He did leave before he graduated, according to something that was listed here. He was only about a late junior when he left, and never came back.
Was it like leave or kicked out?
He left of his own free will. He had a couple of like demerits for doing things to the cadavers when classes were over, essentially. Like, if you were asked to, like, dissect the torso or something, he would, like, finish his assignment and then go straight to things that he wasn't supposed to be dissecting, like the head.
Move that scalpel away. Ooh, he's like warm or colder.
I like the way the skin is cold now.
Like, get him out. That they said that line. You should have kicked him out there and there.
But those demerits weren't enough to get him expunged from this university. He just left of his own because he deemed that essentially he had already gotten as much as he needs to know and didn't need to finish his last semesters, and kind of just not stormed out, but just, walked away in a
I've
silent
got
huff.
ousted for disgusting acts on test subjects here when we ask the librarian underneath the city. That kind of lines up.
Well, in a
And it was
roundabout way,
shamanistic. He was, yeah.
In a roundabout way, he was technically
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. That guy with no eyes was on something.
In either case, that's basically everything you can sum up from the press professor's reports and whatnot. Most of them are from, of course, you can imagine the courses of anatomy and stuff. He was actually no ill marks on his weird tribalistic medicines courses. He actually did quite well in those, in such a way that there was no, like, penalties or demerits on his reports for those. He's like, yeah, he did the work.
All right,
Pigeon
well,
noises.
Someone in
considering
that
already
library is
causing-
like, "Fuck that pigeon up!
Where's
Shut
the
it up!"
pigeon? Where is it? This pigeon's been in there for years. We can't get him.
well, considering that all checks out, I'll take a look at his brain-busting studies.
You close the notebook and turn to the next one. This one is written in a different handwriting, as they seem to be some sort of copies of his literature, his essays. Many of them are kept in the same formatting, as there is some sort of standardized way of writing essays here that he did adhere to. In that regard, he didn't stray too far from the path. If anything, it does make it very organized and easy to read. They come with headers for each paragraph, and titles for large sections that need to be cordoned off from others. Many of his essays begin to, if you read them in chronological order, they start off very, very by the books. They are just reports that are essentially a student's recollection through their own filter of knowledge based off of the question proposed for the essay itself. They don't stray too far from the path, and eventually in his what you presume to be late sophomore year, early junior years, are when you start to see a hard contrast in not only the formatting. He starts to break away from the conventions that he had in his earlier years, or semesters at least, and begins to almost write in the dialogue in them almost comes from not of a neutral party that is simply stating the facts, but from a personalized, almost monologue style depiction of whatever it is he's learning. The change in perspective for these also denotes a weird change in his handwriting, as if he's like becoming more sporadic. He's writing quicker. There are signs of him having to smudge out and erase texts due to maybe typos or handwriting that's almost illegible. By the time you get to his most latest works, they are almost looking like the scribbles of a dementia patient.
Is this gradual or is this rapid?
It is a relatively gradual period,
Oh.
and is again starts at late sophomore into early junior, but he did leave in junior, so it's technically like, over the course of 3 semesters it happens.
Fucking guy poked his head. I'm calling it.
And
Screw
eventually
Kiwis.
the works start to mention more religious affiliations. At first, they weren't there at all in his freshman year essays and whatnot. They start to poke their heads out like a little fucking pimple in the early sophomore, and then by the time you get to the junior stuff, it's basically might as well just be reading a Bible. The Bible. Or
The Bible.
until eventually it becomes almost a 50-50 of religious ideologies on what happens to the soul and how that affects medicine and how you can essentially compensate for fallings out of the human anatomy, or humanoid anatomy at least, and replace it with essentially faith, where the flesh fails, the faith proceeds, kind of thing. The mind is weak, but the body
Very,
is...
very Mechanicus.
It was like the mind is willing, but the body is spongy and bruised. There it is. Gotta
Well,
get
now, all right. So this kind of started. All right, looking back, I'd like to open both books simultaneously. If we look back at the first report card, it's just like, oh, he's just kind of like an uppity dick, but there's no mention of psychotic until about the end of the first semester.
I'd say later than first semester. His sophomore year was pretty up by the books. Sorry, not sophomore. His freshman year was pretty by the books.
I'd like to find where there's a crossover of oh, okay, this is where we start getting kooky, and then this is what the class.
What lesson did he learn? Yeah.
Yeah, what sites beyond sites. When did
Generally speaking, in terms of the course progression, it would go as you could probably imagine, where it lists the more advanced courses later, and obviously the equivalent of a... Well, it wouldn't be equivalent of a 101 class because it's a fucking graduate degree, but the advanced classes begin to increase in difficulty as he progresses through his semesters. The elective one that he took as a elective, the crystal bullshit medicines, that one was taken in one of his first courses in the start of his sophomore year.
Who taught that? Does it say in the report?
This one does have the professor's reports in them, either by title or at least in the writings he did for those courses. It would list his name and the name of the professor and the class. So in that regard, it does have. So what do you want?
The crystal professor.
Okay. That's fine.
Pebbleman.
Well, because look, I'm not gonna lie. This sounds like he got Ted Kaczynski'd. Where it's they gave him LSD as an experiment. What if we give a genius just a bunch of mind-altering drugs?
This is Professor Sudin. Doesn't have his first name. Sudin's last name.
Sudien.
Sudi. Yeah.
Okay.
Just what did he teach? Tribal slash.
That's gonna be my next thing, but I'm gonna. So pretty much his finding, or before Ramsir left, his findings were just let's go fucking buck wild.
Well, again, it doesn't have the actual course materials in these. It just has the reports by the professors, and also in the other booklet has Ramsir's essays for those courses. So you can kind of read through those and get a general idea of how he, what he learned and what conclusions he came to draw from them. And generally speaking, he was not exactly a turncoat in terms of oh fuck real medicine, I'm gonna do this fucking crystal shit. He was basically I want to attempt to use as many different forms of anything that could be considered medication and healing. So that includes traditional medicine with chemicals and bodily imbalances, and then also some crystal shit, and then also faith. So he's trying to fix your broken arm by praying, rubbing crystals on you, and then also setting the bone.
One of them will work, surely.
I mean, it's in a.
Is it medicine by any means? Is he like, fuck it, just like, give me everything?
Well, it's
eat this
like I'm
pebble,
put in a
lick
weird
this
spot
rock?
because that is effectively how I do things in character. It's just like, well, I've got a bunch of bandages,
He's
so I may as
basically
well
me.
set it.
I'm Ramsey.
Well, it's like I may as well set the broken arm and then also just kind of touch you and you're healed. The duality.
Yeah, but you know that the touching the arm healed someone, but yet you do the other thing still.
And also a kiss on the forehead.
Alright, I want to go get the attention of the, I almost said guard, librarian, and I need to get a look at the fucking Professor Sudin's findings. To some degree, because Jesus fucking Christ.
You go back to the librarian, who wholeheartedly agrees to bring you to sections on Master Sudin. Now, he is also a published author, so he does have his own textbook, which he was using to teach his courses. So it mostly has sections here at the archive for one copy, not like a first edition one, it's just a regular copy of Professor Sudin's
Would
works.
I be able to get a copy of this if this is more widely produced?
Yes, we have, total, we have 3 copies of this, Princess.
How much would one cost?
Oh, well, your family is in charge of this, so, he just pushes the book towards you. Keep it. Just, I'll make sure that your father knows that you're borrowing it.
I am going to be taking this off continent if you give this to me, so are you sure? I could pay to have like another copy made of one.
No, they're not exactly like rare to find.
Okay.
It's fine.
Understood. What is the name of this book? Crystal Healing in You.
No, it reads as
Evelyn.
auras, as in like, you know, like the spiritual auras.
Oh,
Auras and the transmundane.
Main people.
The cover does not have any pictures of crystals. It's just
it's
text.
him like holding crystals.
I
It's just
picture
holding,
like
like sucking on a pacifier that's made of like
I
crystals.
can't hold all these crystals.
just in my head, it's a combination of like a starry background, a poorly drawn like Chad picture, and then the Chad is holding like a crystal or some shit.
His eyes are crystals, Andrew.
He's got shutter shades, but they're made of crystal.
Yeah. You know those cool ass rings you used to be able to get as a kid that was just like a piece of candy, but it was like a diamond ring.
Oh, ring pop.
Ring pops?
Yeah. He just has like so many of those on.
They're like ring.
The power of ring pops.
No. When I say the Chad picture, I don't mean like that fucking CG one. I mean like the literal like cartoony like.
Oh, the Giga
Johnny
the Chad,
Bravo,
The,
like-
no, the Chad versus the Virgin thing.
Yes,
where it's
like
just doing
literally
funny
that with
with
just
the outer
crystals.
shirt.
Instead of out,
It's got the rings on.
crystals
Yeah.
or soul or something like that.
Well,
No,
like
it's just
Andrew,
the fun.
you're there. They might even be around still. You know, if I can get a 1-to-1, I want to sign my copy of the book.
Well, this is kind of where I'm headed with this investigation. I'll just say it now. It's like, is this just like they were accidentally right about brain transplants, or is there like they're onto something here?
This Pebble guy, he knows something.
Well, I mean, are they onto something because of purple brain squids, or is it just like they actually knew what they were doing? You know, that's
Well,
kind of my.
you can crack open the book, and it's filled with many chapters that are very well detailed on what kind of information is stored within. You go through the index, and you have a section on crystals, auras of healing, prayer, and a section on salves, which are not exactly like topical ointments, but more like when someone says some, like, you know, if you trip and fall and someone says like rub some dirt in it, it's kind of like that.
That could be useful for later. I'm looking more into the brain box sort of stuff.
Well, it doesn't have any particular sections on like specifically the brain or organs in general, but it's broken down into a different way. So it'll, hypothetically, if you go to the crystals section, it'll say like, all right, if you take a little topaz or something and you rub it on the forehead, I have like a little section that reads as, alright, here's the number of people whose headache went away as soon as I rubbed the forehead with the topaz, and it has essentially what is like a field report and the findings thereof. So it's like, alright, well, this is not a good crystal for rubbing on the forehead, but this one has a much higher rate, and it doesn't exactly have any solid foundations that could be even construed as scientific knowledge. It honestly almost reads more like a horoscope. It is also noted that the Professor Sudin does not have any magical capabilities for spellcasting, so everything he's doing is essentially just going around and rubbing things on patients to see what sticks. And that's the, well, it's a crystal section. The auras section is essentially meditation in terms of bodily cleansing by just thinking really hard. Doesn't really work for a lot of people, especially like if you're in a coma, because you can't. That's where he goes to other forms like the crystals and the salves. The salve section comes with all sorts of weird organic materials that he's experimented on, such as like the ichor of some sort of large insect, tar-like substances that were found bubbling up beneath the surface of the sand, which are probably just actually tar. Something about the excess fluid that came from the surface of some sort of scaled creature, which was some sort of like just large salamander. Using turtle scales that he ground up into a paste. That's all, like the from the shell, like ground it to a paste.
This is psychotic, but also really interesting.
Generally speaking, he denotes that doing this sort of experimentation is very good at 1, finding allergic reactions in patients who didn't know they had them. 2, many of these things do result in infections. And 3, when combined with the crystals, sometimes they work at an approximating 70% efficacy rate.
So there's 70% chance that it'll work 20% of the time.
Basically.
It's actually really interesting. But there's nothing about like brain transplants
No.
or soul transplants.
Well, this is not going to be covered in this textbook. This is, again, the crystals, the meditations, and the salves. Whether or not this is what the professor actually taught in his thing, well, it is, because it's literally what I said it was. It's the thing that he uses to teach the students. If anything, this is, again, weird medicines as an optional course, and maybe Ramsir got the other parts for his final experimentations in conjunction with the religious parts of it, such as the, internment for the dead that mostly these Sandstrider religions go with, like the canopic jars and whatnot. Well, or just leaving someone out in the desert to be eaten by a sandstorm.
It's low key It's like a bit different. Put him in a jar, leave him in desert.
I ask the librarian, or I go back over to the librarian and ask him real quick. This Professor Sudin, is he still here, or is he retired?
No, Professor Sudin is no longer with us, unfortunately. He did pass away. It was, as a result of... in the pursuit of knowledge. More specifically, I think he rubbed something on his skin that he wasn't supposed to.
Oh, yeah, I can.
What
That
do you
makes
mean
a lot of
anthrax
sense.
doesn't heal people?
After reading a bit of this that makes a lot of sense.
Quite so. He was an esoteric man, and while his findings were usually never concrete, they were definitely something to help expand the mind to some capacity. Even if it is not very used in terms of actual medical applications, we did have him for more than just that course. That was an elective course that he taught.
No, but I do see the appeal of this.
I'm glad you found interest in this.
Fun thought experiment.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Kind of pat the table. No, but that's enough for me. Oh, actually, you know what? While I'm here, you don't happen to keep any sort of census records for the town, do you? Or the city?
For the town, no. We would have student records, but for the town itself, no.
Would you be able to just point me in the direction of that? That's my next stop. I need to look someone up.
I would imagine that you could... Well, there's no sultan in place right now. Whomever would be equivalent until your father puts into place a new person. Still working on that person. But at the moment, the... former sultan's secretary would probably be the best person to look for.
Understood. Thank you.
If that'll be all for today, Princess, enjoy the book. Have a good day.
You as well. Alright. Before we check the census, someone else had something to do, and I have to use the bathroom. So I'll pass the torch over, and I'll grab that at some point.
Passing the baton over to whom?
Whoever picks it up, it's bridal rules.
If we have anything else to do,
I mean, I've got to write my spells. There's that. But that's like over the 2 days.
and you want to learn dragon more.
I'm just enchanting, so.
I'm like hanging the oasis.
Where are the bushes? I need more bushes.
I don't like
Or
civilization.
in the book of like the newspaper, like more bushes, mystery bush thief. Like,
Didn't Laszlo want
th-
to check in on his parents? That was one of the other reasons we
well,
stuck
they don't
around.
live here. I don't think.
Well, you were gonna do something to figure
I
out
need
if they
to
would just
learn the spell first. There are DCs associated with me writing these spells. Adam, could we roll for those
Yeah.
to account for them? Yeah. Okay. So
Holy shit, there is.
yeah,
I always used to just.
you have to make an Arcana check each time you do it. Otherwise, it blows up the scroll. Well, it doesn't blow up, but. Okay, so I had an hour 15, which I'd have been able to done in this time. That was the absorb element. So could we say that one was done? Because that got abruptly yoinked, and I already passed that roll.
Oh.
So I've got to roll for haste and sending, which I'll do sending first. That is a DC 13 Arcana. So I got a 14 base plus Arcana check for that. Yep, I passed. Same again. Got a. What the fuck is it? Okay, well, my mind. Arcana plus 19 for sending. 21 for haste. And the biggest spell is a 14 DC, which is a greater invisibility. That is a 13 plus 9. So we're okay. That one is what I'm going to do on the second day because that's 8 hours to complete. The cost of this total for the components is 1,650 Samir for like the spell prep. So I will jettison that money to wherever I need
Just
to.
throw it in a bush.
Zen picks it up.
Infinite
What
money.
are
Rich.
what in world? What are you spending that money on? It's just like
It'd be magical inks and something like that. I don't know what the specific would be, but it has to go into a book, and that's just what it says in the wizard world.
It's magical inks and papers or whatever component that you
Yeah.
require to put into your spell book. Some wizards have maybe a binder filled with papers if you want to be a freak, or an actual book. Some people also do the tattoo on their skin thing, which is also a neon, which means that you can't have unless someone rips your skin off, you can't be disarmed of your spell book. But then again, it also makes it sure that you can't read the ones that are like on your back.
Can't memento it, yeah. So yeah, that would mean over these 2 days I would have learned absorb elements, haste, sending, and greater invisibility. So I put this in our group chat, but I wanted to learn over haste. I would like to learn sending first, which frees it up if anyone would like me to send any messages. If you've had a thought, I would be able to do that,
If you had
and or scry on people, which I already have over these 2 days.
Well, that's just the time frame that we need to take care of, but other than that, everything will go smoothly. If anyone else wants to go over something that is not passively corrected, like enchanting or the smithing or the other thing with the learning of draconic knowledge in terms of the language, then I guess we can go ahead and skip the 2 days and write to...
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Last one wanted to look up his family. I needed to look up the 2 potential family members, but like he's enchanting or he's doing book stuff the first day. Since my thing I don't think would have eaten up all day at the library, could we call that first day just like him writing stuff down and me learning dragon?
he said, yeah. Adam said you just mark off a couple days for that.
Okay.
Adam, could you also send me the notes for the grape bill that I bought the other day?
Oh yeah, there was a few things on that weren't put in. There was the armor of the ashamed, a gravitas great bow which you bought, and well Zen already knows super wisdom item for Zen, which was the other thing which made his wisdom 19.
Yeah. I didn't write down the armor.
It was armor of the ashamed, which was I think was a
+1
warrior priest thing that you have like a permanent glow, but it does mean that you get like a free fucking big boy smite. Free smite. Is that correct, Adam? I don't want to.
I think it's in the Discord. I remember. That's
More or
why I didn't
less.
write it down.
Is it in the Discord?
It's not.
Yeah, no, it's not.
No,
Also, I had
No,
a
no,
question
no.
for the gravitas belt. Do I have to buy specialty arrows, or could we just say that I have a quiver and bow, and I'll just say that I
I think
bought
you need
it?
a quiver first, I think, right?
Why didn't I
Just
write
kind
The
of free
actual
dog the
normal
arrow.
ammunition doesn't, but you still need either something to hold it in, and any special ammunition you shoot does
Okay.
need to be tracked.
All right.
Oh.
So if you don't mind sending that over, and just let me know how much in Samir I would buy the quiver and how much I would spend for the ammunition and shit.
Also, Mr. Varys and Mr. Zen, we did purchase diamond quartz, six diamond quartz bolts for Zen.
Oh yeah. Let me
and-
write that down.
And some for
I didn't already.
I think I have that written down already.
6
Yeah.
for
so it's a DC
arrowheads.
17, 10-foot radius, 64.
Oh,
plus
no, I
34
did write it
pierce.
down.
Yeah, I got that stuff.
Bleed effect, yeah. If you got that, cool. Just. Yeah. The only other thing, I want to scry on my dad. That'd be the only thankless thing I need to do, and then.
I'll also be. I need to ask Dottie for a favor if you could help me out in between.
Yeah, sure.
Your dad rolled a 12 on the wisdom saving throw for scrying.
I see him.
Papa?
No, I'm scrying. I'm not sending. Yes.
No, I know. That's
He
why
can't
I'd be
hear
like,
me.
Papa,
No, but
I
he's
miss you.
Henry's
He's
describing
taking a
what we're
shit.
seeing you when you're casting scrying. It's just like
I wouldn't be doing that. I wouldn't be.
cats in the cradle starts
I'm just
playing.
gonna check out my dad. I say to the group, and then I scry on my dad.
You scry on your old man. The individual that you are looking for can be found underneath the shade of some sort of palm tree at the edge of a beach of some sort. He has a large fisherman's hat that provides a large amount of shade, tilted at a jaunty angle so that it obscures his eyes from the sun. He is lounging on the beach with a fishing tackle in one little apparatus that holds the fishing rod upright, and has a little bell on the end of it so that if something does tug on the line hard enough, it'll make a little ding sound.
Just unprovoked, he says, "Man, I do love fishing. I'd be sure disappointed if my son was a shit-ass fisherman."
You better not be crap. Well, that's good.
Dad, you didn't teach me how to fish. I hate
I just
you.
ponder my orb and yeah, just watch my dad chilling for a little bit. Yeah.
And as Laszlo is pondering his orb and things, I'll be like, "Hey, Dottie, I need your strength if you don't mind."
Yeah, sure.
And if you guys see on the back of my mini, it has like a little jetpack thing, and I'm just like, I'm not strong enough to take that off. You have to twist and pull towards
Whoops,
you.
I guess just keeping it on forever.
If you don't mind, just
Help me, please.
just doing that. Some very
Alright.
powerful magnets.
All right.
Creoles can't do it, and
I'm gonna like grab the pack and like put my foot in the small of your back and then twist and just kind of
Fire it into Laszlo. Ooh, no, look at my dad.
and I don't know if Adam wants to put a random DC on it, but you're strong enough to do it. So
What are you trying to do? Rip a backpack?
rip off my jetpack, so I
Okay.
can put on my future previously used shield and a quiver alongside with my axe.
Utility backpack.
Utility backpack,
Nice,
jetpack
nice.
thing.
War machine from.
It used to be nice because I had the king's mind, so I could use jetpack and haste, but now I can't. So.
Is jetpack fly?
Yes, that's what helped me fly.
Yeah. Okay.
When you do that, I put it back in my bag of holding and I give you a small little nod. Thank you, strong lady. I appreciate you.
yeah, sure. Don't mention it.
In either case, once that is all taken care of, is there anything else you people want to do?
Well, not
Lest
that
we-
day, but like I said, the still gotta look up the census.
Want me to-
data.
Do you want me, Mr. Princess Lady Man, to send?
Princess Lady Man.
I don't know. Do you want me to send a message to Thurnault just to say that we're gonna be back on continent and all's good, or do you want me to hold off on that? Or
I mean, tell him we're alive. I suppose that would help.
cool. All right. I've wrote it down, figuring out how to fucking do this thing. Okay, right. I know him. I'll send him a message.
Have
But
you
if
tried deep breathing in crystals?
I have not. What's that about? I ain't got no crystals.
I picked up this really interesting book from the
You
library.
gotta do it now, you trained wizard man. You do these instead. you use crystals now. Cool. But yeah, I'll just say that all's good. Okay, right. It's 25 words, right? Hello.
Hello. We are
Though not,
alive. And
we are
well.
alive and well. On behalf
See you soon.
of Princess Hua Long of the Wardromofs. See you soon. Bye. Okay, there you go. That's what I send. They can respond to this if they would like to. They would know my voice.
Does it hurt for them to respond? Like, does it make you?
Yes, I made sure I wrote this little thing here that they were in excruciating pain during.
They
hearing
take
my voice.
like 10d12 psychic damage if
their
they
head
want to respond.
explodes. No, they're fine.
Well, does
It's
it like make your head tingle when they respond?
I hope not. I don't know. That's my first time using it. Not use as.
Let's count out the letters, shall we? Or numbers or words. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were doing that.
Good
I did that with
to
my hands.
hear from you. Looking forward to your return. Hope everyone is healthy and safe. Where have you been?
I'll pop on this one. I mean, we have been solving Modromoth family business.
I mean,
Yeah.
you could just be literal. Tell him.
How about
desert,
you?
Hell,
I'm back.
How about you?
dragon.
There you go. That's like. Yeah.
Where are we now? Are we?
I'm just talking to the husband.
Oh,
Husbando.
well, like, are we in the bunkhouse or?
Yeah.
You're probably in the negative.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
like,
if we're in the
powering up
negative
his
zone, I'm
hands.
fine.
Zen's bunk is just surrounded by bushes at this point.
Yeah.
It's a little terrarium. Like.
Actually, you know what, DM? While I was out and about, would I have been able to find a random box of crystals?
What does that
Oh,
even
no.
mean? I don't just spawn them in the streets. Is that what you're asking?
Well, you know that there's a
I'll
Modromoth.
pay money, but like if there's like some fucking obvious like
He
crystal.
There's
goes
a
to
Modromoth
the
jewelry
white
place that
woman's
you've been.
store and buy some crystals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's like dream catchers as well, and
Yeah.
incense.
Just a box of again, just random box of spiritual.
Well, you'd only be able to get that at the Modromoth place where you've got credit there. So you probably, if there's any
I'm not gonna spend the
Odra-
fucking
Buy a
$100.
platinum bar on some crystals.
platinum bars worth of funny pebbles, please. But yeah, considering you can't get them anywhere else, that's probably because they'd be killed and shot. That's probably where you gotta go. Why did you do that?
Just like a huckster store, I guess, but like not.
There wouldn't there wouldn't
not
be
an
a huckster
outright
store of
huckster.
jewels.
Disconnected
Like,
from your channel.
that's what I'm saying, because they fucking monopolize the jewels.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, why would they shoot hucksters? But it's like,
They
well,
would,
wait.
yeah. They fucking. That's the
Okay.
whole. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be able to find.
You can find
Precious.
actual precious jewels.
And you'd be a fucking Modromoth going, has anyone got any funny jewels to sell me a
I like to
Modromoth?
think that the teacher rubbed the diamond quartz on him and got like cancer.
Just rubbed uranium.
You like
Elephant's
to
foot.
think-
Like.
Dude, it's like that fucking thing I linked a while ago. The guy rubbing uranium on his balls.
Oh yeah, wasn't that for like
Oh.
testosterone or something?
Yeah.
And other things.
We've come
I
full
injected
circle.
mercury into my veins so that I have silver veins. It looks cool.
Dies seconds
Oh, I'm
later.
dead.
Well, that was cool.
You want to buy just an assortment of precious gems, then you can do that.
No, I was thinking box of huckster bullshit. But
He
I
wants to
forgot.
buy fucking pink. He wants to buy Himalayan salt.
Yeah.
He wants to buy amethyst diet.
Well, you can probably get that from not from the dance
man, we
union
have
back
to-
in
we-
Solholm. So there's
We have to
that's
go
a-
find that dragon's stash of shit.
Where is your Himalayan salt? Where is it?
Well, if you don't want to
But, yeah.
buy a box of actually precious jewels, then you can hold on to your Adra bucks, as you call them.
Whenever we need to buy something, we'll teleport over here and spend some Ultra.
Well, no, we're gonna spend them before we go. We'll think of something to spend them on.
We need to come back here to collect our paychecks anyway. So we'll be back.
We're gonna pop over the desert just to scam more money out of people.
Well,
We're
we
not
have a job
scamming.
here.
We have a job
Oh,
here.
oh yeah, no, the job I've given you guys is like a scam.
What?
Good job.
Our job isn't to protect you.
Oh, so I'm just gonna let you die from now on. Got it.
Oh,
Well,
God,
we're back on Rutosh.
Well, yeah, but, well,
All
my point
bets
is
are
you're
off.
already,
No,
my
no,
point
no.
is you guys are already doing that though when you didn't need to be paid for.
So it's
it.
not a scam. It's an actual job. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like if I decided to hire you to breathe and go about your day like normal, it's just like.
I mean, I'll take the money. I breathe a lot.
Okay, well, that's that. Let's see. If you're not gonna buy any jail crystals, that's fine. But,
Not yet.
well, yeah, he says. What are we gonna do now? Or are we just gonna skip?
You guys gonna get that conversion from Samir to gold?
There was also
Oh,
the
we were gonna
census
do it on the
office.
last day.
Well, we're gonna okay.
Oh yeah, we need to get
We
the
skipped
census.
ahead to the shield being done, then we do the census office, or census office then shield
Do
being
census
done.
now.
Census office, then shield, because then we can leave after 2 days. It's not then going to be 3 days.
Census office, here we come.
Well,
You
I
go
hear
to
it,
the
yeah.
census office. Although it is not exactly a census office you might be thinking of, if anything, you're going to the Sultan's Palace. Adjacent to the Morgemoth family estate and dwarfed in size by about 20 to 30%. There's no Sultan has been placed into power yet. Your family is still going through the rigmarole of screening people who are presumably going to be essentially just a puppet. But, you know, it's your dad's puppet.
A really fancy looking puppet. High end with the good wood.
You
and
must
the
look
strong
like me,
strings.
sound like me, be made of felt.
Walk like me, talk like me. While that procedure is going in, you basically just have your dad popping in and out of the Sultan's Palace every once in a while. Although he is not just sitting in the throne room doing fuck all because he needs to have that place of power filled so there's no power vacuum. He is the power. So he doesn't need to actually sit in the palace. Because he has his own, in a bigger estate, back home, where all of his wives are, across the street. But
It's too inconvenient to have to cross the street to go to work every day.
Yeah, it's like he's working from home,
Toy Story
but like
reference.
he's going to like his second house.
On a Saturday.
But there are still employees of the city that work here under normal circumstances. In the case of people who are currently being, I don't want to say groomed to be the Sultan, but that's exactly what they are. They are in the palace's throne room and are currently being trained, not by your father, but someone hired by your father. So that's in a separate room. Obviously, the secretary would be one of the first people you come into contact with. They are essentially in a little cubicle that is adjacent to the front door that you can speak through, a little window for. The person in charge is the same one from the previous Sultan, although maybe a little shaken up, having seen their... Actually, no, I don't think shaken up is the right word, because they participated in the stoning. What's the opposite of shaken up? Elated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
going to be
very
the next
happy
Sultan.
that he got a new job.
Don't be too happy.
I hated my boss. I'm glad I got to throw a rock in his
Gotta throw a
fucking
big
skull.
pebble.
I got
Yeah.
him right in the eye.
I picked
Last
out
breath.
that
I
rock.
fucking
And then those
never
guys
walk
just
in
brought him back.
No holidays
Did it
off,
again.
huh, boss? How many holidays you gonna be taking off after today? All of them.
Jeez.
Because you'll be dead.
I roll overtime on this rock.
Could you imagine though that you get to do that to your boss? It's like overtime, no
Right,
overtime,
Alec
bitch.
does not want to imagine that.
Here's
It's
some
Andrew.
overtime.
Don't Andrew, don't throw a rock in. Hey
Andrew, I fucking hate.
Like
Get off your
window
fucking
breaks behind
Steam
him.
Deck.
Oh,
Actually, I
Don't
think
do
that's
that.
one of the coolest perks I've ever heard. I get to play video
God,
games.
to fucking kill your boss.
No, I get to
jeez.
play video games while I do my job. That's
Well, that's
one of
what
the
QA
coolest.
testers
that's
get to
just
do.
what my break is.
It's not. They don't
I
just get
thought
to play
you did
video
that-
games.
I thought
It's
you did
not-
that during work.
Nah, we're full on selling things and actually doing work.
Hold on, customer. I'm playing Dead Space
Give me a second. I'm getting petrified
on my
by
Steam
this.
Deck, by the way.
I wish, but the
Do a
world
It's
is
hard
porno.
mode playthrough. I only have 3 saves.
Yeah,
The
so
world is
fucking
more
wait
normal.
your
No,
turn.
that is the hardest, and that is Dead Space 2. Dead Space 1 hard is still pretty easy. Just go plasma cutter only. And
Sir, I just want to get my ticket. Hold on, I'm
Sir.
telling you about Dead Space 2.
Sir, give me 1 second. I'm about to beat this boss. Give me 1 second.
How do you
It's
tell
20
my
minutes
Lord and
later.
Savior the marker?
Only chumps fall for that marker shit.
So, you go into the Sultan's palace. There are, of course, custodial staff keeping the place neat and tidy. You have the secretary sat behind their desk, currently just filling out what apparently is some sort of boring paperwork, some tax nonsense or something. And you approach the front desk. Everyone around here gives you the proper respect that the Morjamoth princess is typically due to receive. I almost said deserve, but I don't know if you do or not.
He helped all those people.
Yeah, I
They
guess.
save lives. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
well,
those
in that
people,
regard,
all
yes.
Those hamburgers.
But you go ahead and approach the front desk. The secretary is a young man in his late 20s. I say young man. in his late 20s, just to make me
He's
feel better.
dwindling years. In the edge of his prime before he gets old.
I don't have back problems, so it's not. It's fine.
Look, when
You
transhumanism
do like
takes over,
you
20
do all
will
these
be
like
like the new
floor
10.
exercises.
Well, in either case, you approach the front desk, and the young man who is currently filing paperwork stops at the moment your footsteps become noticeably audible in his space. He looks up and gives a quick avert of his gaze back down to his table and addresses you in the most proper way he can. Good afternoon, Princess.
Hello.
How might I serve you?
I had a couple of questions regarding some, I suppose, data on a couple of people. You'd help me with that?
I will certainly do my best. Can you please narrow it down to whom you are referring to and what kind of information that might be present in our records?
I'm looking for two individuals of the Osiris Temple. One Serbes Manu and one Nefer Amen Atef. Last known location. I understand that they have left the city. I was looking to know more about them. So if I could have an address or any other information.
Let's go to Serbes first. Serbes Manu is an Osiris-affiliated individual, acolyte tier. Everything around this guy is basically a very regular guy. He is not in town. He has since moved. The plans on where he planned to move were not denoted in any sort of records. He had no outstanding debts, paid all of his taxes, was an outstanding citizen. Current address that he was under is currently occupied by an entirely different family, so it is not advised for you to just knock on their door and ask about the previous resident.
Hey, you!
I
Not this
understand he
old
had
guy.
some grandparents. Would they still be alive, do you know?
Serbes Manu. Affiliated parents and grandparents. The grandparents, also his caretakers for the times that he was not able to afford housing on his own, passed away approximately 7 and 5 years ago, respectively, for the grandfather and grandmother.
Grandfather, Mini Manu.
And then the second being Nefer Amen Atef.
Nefer Amen is a also individual who is not present in the city of Anupolis. Left approximately some odd years ago, more than 15 to 20 years ago. Very, very long time ago. Had no permanent residence and lived with the communal housing for the Temple of Osiris.
Now, I understand he had a significant other. Are there any records of that?
Never got married to anyone in particular, so the person who he would have been betrothed to is not listed as a either dependency or someone in their same household. Again, he did not have any permanent housing, although you could potentially ask around people who may have known him or maybe at the temple to see who his person of interest was. Again, not married, so not on the record for marital status, so her name is not listed here.
Alright, I'm pretty sure we tried that and that didn't work.
Didn't Ramsir say something about him having a wife though?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, but if no one, like, we asked at the temple, they didn't know. There's no data here about it, and the other guy's grandparents are dead, so.
But I consult the notes. I'm sure there's something here.
That was post Gunderson, in case you're looking for that.
I know. This is I know.
It wasn't actually right after that. That was the first major thing we did after we got back from that.
Where the fuck is it? Okay, okay. So you already did you go and meet Luzig?
Yeah, we talked to him.
Pata. Okay.
But my point being is, I think unless I'm overlooking something, I think that I've hit like a dead end with these people. Now it's
Rutosh Osiris missionaries investigation may have blessed crops in the farmlands. Osiris. Okay. 15 to 20 years ago. Ooh, someone maybe traveled across continent. That could link you to this Nefer person, maybe. We have to ask. Are there any heretics come over here and started spitting lore about other heavens?
Well, no,
That's all
the real problem is they both left within 6 months of each other. The one had the fiance who no one at the temple knew, and
yeah, but one
they
left
never
much
engaged it.
much longer ago than the other, which lines up with this.
Well,
note I have here.
Neferman left. Serbi's Manu left 6 months after Nefer amended.
Okay.
And grandparents are dead. He has not been heard of. Actually, it's.
I just need to close my windows. The fucking heavens have opened up.
They both left. You know what? Shot in the dark. One other person, I say to the record keeper. Do you have anything on one Idir Ramzir? He was not a native here, so I don't know if, but he did study at the my family's college.
The records for Aegir Ramzir are quite scant. He did not have a permanent residence of here. He did just use the student housing over at the university. Of course, they just need to still have some sort of record of who is coming and going, and he did stay here for at least about 3 years minimum, if you're just counting only his time at the academy. So they do have some very scarce things on him. Does not say that he lives here anymore, does not have any date of birth, or does not have a date of death, because they don't know that. It just has him listed as a student for the Morjamoth Academy. Human male.
Are you looking at Iger again?
Yeah.
Have you gone and talked to the anatomy teacher?
No, I'm not hugely concerned about that. Actually, one thing I could think of. Are there shipping manifests for overseas travel?
They both smuggled themselves across. I remember that.
Oh, did they? I thought it was.
Yeah.
I know Igear did, but like the other.
Iger and the other guy, yeah, the lackey, both smuggled themselves in a ship.
Overseas manifests are not kept here, Princess. Those would probably be at the records for any ports along the exterior of the continent. We might have some for people going across the Sea of Embrace, but overseas, those would not be kept here.
No, that's fine. All right. Much appreciated. All right. I think unless I'm forgetting something huge, I think that's kind of it on my end. So if we want to go back to you, Mr. Laszlo, and your family.
Oh, I just want to describe my dad. He's fine. He's fishing.
Oh.
So yeah, isn't it? I want to see if he was alive.
With the mysteries of the whoever was the original Dauntless, please stand up. Still underway. Some people are off the list of potential candidates, unless Luzig is just doing a fucking 5D chess move or something. But in either case, between Serbies and Nefer Aman, that is going to be on hold unless anything further goes along. So if we're going to skip to the next day, which is when the shield is presumed to be finished, I can erase this 2 and change it to a 3.
Whoa! It's the 3rd of July, baby.
Whoa. It's the 3rd? Oh, yeah.
3rd of July. Everyone start your fireworks mad early.
4th of July
Oh.
Eve. You gotta do the pre-show real quick.
Is that a thing? Do
Yeah.
people fucking do that?
Yeah,
I-
Oh
all,
my
yeah.
God.
I hope I can't. I don't hope
Fuckers.
not, but maybe.
all the time. Especially since I live right next to a park, people love to go there
I'll
to
live
do that
next
shit.
to a big firework
Oh,
that's not
yeah.
used until that day.
Alright, so you... I almost called you Neanderthals for some reason. You
Oh,
people...
Adam.
Wow, Adam.
You
Jesus.
fine feathered folks without the feathers.
Now I'm feathered? Jesus,
Go
man.
to
Fucking bird.
the blacksmith, or Master Nubeti, and his apprentices have been working tirelessly for the last 2 days to craft a diamond quartz shield. As you get into the premises, the apprentices are currently doing the final touches on the actual shield itself, polishing it to a mirror shine, and making sure that the straps and all of the handles are not wiggly at all. Any kind of dings or nicks in the side must be polished out so that it can properly deflect missiles and whatnot. And in the case of this new weapon that I'm going to read, he hands it to you with great pride in his face and expressions everywhere else in his body, and same thing with the apprentices because they worked very hard. This is a Diamond Quartz series weapon made by Master Nubeti.
Alright, so to confirm, this is a tower shield that when I turn it into the phalanx mode, I lose the 5 points of movement, or just for having it?
That's just
Having it out. If you have it
Just having
stowed
it
and you have it
equipped.
on your back, it won't reduce your movement. Like that's also like a thing that I was thinking. Like if you keep both shields, no matter which one you're using, technically you can never be backstabbed because you're going to store one on your back and
dual
use
shield.
whichever one is more appropriate.
Wait, but I thought I was gonna take his Captain America shield.
Well, that was for Daedalus to decide.
Oh.
Do
So-
I get an AC bonus for having 2 shields?
No.
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 You can just get a regular old fucking any old shield. I think it's just as long as there is a shield on your back. Yeah.
Just take in mind you don't get the armor class bonus if the shield is on your back. All it does is prevent you from being backstabbed. You do
Alright.
not get the bonuses for it being equipped.
Alright,
That
so
would
what
be
are
busted.
the stats on this? What sort of
I'm
AC?
glad you asked. This series is called the Diamond Quartz series. This shield is known as Baruti's Mirror, named after your boss.
Oh, what? That's bullshit. He's not even paying for this shit.
His
It's-
face is on it as well. My face.
Hey, can we get a name change there?
Willem Dafoe's mirror.
Obamnish.
I would love an Obama shield. That'd be.
This is a special +2 magical tower shield. Parentheses requires attunement. A master-crafted shield made by Master Nubeti and his apprentices is infused with diamond quartz that not only gives it inherent magical properties, but also a glossy finish.
Bing, sparkle, sparkle.
Component A, Spell Parry. As a reaction, when the caster is subjected to a spell attack roll by a target that they can see, they may attempt a spell parry. Make a dex check, DC is equal to 10 plus the spell's level, in order to deflect the spell, negating the damage and any additional effects. Part B, you may use spell parry when targeted by magic missile and you are guaranteed to succeed unless you are unconscious or cannot see the enemy casting the spell. You still have all the abilities of Tower Shields, which includes the armor class bonus to ranged and the phalanx bonus action phalanx pose.
Okay, so for instance, Moonbeam is like what level?
Moonbeam is
That's
a
a-
saving throw, I think.
Yeah, but Moonbeam's, yeah, it is a saving throw.
You cannot use spell parry versus a saving throw. It is
It would
as
be
Oh,
like
so it's like a
Fireball.
ranged spell attack. is
such
what it
as
says.
let's say
Firebolt.
firebolt.
firebolt. Actually, no,
Magic
you can't.
missiles.
I actually learned this the other day. You can't counterspell cantrips.
Oh,
Can't?
really?
Nope, you can't.
Interesting.
Oh, so I could have just got my spell back, my slots back, because didn't the dragon do like a? I didn't know what it was doing. So. Well, now we
But
know.
in any case, something more like that one level 1 cleric spell that you point at someone and say
Guiding bolt?
fuck yeah,
Yeah.
guiding bolt. That's an example of something that's spell parryable.
Is it anything that has a spell weapon attack?
Got
Weapon
it.
spell weapon attack, yes.
Yeah,
Anything that involves me, the attacker, doing a d20.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately, you can't use it on saving throws.
It's like Finger of Death or
which
something
is
like that.
most
That's gonna
spells.
Be the thing.
Most spells are saving throws. So
I mean,
it is
yeah,
conditional in that effect, but there's no limit besides your reaction and having to see the target.
All right. And what sort of AC bonus does it give?
It is a +2 tower shield, so by default, tower shields give the same bonus as medium shields. But tower shields also get a +2 when attacked by a ranged attack. And when in phalanx stance, you can gain 3/4 cover from ranged attacks, and allies can get half cover when they're adjacent to you.
All right. So normal shields give 2 AC. If this is +2 to that, so this is 4 AC.
Yes. Yep. And conditionally, under getting attacked by ranged attacks, you have another +2. You, of course, have the penalty to your movement speed of a -5 to your base, but you have a +30, so who fucking cares?
Right.
I need that one extra tile, DM. It's
Henry,
55
for
versus
your
60.
knowledge, do you want the information on the homesick shield?
Yeah. What's it called?
The homesick shield, if I remember.
It's homesick. It wants to come home.
Yeah, it's a
Boomerang.
boomerang.
All right, give it to me.
So it
It
is
throws at you.
a +1 shield, so it's 3 AC. And I believe you'd use strength. I want to say yes. So, and it deals 1d6 plus your strength.
Yeah, okay. I'm never gonna use that. Just using for the shield. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, never say never, Henry. You never know.
Hey, okay,
You might have to,
yeah.
you might have to like Captain America to
have-
ping
I
a
have,
story.
I watched
But I
Captain
have-
America the other day.
But I
and
have
got
a
inspired.
bow,
Yeah.
and I have 2 bows, and hey. All right, thank
You
you.
never know.
It does require attunement, by the way, so just keep that in mind. Check your slots if you're overcapped or not, and if you are, happy day.
It is a happy day. I'm on what are my slots am I attunement wise?
Does the homesick shield
Nope.
attunement?
Nope. It's just a shield.
Lit.
Big wins in the world.
Big
I'm
wins.
on 4 of 3, so it's. 10
I'm
of
on 6 of 5.
Fucking yes!
Oh, now I'm
This
also,
guy
I'm
more.
also
I
on
love
4
it.
of 3
It's the best.
because of the 2 bands.
My
But
mind,
listen.
my brain blast is all worth it.
But Brave
Well,
Blast-
luckily I don't need the skeleton robe anymore because of
Bush
my
blast.
wisdom.
Well, now that everyone's nice and overcapped, except for Varus, I guess.
Let me double check. Actually, I did not double check.
Ooh.
Wait, let's find out.
Ooh.
Peer
Varys, come
pressure.
on, peer pressure.
Pussy.
Are you
I got
not
my-
overclocking, you bitch?
I've got my hand, my armor, King's Mind, and no, I don't. I'm not overcapped.
Wow, what a bitch!
Oh,
You
I'm
see
not
this
doing that
guy,
either. You
guys?
shouldn't.
You shouldn't be cool. And what do you mean?
You shouldn't use more power.
You shouldn't be
Well,
overclocking.
alright,
Come
picture
on.
this. I go to
Okay.
hit the fucking.
We don't
I
need
go to
this.
hit. I go to hit the dragon, and then I have to do your dumb rolls, and then I wind up exploding instead. Varus is already down. You guys have taken damage, and then we get wiped to a fucking dragon.
How long have they been overcapped? Has anyone ever blown up?
At the time, I have been at very high overcap, and nothing bad
There's
happened.
300 things on this wild magic table, and not all of them are blow up.
Well, you said
I
not
nearly
all of
sunk.
them.
I sunk and got my shoes covered in shit. That was the one thing that happened. When I
That
had
was
to
like the
be-
worst thing to happen.
You guys couldn't
Yeah.
understand me for a while. That was great.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I had that one as well. That's pretty funny.
Had a stroke and just couldn't speaking.
It was pretty. Yeah, magically induced
Couldn't
straight.
speak common, you know. It's great old times.
Love it. You thought like, oh, he's just being Ashes Laszlo. You like fucking
Yeah,
rubbed it off.
I
It's like, oh, he's just doing a funny thing. Like,
He's just being
Yeah.
Laz. It's just Laz.
I was just swearing at you all the whole time.
Fuck you, you
So
bitch.
many gamer words. were
Oh,
in
look
there.
at your fucking stupid ears, which I also have.
All right, so you got your shield, you got your money transferred into gold.
Oh no, we didn't yet. Did
Can we do that? That's done. Done.
Well,
Well, what
Adam
was the
said it.
calculation again?
Hold on, let's spend the Zidra bucks first.
On
Those,
what?
Okay.
those aren't
Just-
calculated in the
These are
gold
not.
to Samir though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Let's spend these first.
What do you want
But
us
on
to do?
what? Are we
spend
gonna
it?
waste them on something we don't need just because we don't want to have them, or
You could put them
If
back
you-
in the treasury
because
and be like, I'll pick
there's
the rest
not
up.
there
but-
there's not an unlikely chance that we're gonna come back here. So it's like
If you guys don't want to carry them, I'll put them in the bag of holding.
Well, do we want to see if we can buy more like crystal quartz with it?
They
We
can't,
well,
because
the
there's-
issue wasn't the cost. Also,
It's-
no, Baruti won't take that money. He don't
He don't-
jive with the
Yeah,
with the
there's
more
more
moths.
so, yeah.
Okay. Does anyone need anything then? I'm trying to check our boxes. I'm
Is
not
there
buying
any? No.
DM, how much money would you think that I would have spent for the quiver and arrows?
all the other bugs. The best ever.
Probably in the Samir count. Probably cost you about 90 Samir.
Princess, you can buy me that if you'd like.
We have 62,925's worth of Odderbuck remaining.
But Odgerbucks don't translate to platinum, so then you have to do some crazy math to translate
Like,
that.
I was thinking if anyone needed anything more important. No offense.
Wow, that is important. What happens if something comes from long range?
You get behind the
Look
tower
at
shield.
Barris, like-
As the wise dwarf speaking inside of me, we could buy real estate and rent it.
Have passive income.
Oh my! Den.
It's not a bad
hold,
idea.
hold on. There's a person we can go speak to for this. She was a dwarf as well. She was smoking a cigar. She was pretty
Okay.
smoking. She's kind of hot.
I'm gonna ask the question though. How many days do you really think that's gonna take? Versus we just save the money for stuff that we might actually need, rather than spend
I'm
it
with
to
Barris.
potentially make money.
Well,
I'm with
if
Barris
we,
on this one.
I hear what you're saying, but like if we buy this, just let it
Deborah.
accrue money, and the next time we come here, it's just like here's
Okay.
20 grand in Samir, by the way.
Daughterless, in your year since you woke up in the middle of Rutash with no memory, when was the last time you bought a house?
We could technically buy a house in Oldport. We were asked to if we wanted.
Oh yeah, we were.
Well, did
we can't
have
use
to
that with
spend it?
Odderbucks.
Yeah. Can
Well,
you? I don't know if we could buy a
The
whole bunch of
Odgerbucks
stuff.
don't work on just regular
Yeah,
stuff.
so I
There are
guess- yeah.
specialty shops here in the upper district. Like
Do
magic.
you want to buy more diamonds? Yes,
Alright.
We
do
could
that.
buy more diamonds because Varys died.
Actually, that is.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah,
idea.
diamonds. That's a good. Get some. So at least what? And we have a little pouch. We get a nice little pouch for them, and then we make sure that we all have enough. If we die, someone that can heal us can use that on us. Sound good? That's a pretty.
Well, I
pretty
used mine,
wise.
but everyone should still have theirs. I think.
Oh,
Yeah, I
well, we
got
can
my-
buy
yeah.
more. because
We can buy more. Okay.
Why not?
See there, that makes sense. But
There you
like,
go.
Okay.
And
Well,
that's
this
like.
is. I'm not trying to stump just for the real estate. I'm just saying, like, we should. If we're gonna buy something, we should buy it now.
Who needs real estate when you got a funny little place you can just go at night? The little
Either the
Carlos's
dorm or
land,
the negative zone, whichever one you'd like.
Yeah, you know.
I like
go with
calling
the-
it the negative zone, by the way. That's a good thought, Dowdy. That's a good one. I like it.
I stole it.
Good job.
Nothing is OC.
OC Donut Steel.
So yeah, do you want to just retop up on those? Is there any cool spells I need? Hold on, let me check my book.
Yeah.
I might need like a requirement,
I
which is
guess
like a.
I guess you guys could help me buy the some of the components that I need for my thesis and stuff. You guys want to help me out with that?
What do you need?
I need a couple of things. I need a chest that's worth 6,000 gold, and I need to build it myself. And so I need the materials worth of 6,000 gold. And I need a couple of other. I need like about 10,000 gold worth of materials in order to do it.
All right.
I'll do that.
Question regarding the chest: does it just like if you make it out of solid gold or something like that, or does it like?
Well, it actually has to be worth 6,000 gold. So
Well,
yes.
what I'm asking is, does it need to be like worth it in like a 1-to-1, or is it like could we buy really fancy wood?
I'd prefer it to be as out of a hardy type of metal.
Oh, so
Gold.
gold.
Steel.
Yeah, gold is not. Yeah, gold kind of sucks.
Well, just
I
'cause
need
you
gold for
it's
the
like you would need-
magical conduits. Magical conduit because it's a very good way
Good,
of
So the reason I'm
conducting
saying, the reason
arcane.
I'm asking is like, all right, so we have several options. We could buy really like fancy fucking wood, but that's not sturdy.
Or if you just buy a chest that's the
Um,
size of a house.
Yeah, well, that's
Just
what I
live
was
in
gonna
it.
say. It's like the idea of like, oh, I can fucking bodybuild vegan by just eating broccoli. It's like you would need the amount of broccoli you need to eat is just like
Just eat
preposterous.
one little thing of uranium.
It's like you could buy steel, but like you need to build like a chest the size of a small building. Gold is too brittle. I don't think you can make a box out of crystals and shit.
Just melt down the Algebra box.
Guys, we can make it out of
He'd be
platinum.
fuming. He's like
What about
crying.
like
Like someone-
We
what
can
about
make
like
it out
a-
of steel.
and just diamond encrust it?
And just, yeah, that's yeah. I need that. So we can just, if you guys want to help me out, just spend 10,000 gold's worth of it materials.
Remember,
I
if
said it
we're
was
doing,
6,000.
if we can spend the platinum on it, platinum is one platinum is 10 gold. So if we're spending them at the previously approved establishments, you divide the cost by
the
10.
jewelry store, yeah, and just
Yeah.
apply that on there. So I could also get a gilded skull, and I could, if need be, I could summon an undead. Kind of funny.
Summon on, you mean?
Yeah, I could be like, hey, Split, come over here. I need some help right now to maybe do a thing or two, and then I could do that. That's all I need. That's all I need. You know, you never know when you need a funny little skeleton or something, or a ghost or a ghoulie.
On that line of thought, I wonder if they take these bucks down in the under sewers.
Why would they? They're illegal.
Well, same thing. Is I could just.
We don't have the password to get in.
I could get
we only had the
300
day
gold's
pass.
worth of something and then gild it. Now look at Kalos. You can gild shit, right?
Give you a thumbs up. I just need a work area. And I can do it.
They did they?
Alright, find a skull.
Oh, you need a skull? No. I go
need a
into my
skull.
bag of holding.
Bitch, I got a skull. You got a skull? You dead ass?
No.
Got my skulls.
Okay, well,
Bitch took my skull.
So listen, if not, don't worry about it. I have other ways of getting the type of material anyway. I just need to get the soul home. and we'll be
whoa,
fine.
thunder. Not here, but I think there's thunder somewhere.
Oh, it was raining over here.
Fucking
New York.
hell.
Yes, our weather affects.
New York.
New York. I do. We have a related weather sometimes. It's quite cool. Whatever you have, I get like this. I get the hand-me-down weather. Cool. Yeah. I mean, what gilded? Does that mean it have to be gilded and gold, or is gilded just like it has something on it? I don't know what the actual word for gilding. Gilded meaning. Covered thinly with gold leaf or gold paint. Okay. So that's something you can do then, or get someone to do. DM, would I know that would Warus be able to do that, or would I need a specialist?
Make gilded wood?
Gilded, like a gilded skull or something.
Well, you would require a large. Well, Warus is not so much in like that's a.
Would that be a Chuck Thackeray kind of thing? Or he's an appraiser, isn't he?
I think it was the jeweler because I remember I had to buy
He was
something.
yeah.
I had to buy something for my component.
Coating
don't
an
know if it would be-
entire
yeah.
skull in gold is not the same thing as making a dainty little ring. So, you do need a bit of a larger, furnace, so to speak. Jewelry crafting does require a different set of tools, and if you want to just dunk a skull in
That,
scalding
yeah.
hot gold and then cover it in plating. It's requires a little bit of a more brutish
It does say that there's like
touch.
gold leaf that you can do for the act of gilding in real life. So
Well,
gilded, yeah, whatever you.
Refineries in magical times versus what you can reasonably do with modern technology to make gold leaf is a bit different and requires a bunch of dudes
Yeah.
with hammers. But for the most part, gilding something in this scenario would essentially just be drizzling it in liquid gold.
Okay, but I could get someone to do that. I didn't have a skull. Fuck, I need to get a skull.
Does it need to be a human skull?
Because I had to get a gilded flower.
It
to
doesn't say
cast
human
Summon
skull.
Fae.
It just says skull.
Rat
Oh,
skull.
you could have took the dragon skull.
Yeah, but Warris
You
was
don't
the one
carry
who
that
came up with
fucking shit around
I
like.
blew that in half.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
We
Would
could hunt
brain
a rat
work?
skull. It has to be a skull. It says here on the specifics of this one. I suppose it's like a vessel or whatever.
Oh, why is
Could
this-
we hunt a rat? Dip it in 300 gold's worth of get Nubiti to cook up some gold and we just dunk it in. That could work.
You're gonna ask New BT?
I
Dunk
think
this.
you're going to
grand.
need multiple rat skulls though, because they
I
are
got a
quite
bandolier
small.
of
Dude,
rats.
Rat King.
I could have a rat king bandolier of
You
rats.
summon a Rat King and it's just fucking useless because it's just a bunch of
I
rats.
can't move. Why did you summon me?
It's just a bunch of rats in a giant rat suit.
Oh man, it's the big rat from that German
So,
thing.
what kind of skull are we going to be hunting for?
Something comparable.
Get a fish.
Fish. A fish would be on theme for Leslie. So the spell, just for context, it's in the staff of Black Omens, and it's summon undead. It says a gilded skull worth at least 300 GP. So whatever you would deem enough rat skulls, when I can attach onto a
One
necklace.
regular human skull, or I'm going to say you're going to need at least 5 rat skulls.
Okay, gang. I look to the group, guys. I need at
Specifically
least
to
this
Varys
amount
because
of.
he has beasts underneath his favorite enemy.
I need you to hunt me rats. We need to preserve the skulls, and then somehow, maybe Kalos can do this, but we could also go to Nubiti and be like, I need you to dunk these in
Hey,
a crucible.
Grandmaster Blacksmith, can you dunk these skulls into?
I'll pay you good.
So this just summons the ghost of whatever we.
Not necessarily. It's like a focus, so I can call upon the spirits and such in times of need, potentially.
Do I need any?
I mean, I
Rat
think
skull
you're gonna,
hunting.
honestly, I think you're gonna have difficulty finding remains in. Like,
Well,
a
I would
5 mile
rather,
radius.
hey, can I get a rat skull? And hey, does anyone have any human skulls?
No, I get what you're saying.
that's
What
gonna
I'm
turn
saying-
some.
No. What I'm saying is all the remains of the area kind of vacated.
Yeah. It's not clandestine though. There's always a flat rat. You know what I'm saying?
They have
I've seen
flat
them.
skulls, so might need more.
I could wear them.
Are flat rats a real thing, or is this like
Yes,
something
I've
that...
told you, Varys, they're a real thing.
I'm
I've seen
talking
them.
about-
I've seen the flat rats. They're real. I'm
Well,
not.
what you could do is you can go fishing for like sharks or something.
Sharks' skulls are also made of cartilage.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the same as calcified bone, so does not count as a skull.
Oh yeah.
It's like trying to make a fucking skull out of the stuff that forms your nose.
Yeah.
Does it have to be a skull?
Yes,
There's a
it
skull.
has to be a
Well,
skull
could it
of
just
some
be
sort.
bones?
It has to be a skull. It says.
Great.
I don't want to go grave robbing because that's bad, and there's probably not many graves.
I'm pretty
to-
sure this place already got
Yes.
grave robbed when
Yeah.
that other guy showed up.
Yeah, he took all of the good shit. Well, yeah, it's not urgent. But I just think it'd be really useful to have while we have the time to get it. So.
Well,
Well, are we hunting for rats or are we?
I'll
maybe
also
going to
accept
Soho?
horse
seeing
and
if
camel
they have
skulls.
well, those are gone too. Those got incinerated.
I buy a camel and just fucking kill it. Like, no, that'd be so mean.
I'm
Hey,
gonna
can
get
I
you a
buy
new
that
life.
cam off you?
Bop! You're dead. Killed you.
Hold on.
Hold on, maybe I can make you a skull.
No, if you summon your greater steed, the
It's
skull
a
will not remain.
spiritual.
Oh no, I was gonna summon the Greater Steed, but not for that purpose.
Well, Varus, you would be so kind. Could you find me that amount of rats?
I could try.
Well, rats are considered to be beasts, so tracking them will be very easy for Varus. They're not exactly the most intelligent of creatures. They are just tiny and like to scurry about. If you want to find these skulls to promptly murder them and remove their skulls, I'm going to need you to make a survival check for tracking
Okay.
rats.
After you do that, I'd like to have a word with you.
You shouldn't be doing that.
I
You
have
shouldn't be
to
helping
find my
Laszlo. Don't
D20.
enable him.
Which
That-
No,
one?
I have a thing that I had an idea.
One of these is my D20 bag.
Don't enable Laszlo to get funny little
I'll
rats.
give you a +5 to searching for rats.
He's a
But
cool cat.
I think
don't-
it's funny.
Okay.
All right, that's +5 plus my +8. That is a 21 total, I think, if I'm doing that math right.
21 rat skulls. No.
I was gonna ask if you want
Yeah.
bigger skulls, I have a better way of getting them.
Yeah?
What's flying around here?
Flying
Would be
rats. I'm kidding.
We never looked up. We never looked up.
Pigeons.
Look, we didn't know there were 2 moons.
Isn't that also like cartilage? You're a medicine man. I guess you know what.
No, birds have skeletons.
They're just
I think the
relatively
rats
hollow
would be kind of
bones.
cool. The rats would be cool.
I was gonna say
Street-
we can get you like
street
a
rat,
vulture or an eagle or something, and I could just conjure a griffin and have him just like pluck him out of the sky.
Well, you already
I mean-
see Varys going to the market stalls where people are doing their street food vending, and you essentially are just waiting for rats to peek their heads out looking for scraps, and whichever way you nab them, be it with a full drawn longbow or just grabbing them up by the tail when they try to scurry into a little crevice, Varys, go ahead and roll a d10, please. That's how many rats you get.
Okay.
You might have extra.
I'm gonna have a flavor of rat
All
skulls.
right, one of these is also here. D10. There we go. Ooh.
10
yeah,
rats.
excess. 10 rats.
10 rats! Yeah! Hell yeah!
You can make a necklace, an armband, and anklets, and a little belt buckle too.
Dude, you can make a rat head flail.
A little rat
That's a lot
accessories.
of rat heads.
Well,
Or like a
got a
cat
lot-
of nine tails.
Rat.
No,
Rat-o.
Ratatail. Ratatail.
Is
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Laszlo being controlled by the rats, or is the rats
Rat-a-ten-tails.
controlling? Varys hunted a bunch of rats for Laszlo.
He hands them into you in a little bundle where all their tails are like weaved together.
Thank
And he
you.
hands you all of
I
those.
just hand you the dead rats. Said I had to kill all these rats for you. You can handle the rest.
Thank you.
Involve decapitating them and then
We're
cleaning the skulls.
we're doing this in broad daylight, and everyone's just staring.
What?
The
We're
heroes of
folk
Karach.
heroes.
I killed all the rats.
I'm cleaning up the city
Why, Sora?
more again.
I'm assuming everyone, when they play Starfield, they're gonna take that quirk.
Isn't that so funny?
What, eat
Isn't that
people?
so
No, the one
fucking
where you have the
quirky?
fucking not the adoring fan follow you.
I would want to take him
that's so
somewhere.
funny.
Maybe like my ship would be above the sun, and then I'd kick him out, and then he dies.
I'll just take him to one of the randomly generated areas that has like no NPCs or
and leave
buildings.
him
Just
there.
leave him there.
Oh my god, you're not leaving here. Comes back.
He
all,
probably
like,
TP'd
grizzled,
you when you got into your ship, though, if I had to imagine.
grizzled away.
Yeah, I literally imagine that they just took.
Can I
the
like put him on the
fucking-
front of the ship on the outside?
I
As,
don't
like,
think
a
we're gonna have that much freedom. Despite what
mods.
Todd would say.
Mods.
What, use
come
him as
on.
a fucking What do they call
Keep it on the
the?
front of my ship. But I
the-
haven't.
Hood
Yeah.
ornament.
Realistically, I feel like the thing is the game doesn't account for passage of time, so he doesn't die of. You leave him on this planet and you come back and he's just there. He didn't like die of exposure at any point. He's just there, like
I feel like they're gonna do the laziest thing. It's literally just gonna be the adoring fan in all the ways that he worked in Oblivion, and it's just like, isn't this a funny thing you recognize from our other games? Laugh and clap.
I clapped. All right. So you have a bundle of 10 rats added to your inventory.
Got it. A bundle of 10.
Now I need you to butcher them, one at a
Okay.
time. Go ahead and make a survival check to butcher the rats. You don't need to do it 10 times, just once.
you can roll that advantage. I'll point you
Each
out
one
the.
screams.
I'll point out the spot. Before you get started, I give some pointers on where to start, so you can
I could cook. I could cook meals.
So yeah, roll that
You
advantage.
need a dagger
Shoot a
for
little.
this.
Fuck you, Ratatouille. Fuck you. 15.
My name's Fievel.
Fuck you, especially. No.
Damn immigrants.
Oh God.
That's
Yeah, I got a
what-
15 on the survival.
I know what that's from. That's not cool, Adam.
What? He's a rat or a mouse or whatever.
He was promised that there are no
There are
cats,
no cats in America.
Flushed away rat.
Yeah, well,
these
shoot, there's
days.
no cats. There's just fucking bears hunting you down in cold blood.
There are no cats in Nupolis.
Who's keeping track
There's
of
lots of cats here.
Flat, the Audra
I have
We
an
haven't
amount
spent
here.
any yet, so
I have
Well,
the
you
amount
can-
written down
you
of
can-
what's remaining.
You can deduct at least 30 because I would buy the 300. I would go to one of the. We would if we're gonna restock on diamonds at least 30 for me to get
The
my
fuck
charge
is it?
for Revivify.
Okay.
So you take the
6,
bundle of
2,
rats into a dark
6.
alleyway, you get some sort of like a meat cleaver, and the rest of you just hear the cracking of bone hitting the metal
That's just
cleaver,
whistling away.
and
like,
then the
"Ah,"
occasional little wince or squeak as the last
from
bit
last
of
load.
air exits the rat's lungs.
Oh,
Times 10.
Got their skulls. Skulls. Cleaned. Okay.
I mean, wait, DM, how many of those rats were flat rats?
A majority of them. In fact, 100% of them.
now they believe me. I have them adorned. Like,
They have a very unique skull as opposed to a regular rat. It is indeed flatter than usual, allowing it to crawl into low elevation places where other rats cannot, assuming that their heads are flat enough to fit through something. Kind of like a squid, where they can fit through any surface that is larger than their beak.
I fucking
Any-
looked right at the camera when you said squid. Sorry. I was looking out and I heard squid. My hacking head turned.
But the flat rats themselves, they can fit into very, very tiny crevices. Even like if you find like the stones that comprise a building, if there's not enough mortar in between them and there's enough gap in between them, these flat rats can squeeze into almost any location that is probably about like, if you took a stack of like 30 sheets of paper, they could fit through anything like that. It's quite small. And they use that to their advantage in camouflage by covering themselves in sand, being almost completely like a flounder.
Cool. Holy shit.
And their heads are obviously wider than usual, so each one is almost like a tiny dragon scale in terms of size.
Oh, that's cool.
And they're almost like shaped like an arrowhead, narrower at the tip near the
Even
nose,
cooler.
and then widens out towards where their ears would be. The rest of their body is comprised of very, very flexible bone, comparable to cartilage, but not quite as flexible. And their rib cages are specialized, almost like they can rotate, so that when you instead of having a rib cage like fashion, they can pivot it 90 degrees, so that they almost like when like a jet fighter, when it goes into like a high speed mode, like the little fins on the side depress.
Yeah.
And their
Oh,
organs are also incredibly tiny.
F-35 flat rat. All right. Now
Now they're dead.
Now I need to gild this in some way. That's the next step.
The next step in covering a rat skull in gold can be as simple as going towards the smithy, explaining your weird predicament, and him passing on that task to one of the apprentices, because frankly, That is a very, very...
I just made you this great tower shield, and you want me to do this to a rat? Yes, yeah. Get a lackey to do it, sure. Like,
Fuck you, buddy. Get out of here.
If you can provide your own gold, it
Yep.
would reduce the cost. If
Sure.
you don't have any gold, you can pay money and they'll outsource it to another person.
I have the gold. I will give the gold. There you go.
So it's 300 gold worth of gold. Most of the price comes from the gold. The
Yeah,
rat
yeah.
skulls themselves are not very expensive.
They're
And then
valuable
the-
to me. It's
And the
sentimental.
labor cost of the apprentice is going to bring the total of it's normally conducted in gold, so we can do it times 3 to do for Samir. It's going to
Okay.
cost you 930 Samir.
There you go.
And you hand them the gold and a pile of cleaned rat skulls. The apprentice looks down at them and is like, "Is this really what my task for today is, master?"
Yeah.
And then he's just like, yeah, it's money.
Money's money.
Time is money, friend. Hurry up.
I don't say to him like, at least he's not a human skull. Like, it's a rat skull. It's fine.
Morbid
No, I
as it
would-
is a task that is suited for an apprentice. The time that it'll take is actually relatively quick. Gold has a relatively low melting point, and then just quenching it will bring it back to its regular ambient temperature, and can be affixed to whatever thing you need it to be it in a necklace, an anklet, or maybe a belt buckle, or if you want to get really crazy with it, you make a crown. But that's up to you. Anyways, it's going to take about 3 hours to do so.
Okay.
He's not doing anything decorative with it, he's just like melting the gold, dunking the rat skull, and quenching it. There's a bit more tact to it than that, but that is essentially the spark nuts.
Okay.
And you have 10 gilded rat skulls.
What can I do with these?
I have so many skulls to do activities.
I know there's a lot.
I can make a little shuriken.
They need to be like conglomerated together in some way. Maybe like a little like necklace.
Or you can make like just like a bandolier.
Sure. Yeah. I got like a leather strap somewhere going around. Which I already wear. I'll adorn that. Can I do maybe a necklace actually? Yeah. I'll do a necklace.
You weave the leather strap through the little eye holes of the skulls, and you bandolier yourself a rat skull necklace. It is not very appealing to, say, the higher class cultures, and if anything, it just looks like a barbarian who got a little too fancy with his transmog. In any case, you have
I
your
don't-
skulls.
Thank you. I don't need to wear it now. I only need to pull that out when I need to use the spell. So
Nope,
I'll
nope.
put
Change your model on Tailspire to have gilded rat skulls, please.
that.
$5.
Thank you. Okay, guys, that's everything on my end.
That's taken care of. Is there anything else left in the Sanctus side of things that we need to do?
I just exchange money, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the amount that I needed. Yep.
Yeah, what
I
was
got
the exchange again?
So since Samir is 3 times gold rate, you just divide it by 3, and then multiply it by 0.95 for the 5% transactional fee. If it comes out to a decimal, which I know for a fact it will because you're dividing by 3, and then multiplying it by another decimal point, money does not round up.
You said times 0.95, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Damn, I have 8 trillion gold.
You did the calculation wrong. Gilded flat rat's necklace, 300 GP.
Once you guys have all your money taken care of, not including Audra bucks, because those are funny money, I'm going to put the estimated time that it took for the rat skulls to be gilded into account. We are on this 3rd day of July, and all of your other accounts would bring us to about 2 o'clock p.m. when all of these things are concluded. Any last calls in the Sanctus stuff before we skedaddle over back to Rutash and I can throw a bunch of shit at you, metaphorically speaking?
No, just whenever you get the chance, if you could post the flowy armor. That's like later. Other than that, I can't think of anything.
I'll need to do some scrubbing for that. But if there's nothing else, going once, going twice, and then Laszlo does his funny dance.
Well, I mean, I gotta look at the group. Where do you want me to go?
We could start in Ulport, and then we can.
Well,
head to
that's where we
Solheim.
have to teleport anywhere. Oh no, I forgot we could teleport.
We can go to either.
Let's
or,
go to
but, like,
Oldport first, so he can see his husband.
All right. If everyone is in
Okay.
cooperation,
A minute dance. I'm not doing the 7th level. I'm doing the lower level. You don't get the the quick dance.
the
You have your gems?
teleportation circles.
I got gems. Yeah.
Okie dokie. So, we're gonna go ahead and say that you use the teleport to a defined destination, so that there's no funny business.
Oh,
are-
port.
You are casting a spell, and are you overcapped?
I am. So I need to
Let's-
roll a D100.
Oh boy.
We're looking for a 10 or below, folks.
I mean, we're not.
97.
Damn it. That's the opposite spectrum.
That's like the highest. Yeah. All good.
So, no funny business. You sit in the teleportation circle waiting for Laszlo to finish his funny dance, snickering as you might be. I don't know.
Don't laugh, fuckers.
It's traditional.
I'll teleport to the bottom of the sea.
Does a teleportation circle spell actually? Is that just flavor?
It's
the
mists. It's mist. The dance is because I'm the blade singer.
Okay.
I'm doing the dance with the sword. I put the gems in the. Yeah, I've done it before. That's when I took us back to Solheim from the werewolf camp.
And we're teleporting back to the teleportation circle inside.
The safe room, which
Of
they
the
now
safe.
know. Yeah, they know that that's been
Do
happening.
we
and
feel really cold when we get back?
It is a drop in temperature going from approximately 85 degrees ambient temperature in Anupolis to... That's Fahrenheit, by the way. Celsius.
My fucking skin.
To approximately 20 degrees to 30 degrees Fahrenheit in... I mean, it is technically summer,
And
so
we're
it's
inside.
not crazy.
What
and
kind
it's
of
inside,
place is
so,
this?
so it's approximately 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
And is it how many hours back is it?
5.
8 hours? 5 hours back? So it's oh,
Oh, damn it.
in time for breakfast. Late breakfast, I guess.
So 5 hours back is
Did
9
you
o'clock.
forget something, Andrew?
No, am I still in the game?
You gotta kiss your husband
'Cause I'm like,
Kills
on the
fire?
lips.
I haven't summoned anyone to this
Oh, okay,
particular
I was
map.
gonna
That's
say.
why. I just have it because I didn't
yeah,
want it
'cause
to be.
I
the
gotta change
default
back
map.
to. I gotta change back to like normal clothes.
Okay.
Professional.
Yes, yes. You guys can change into your winter clothes so you don't freeze to death the moment you step out into the. I mean,
Yeah, I
you
wouldn't have
won't-
done
you
that,
won't freeze
like-
to death anyways because it's summer.
Summertime.
White boys.
That's the song I
summer.
sing.
Summertime sadness.
I don't sing. I just do a dance.
Okay. And I am going to go ahead and, even though it's not 3 hours yet, I do want to break it here before we get into this because, one, I have to pee really
Nothing's
bad,
happened.
and two, there's going to be a lot that I need to tell, and I don't want to do it with a full bladder. So,
Or dumb.
intermission.
Fine. We're in the
Intermission?
safe.
We're in
let's-
all we're fine, guys. We're in Allport. We're
Let's
far
call
away
it
from the
at
incursion.
15 minutes from now.
All the problem was in Solheim. It can't have come to
We can't
Solheim.
come all the way this way.
Little all over.
I'm back.
Not put this away yet, but I will when I'm done.
Oh, that guy.
Oh,
Pause the game.
can you also put the gravitas bow?
Yeah, I gotta find it though.
Okay. Whenever you have a chance.
Just open Elden Ring.
I spent the break after I took a shit looking through the old VOD because I needed to find in that fucking 5.5 hours where I was talking about the weapons. And the first one I found was the armor.
Why can't we
Yes.
have people that do a critical role and they timestamp everything? Like,
Clean it up, Jamie.
Because
yeah, Andrew says the bad word here.
just ask our
That
followers.
much.
Ask our 44
Well,
followers.
most of the followers are in this fucking chat right now.
Well, Adam bans all our followers.
Because they keep asking me if
They're
I want a
bots.
promo,
Hot
or if they're a bot.
cuties. What, you're keeping all the hot cuties out, Adam.
All the singles in my area just keep vanishing.
Where are they going? They're getting taken up.
Come on. Nice money.
Place order and pay.
Alright, let's close
Come on.
this.
Come on, pizza place. It did it. Let me
Alright,
have
which
to run
one of
away
you
back to the door.
people are not here?
I believe everyone is here. Say something if you're not
I'm
here.
not here. Ha 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 ha.
Funny man.
You asleep?
Pigeon sound, hello?
Pigeon pet.
He's quiet now.
Oh, okay.
Is it a
You
bloke?
sleep?
A bloke pigeon?
We think so.
Did you shoot it?
Did you check the cloaca?
Did you
No,
shoot
we
it?
did not check it.
My dad shot him from England somehow.
Those are the real flat
It's
rats.
genuinely
those
not
pigeons.
that bad, like, but my dad, I think he's nearer to the tree where they roam. Oh, is the stream visuals back on? I can show it. Check this out. I got this. I got a sticker made.
Your camera's not on.
Oh, you bull sack. Hold on.
Hey, don't
Fuck
you
you.
fucking
I'm
say
calling
that
myself a
about
bull
us.
sack. Look, a sticker of a thing I painted.
It looks like a rock.
Now we gotta wait for the VOD to catch up.
It's a
Yeah.
little wooden figurine of a big bozo that beat up some
You
characters
can
in a comic I
barely-
made.
You can barely see it. It just looks like a black slab.
Yeah, really.
I will send an image of it in the D&D chat because that's safer and you can see it. Fucking cameras, honestly. Fuck them.
Cameras, what's the
God.
deal with them? You can't hack them, but you can eat them. Wait, no.
What's the deal with cameras? Whoa. What you sound like, right?
Let's go to the Dolan Estate map. That'll be a nice one.
Ooh, I'm a hop
Oh,
on
what's
a
left of it? He was fine.
Bam,
there
bam,
you go.
bam, no.
Oh,
Well,
just
Bam,
fire.
bam,
Adam
bam,
just
bam.
well, here's all the stuff. Pretty much.
Well,
yeah.
guys, you guys all
Dang
died.
nabbit.
You know what? I'm
Ooh.
load the tail
There you
spire
go.
too.
Well, you're all dead. I just want you to guys know that, first off.
So here's a new sheet. Right, and
I got a new campaign
Adam,
for us,
Adam had
guys.
like mailed it to us, and like it arrives just at the right time. Yeah, I put it in the D&D chat, so I got a sticker made.
Bam, 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 no.
That's the scale of it compared to a regular cup.
Ugh, you drink Starbucks, Dad?
I don't drink Starbucks. Okay,
God,
a Star
such a
Cups.
phony.
Just a cup, dude.
Oh, I can read all your DMs in the background.
Oh yeah, good luck with that.
It's actually really fucking blurry.
Yeah.
I know
made
one
it
of
that
them
way.
is Andrew because it looks like the skull thing.
Yeah. That's just me talking about stickers with someone from work that told me about this sticker company. So.
Bam, 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 no.
Alright, so you
You're
guys
back.
teleport into the Dolan Estate. There, inside of his massive safe that requires at least 7 knock spells to get out of, is nice and chill. The ambient temperature here, while stagnant and cool, is very clean and crisp. Of course, he has all of his stuff in the safes around here, and considering you did give him a warning that you're going to be back soon, and also he gets a ping whenever someone uses his thingamabob, there's so many ways for you to not get trapped in here. It does require a bit of waiting, because obviously someone needs to come down the stairs and open up the safe. In this case, it is going to be the master himself, accompanied by the very, very large man with the flaming sword that you know to be his head of security. Let me just click over to this thingamajig over here. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, that's Thernado, not to be pronounced with Thernodolin. Very similar sounding first names. In any case, so the vault is opened, and the first thing you see is a very, very happy to see you individual. The first one he greets is, of course, his betrothed, the Princess Hualong. Your betrothed gives you a nice warm hug as you enter his estate and are back into his neck of the woods. The head of security does not hug you.
Imagine the security hug. Hug me too, please.
Rios goes up to the head of security. He's trying to imitate human behavior, so he goes to hug the head of security, and then everyone's in Callus is just like, no, bad kitty.
Krios, don't. No. I mean, if he wants to hug you, sure.
As you are now in the estate, you notice the change in temperature, and it is quite cool to some of you folks, and it's not as sweat-inducing as, say, Sanctus year-round. You don't need to change clothes immediately. There's no risk of hypothermia, especially since you're indoors in a nice temperature-controlled climate. Once he is done hugging you, take a step back and looks at the rest of you to make sure that, one, all of you have all your heads on your body and you're not missing anyone. No one's being stabbed in the back actively at the moment. And everyone seems to be happy.
Everyone has a nice tan.
True. Most of you will be tanner than usual. In any case, once everyone is done accommodating each other, he leads you out of the vault so that you're not talking in the vault, because it's kind of like no place to sit, unless you count the floor. And he takes you back into the location of one of the dining areas, as you all sit down, and wants to get a debriefing from mostly the princess, but the rest of you can chime in.
We're not cool enough, guys.
We're not we're not Sanctus
cool,
anymore.
right?
We have to pretend
We're cool again.
We don't have to pretend
Yeah.
to.
we don't have to pretend that we like worship the princess.
Oh, I was fucking.
That was
Cool.
horrible.
It was
My
cool
God.
for a time, but yeah.
Alright,
You
You got
got-
shit done, so yeah.
a lot probably happened while you guys were away. Is there anything that I should know about? Did you renegotiate trade agreements? Are we getting a better cut?
That didn't really happen, but we're in much better standing now.
You
They're
are.
not well, by proxy. They're not particularly upset anymore, so that's good.
What were they upset about?
Not hearing from us collectively.
Oh, well, that makes two of us. You didn't contact me for the entire time. You're alive
what
and
happened?
well. Yes, I know, but you didn't have 30 seconds to message me? Alright.
It's just a text. It's
Oh,
just a text. It
wheeling
doesn't
across
take
the
much.
table.
Damn, son.
You know, I'm not doing it to be controlling. I just worry. I didn't want to.
True.
Eesh.
True.
We all have stakes in this, be it emotional or financial, so it would have been nice to know that you are safe and secure, because it does hold the business relationship afloat. Not to say that I don't care for your opinions on things, but I don't really know you that well, and you're constantly coming in and out, so either case, if everything is still on the table the way it is before any potential negotiations have come across, our business deals with the Morgemoth families are going to maintain a nice, healthy, long relationship. Is there anything else that I need to know about?
Assassins are dealt with. They should not be a problem anymore.
I cleared my name. I'm not a killer, which is wicked, as we previously talked about. Yeah. followed
I'm
up on
sure
all that.
you've killed something in the past.
Yeah, but in that context, so that's all. So,
Murder, blame for murder. Self-defense is okay.
Well,
it's a reasonable sense.
all sorted on that front.
if there's no
That's
more
good.
lingering shadows, then is it safe to assume you're gonna settle down? Or is that an unsafe assumption?
Me personally, I'd love to live here at some point. Yeah, kind of cool.
Well, I'm mostly referring to.
Oh, apologies.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, sorry. That we.
Laz is just like, what, you
I
don't want to know
can't.
about my day?
Yeah.
You don't want to know
I've seen you
about
2
my
months, boss man.
plans?
I've known you longer than you known the princess. That's what I'm saying. Who messaged you?
No ring on this
Me.
finger, I'm just saying.
Me. I may not be a princess.
But I have feelings.
Much as I'd love to, I
Hole's a hole.
not.
Oh God! No, you
Oh,
say
Jesus.
that, Adam. No.
So, what other business do you need to take care of then? Is it something I can assist with?
Not. Well,
Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Well, I mean, probably is a really good thing. How has Rutosh and how have you been over the last 2 months? Has anything changed? When we were last in Solholm, the air quality was getting pretty bad with fumes from the Feywild. I was just wondering, what have you heard? What's the status of everything? That'd be kind of good to know
We've gotten
about.
some news from some of our couriers who go that far to the north relative to our location, especially such a landlocked area like Solholm. It takes quite some time for news to get back and forth, but you guys were away for quite some time. So any particular order you want to hear things in? Good news, bad news?
I don't
bad
mind.
news first.
Oh, yeah.
Good news
Sure.
first.
No, bad.
Oh, bad news first. Well, are you familiar with the Temple of Odin?
Very.
Yes.
We've gotten some intel that's told us that is no longer a thing anymore.
Yes, you're on the nose with that one. The Temple of Odin has fallen to a, apparently some sort of mushroom-based army.
Some kind of mushroom kingdom, you might say.
A Goomba, maybe.
There's a guy in
big
the red
Goomba.
hat.
Let's
The
go.
last thing we heard was Bing Bing Wahoo.
Fuck. Oh.
Someone said something about take that Nintendes, but
Oh,
all right.
Bing Wahoo.
But yes, some burgeoning force of plant and mushroom-based assailants climbed the entirety of, well, I don't think they made the pilgrimage in the particular sense that other people might have, but they did the Allfather's Trail, went all the way up to the tip of the iceberg, so to speak, and ransacked and destroyed a majority of the Temple of Odin. There's no word on survivors that were not part of the assailants' armies, and frankly, I don't think I would hold my breath. Even
You
if
should.
I should hold my breath.
I said you should not hold your breath.
Oh, I was about to say, do you have more news on if any survivors made it through?
We kind of used some. I won't bury the lead. We used some magic because I was curious about the temple itself. 'Cause,
I see.
yeah, so we
They're
kind of.
peeking.
I had a little peek.
Well, there's no news on any survivors, and even if they did, they would have to then venture down the mountain. Take in mind, it is during the summer, so it's not nearly as harsh, but there are still beasts that like to occupy that area, and some of them come out during the better weather patterns, so you might have to deal with bears who are coming out of their hibernation. So even if they did escape the encroaching army, they would have to traverse down the mountain and back into civilized locations. Jesus.
There's a pigeon.
Bell?
She dropped the cactus.
Oh, Jesus.
On the pigeon.
No, not on
Oh.
the pigeon.
Oh,
The pigeon turned on the stove.
It's cooking.
Turn on the stove.
But yes, there's no word on any survivors, and no one has been brave or stupid enough to do a reconnaissance in person as to what is the nature of the current status of the Odin Temple, for fear of being massacred by woodland creatures, giant trees, and mushrooms.
Yeah, bears the least of their problems.
I mean, you could do that right now, Varus, right?
Do what?
After we've gone through all the news, you could just do the same thing you did again.
Well, I just
Fix
used
it
Describe All,
to
so
get-
it's
Yeah, you could just get a status update.
There's also
later.
more bad news.
Oh,
Yay!
Sorry.
We love bad news.
The creature's ascent to the Temple of Odin. As that thing, I believe it was responsible for a different siege on the nearby city of Solholm. There was a humanoid-shaped creature with, like, almost a bark-like skin. Very sickly and grayish
Did I hear
green.
Bitch.
yeah, he's kind of a bitch.
Bark like skin.
Yeah, not bitch,
Bark-like.
bitch.
I did not say bitch-like. I'm not sure what a
Okay.
bitch-like skin would
Yeah.
even mean.
Oh, you'd know if you've seen it.
Sphinx like.
But bark-like skin, humanoid with a great gnarled staff made of what are presumably some sort of vine and tree trunk-like material. Nature-esque. Apparently this creature was also seen in the city of Solholm siege, so it seems to be attacking everything in the general vicinity. But that's not the bad news I was referring to. Wherever this creature went, it changed the topography of the land. It made it more vibrant and
What?
lush and green. Wherever it went,
Cactus?
the land would go from either barren, snow-covered wasteland, or just rocks, to bright greenish and pinkish colors. The greens would be from grasses, and the mushrooms are varying color from orange, green, pink, everything else underneath the setting sun.
Did it have any effect on the...
It does. It did raise the ambient temperature, causing snow to melt at a higher rate than usual. Has been severe flooding
Oh no.
in the local area.
Global
good
war.
thing you have that boat, Douglas.
It has caused great concern. The area around the Earl's hunting grounds in Solholm, which is, if you take a look at Solholm, it's to the north.
We're
north.
intimately familiar
Oh,
with
yes, of course, by all means. I'm not sure what you know in terms of that area, but that area has been recently swampy, to say the least, due to the excess runoff from the mountainside. It has gone from a hunting ground for woodland critters like deer and elk to was essentially a swamp in the middle of Rutash. Very, very odd. And it's said to be very warm, so much so that even during the winter time, you don't need to wear such thick furs to keep yourself comfortable. If anything, the thick furs will make you extremely uncomfortable as you sweat beneath them. The residents of Solholm have set out to essentially try to build very large walls to divert any excess water from flooding the city itself, as Solholm is also at the base of the mountain. So construction has gone underway to divert water away from the city so that it does not flood. But some of the surrounding area is becoming, I guess you could describe it as marshy. But the perpetrator of these sieges has not gotten so close to Solholm as to make it swampy and vibrant as well, so it's just creating runoff from the mountainside that almost immediately begins to freeze as it descends closer to Solholm, causing everything to almost act like an icy lake surface. Thankfully, it is the summertime, so in the time that you were away, it has since melted. But now the area around Solholm is becoming, you'll be at least ankle deep in sopping dirty water.
But no direct damage to Solholm, just the consequences of that siege on the temple.
For the
on
most
top of the
part,
mountain.
some of the people who are magically inclined, especially those who can divert water from particular locations, have been hard at work, making sure that the city doesn't get flooded, and same thing with the local agricultural spots. Although they do appreciate the extra water to some extent, this is too much extra water. Construction has been made so that there are essentially canals that the excess runoff will flood into and divert around the city. That is a process that is still in the works. The labor force is still recovering from the siege, so everyone around there is basically in I wouldn't say dire straits, but it is quite a harrowing experience according to the scouts who are dropping off pearls over in Solholm. Around these parts, we have not seen that sort of turmoil. If anything, things are going well. Our routes that were passing by the old blubbery nonsense things, those are back up to snuff, so we are traversing around the southern hemisphere of Rutash, just as we once were. Obviously, the Morjamoth family has been buying up most of our surplus, and profits are high. But I'm not sure if you care about that economic side of the business.
I mean, it's always useful to know, I suppose.
Yes, of course. What else?
Didn't you have some good news?
Did I have good news?
Or was that the good news?
The good news was, yes, that was... stocks are up.
I am more rich than I was before, guys.
I mean, that is good news.
In our neck of the woods, yes. For the most part, the ports are seeing a lot more activity, especially during this time of the year when the seas aren't covered in small or thick layers of ice that would threaten to tear apart foreign ships who are not so accustomed to breaking through ice. But that is par for the course of this time of the year. One of our couriers who went through a land route, not through the sea route, was under threat of increased number of orc warbands. Usually their routes, they do take precautions to keep out of line of sight, but typically speaking, they'll probably see and hide from somewhere between 3 to 5 roaming warbands in that route, going from the southern tip of Rutash down towards the centermost where you would see Solholm and Mjorskal and the like. Generally speaking, about 3 to 5 patrols is what you would see, he approximating about 8 to 9. So, roughly almost triple.
Did he report any weird adjustments to these warbands? Like extra appendages, snake-like?
Nothing of the sort. It was just simply the tactic that he usually uses for our couriers traversing there is to faceplant into the dirt and make yourself as low visibility as possible. Hard to see things when you're face down in the mud.
If I'm
That is a
misremembering,
smart
unless I'm
plan.
misremembering what Turok told us, Bloodskull territory is west of Solholm. So from here to Solholm, probably be one of the other clans. Unless I'm misremembering that map he painted for us way back.
I'm not entirely familiar with many of the orc clans. They are very apparently different from one another when you go from clan to clan. Whatever clan it is, they were riding very large wargs. And now that the snow is melting, the camouflage that the white wargs had was it's easier to spot them. So that's how our couriers are able to see them from a great distance. Their scent of smell is also stronger during the non-winter parts, so we do equip our couriers with scent masking perfumes. A musk of some kind. Muffles them, just makes them smell like dirt in the safest way possible. But generally speaking, everything around here is going well. I'm assuming that with all that assassin business done and taken care of, you don't need to look over your shoulder as much there.
Yeah.
No, I'm all
Thankfully,
good.
he's better.
I'm all good. I'm just chowing down on some food you have on this table here.
Quite.
There's a charcuterie board.
In any case, are you still calling yourself Laszlo these days?
Yes.
Kind of odd.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Odd to do in my presence, but
Well,
do you need so many aliases now that the assassins are taken care of?
no, I'm just Laszlo. That's me.
He's just used to it.
Yeah.
It'd be weird
He
to call him.
didn't. I think we told you the story, but he didn't even give us his fake name when we first met him. So that's we had to pick that name because he.
He wouldn't tell us his fake name.
Yeah.
Well, if you ever want to get it officially changed, I don't know how you go about doing that, if you have a birth certificate or anything. But,
We can use it. We can use his real name too now. Apparently, that's all taken care of too. That's
whatever you call yourself, I suppose, as long as you make sure that the the office knows who's hiring who, so we won't just have you under 5 different names. But is there anything else that is requiring your attention that I can illuminate? Some of it involves fishing spawns, but I don't think that's what you're asking for.
What's on the table, guys? I know we talked about this a couple days
All
ago
in the
before we.
group chat.
Okay.
Oh, I did finish up a couple of things that I told you I was going to finish up for you.
Right, you were
I don't
doing
know if
something
you-
regarding breathing
Yes.
underneath water.
I finished 3 of them.
Great.
I have the schematics for you. And we would just have to figure out how much you'd want to pay for these.
Is there any testing required, or are they all good to go?
They're all good to go, though. If you want to test them out beforehand, they don't take
Test
any.
them out like a certain submarine.
They don't take.
Too
They don't take
soon.
much. They could just be put on, and the tail will be self.
Well, why don't we
adjusted.
have a, I think we could have a friendly competition. If you get one of our other divers, and if Iron Lungs is around here, you can have him do a little competition to see who can outlast it. Whenever
Oh.
they're about. I don't know if who's about today.
Iron Lungs, of course.
Just have Laszlo here. It's getting odd to say that.
Yeah, it's me.
Yes, it's Laszlo's Pearl Divers and you're Laszlo. Anyways, but if you
I
can
don't see
find
the-
any one of our other
He's not happy about
divers-
this.
I'm not changing my name. That's my name now. Okay.
I thought your
I've-
name was Siegeworth and not Laszlo.
Laszlo Siegeworth. That could be his new name.
Oh, it's gonna get confusing for you guys. You guys call me Laszlo, so.
Well, you know how people have names like Marianne, well, it's just technically just 2 names. You could be Lasworth or Ceeslow.
Lasworth.
Third
Lasworth.
name.
Lasworth. That was a
Oh,
good one.
Any ideas?
No, no,
Lasworth it.
no. Please don't.
Well, if anything is needing to be done, do you need anything to restock after your trip to the desert? Are you good
I
for
got a gift for you. I got a gift for you.
Do you now?
Oh,
Yeah,
the princess also has a gift for you.
Yeah, rocks. I mean,
5
bracelets.
kids, please.
We need to make 5 babies.
That's my gift. No,
I'm pregnant already. How?
Magic.
Our love is so
Hey, that
strong.
would solve his problem if he just used magic to make
Immaculate
babies.
conception.
Wouldn't have to,
Reincarnate. Clone.
yeah,
If you
clone
will.
yourself.
Well, I'm one
I'll
level
solve
away
the
from
issue.
getting that, so.
Well, I do love gifts, so let's see what you have.
Okay, I have a lot of cloth for you. It's very nice and high quality.
I have
You
a
could
bush.
use it. You could use.
I'm still in the bush.
You took the bush came through the teleportation circle.
Still inside.
You have in your inventory listed 1 bush.
Well, I'll have one of our tailors make something fine out of this. I'm thinking a
It's
bathrobe.
a full bolt's worth. There's a lot.
We can make
Big.
some casual wear to wear around the house.
Ooh.
I'm sure that would be nice to have. I'll get one for you as well. How long?
Look at the cloth. Like, yeah.
Do you not care
casual wear.
for silk bathrobes?
Tempted to spurg out. No, that's fine. I just. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Silk.
Excellent. We'll get your measurements later. Anything else?
Oh, I don't think I actually gave you the bracelets of sending, so I'll give them to you now, Dottie.
Much appreciated. Kind of had to use the first set.
Alright, well, these breathing apparatuses for our divers. Do you have an estimated price? Or are we going to negotiate?
Well, seeing how it's 3 of them and the schematic so you can build more, I can sell them each for about
$5 million.
$5 million.
Sir, $5 million isn't that much anymore. You've been frozen for so long.
Hold on. This is an
It's an-
uncommon.
it's an
Let's
awesome
go
Power
ahead and
reference.
put keep it low, 2,500 each, and then let's say another 5,000 for the schematics.
Let's bargain, and by that I mean make a charisma check.
I'm gonna use my D6 on this because I have a -1, and I'm also gonna give myself a +5. Fuck that. I want money. Good thing I did. $18, 19, 18 total.
What was your price again? 2,500
Yeah, 2,500 for an
for
uncommon.
uncommons?
Yeah.
All right, if you think so.
Well, the high grade for an uncommon is 5. I'm using your chart, dude. An uncommon is 5,000 on the high grade. On the high end.
Are we looking at the same fucking chart?
Yeah, I'm looking at your chart for magical item crafting formula. It says uncommon 5 range is 500 to 49.99.
That rare?
No, 5,000 is rare.
Dude, he's using persuasion in real life. IRL.
Making Adam fucking guess. Double guess.
Unless I'm looking at the wrong one, my man.
No, that's an old one.
Oh.
That one that's
Oh, that was
in the
pre.
Discord,
That was pre-money adjustment.
Yeah, that one in the Discord is old. Don't look at that one.
Old and busted.
Gold.
Well then, sir.
Because you see how it says 25 slash, or the formula says y equals x divided by 25. That's old.
No. This one is the one that we YX/50.
This is some deep level maths.
Is there a different one? Because that Discord one I should remove actually. But the one for uncommon, the one that's PM'd you?
Yeah.
Oh, that old. Okay, that should be the new one. I'm actually gonna remove that old one from the Discord because that shouldn't be there. Because that formula.
Yeah, the one that you PM'd me is the one that I'm using right now.
Okay, because that old one is obsolete. Actually, let me remove that.
Old. Dude, that pizza arrived so fucking quick, by the way.
Are you eating it right now?
I've eaten it. It's
Oh
fucking gone.
Jesus! What the fuck?
You were just waiting outside your thing. Like, this guy orders a pizza every single day at this time. He's a sick freak.
I can't cook anything.
Alright, so what was your roll on the charisma?
19, but then -1, so 18.
Hamna. Money. With that persuasion or charisma, while your Riz was not perfect, it is going to not be able to get the full asking price that you wanted. So, not 5k for the whole shebang of the blueprints. You're gonna meet F. Let's see, hold on. 20.
What's that guy from Porn
2,500 for each
Actually, I can give
of
you a
the cloaks.
$1.
And then 5,000 for the schematics.
2,000 for each and 4,000 for the schematics.
Yeah,
is
okay, that's fine.
what the calculation.
You're busting my balls here. You drive a hard bargain.
You got it, boss.
So that's going to be 2,000 times 3 plus 4,000. So that's exactly 10.
10 gold.
Yep.
Yep.
I checked
Pay
it's
for,
full
I can pay for half a semester's tuition now.
You fucking got him again.
Guys, I'm not poor anymore.
Welcome to the rich club.
Yes, but now these are going to be copyrighted, and if you make one of these breathing apparatuses, I
I'll
will sue
fucking-
your ass into
I'll
oblivion.
fucking kill you.
Because you just gave me the schematics. I have the warrant. Or not the warrant, the,
Whoa.
what is it called? The,
Yeah.
Well, you won't know if I make them. Don't say under.
Just
I
say
say.
Bold claim
I
to
don't
make.
say.
Yeah.
I just nod my head,
Well,
and in my head
that's-
I'm like,
that's liable
"Well,
in court
you
for
can't
some-
know."
you didn't ask for
Felony.
royalties, so you're going to do what the Witcher guy did and fucking cry about it
Cry.
until they gave him money. And they actually did. So, you sold off these thingamabobbies. You gave him a bolt of cloth, or silk rather, and now about those 3 kids.
2-5. 3
Five
to
kids,
Uh-huh.
actually.
Boom.
I don't think I have a saucy.
We'll leave
horn
you
song on
guys.
yeah,
Hellspire.
time skip that thing.
Turns to black.
Yeah, sure, it's in the mail.
Full description, please.
If the mailbox is your vagina.
Fucks.
So, at this time, it is 5 hours back, so it's only about 9:30 to 10 o'clock instead of the time over in Sanctus. So it is still early in the morning, or mid-morning if you want to think about it like that. Besides the news of Diviculus' conquest, which was really just rehashing what you saw in the scry, and the climate change that is occurring in Rutash, what is your next mark of business, of concluding to the next part of the MSQ?
We should actually go get paid because we're actually their bodyguard and we haven't gotten paid in a while. I say to the gents.
Very Walter White of you, Henry.
Damn fucking right.
Money.
You're goddamn
You guys know.
right.
You guys know how much I need for this shit. So fuck you guys. What's the guy's name again? I forget.
Well,
his
I'll let
name.
you
Duck.
figure that out. Then.
Is it Mitch? I think it is Mitch.
It's
Or
not Chuck. Chuck is the jeweler.
Ponswell. One of them bitches.
I prefer getting called that.
One of you bitches. Give me
One
money.
of them bitches.
It's
I just
essentially-
remember it's the secretary that does it.
Oh, so it's Ponswell. Or if I wrote it right, anyway.
Ponsonby. Let's shake.
money.
So, you exit the estate into the nice cool air of a summer in Rutash. Everyone is going about their business at this morning as you descend the place where Laszlo was attacked.
Fond
Memories start
memories.
flooding in. The statue
Whoa.
is no longer covered in your blood and viscera. They cleaned that up a while
Clean
ago.
it up.
The grass
that.
is not covered in your blood either, and if anything,
clean that as well.
the grass beneath it kind of absorbed it and is now full of your nutrients.
Look at me, my children.
I instead of patting him on the back, I grab him by the shoulder. Well, look
Oh!
at this.
Not again.
Ah! Not again, please. What is it, friend?
Look at it this way. You can now
What?
walk around without having to be afraid of becoming another butcher's block. I give him a thumbs up.
Wow.
Ow.
I didn't need that, but thank you.
As he's saying that, I do add for now.
Yeah, we got the
See?
whole masters.
I mean, unless you can unmurder a bunch of assassins. Well, we didn't murder them. We self-defended.
Plenty of other assassins
Unless
to
you
be
can
hired in the world.
Unless they can
is
undisintegrate themselves.
No, Dottie, did you give your husbando the brace?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Did
had
you tell
them,
him what it
gave them
was?
to me. They're bracelets. You can figure it out. How hard it is.
They're not brace. They're communication devices.
He'll find that out.
What?
What if he needs to
Not if he
contact
doesn't
you?
attune to it.
No, he doesn't have to attune to it. He has to
Okay.
tap the bracelet though in order to send a message to you. We should go tell him before we leave.
We're not leaving today, are we?
We might.
We might be.
I'm tempted to say we head to Solholm and get the full picture, and then I have the beginnings of Plan A, depending on how we want to go about getting those plates, because
That was Plan B. Is it? Hold on.
That is
I might be gaslighting you there. That's Plan B. Yeah.
I'm not talking about I'm talking about in my
Gaslight.
my head.
Gaslight.
I
Well,
don't get-
these are the plans. Plan A's fall up on Dovey. Plan B's ship plate, and we didn't do Plan C. So
So Plan B.
isn't following up on Dovey, but we just found out that
it's Plan A.
Give sure Dovey a gift. He likes gifts.
telling you straight up, we're not going up that mountain. We can't even take those plates back. We're gonna survive the mountain with all those Ents. That's not happening.
We
Who
should
said
have talked
maybe
about it yesterday.
you give him a call. Remember he said we could join him at the top.
Hey, I'm following up on that.
Who's
Following
which
up on
side?
your invitation.
I have talked with him. I could send him a message.
Hey,
Say how
this
it is.
Laszlo.
Maybe get him.
Who
I
the
don't
fuck
know.
you?
I don't
Like,
trust him.
What
I
if
don't
his
trust.
birthday passed? Maybe he'll like a
It's
like
my
a gift.
birthday.
every day. is his
Come to
birthday.
Soho. I'm throwing a huge banger.
The biggest party ever. Come along, please. I'm lonely.
Well, look, I don't think we're going to switch allegiances and try and.
Yeah, but we can't
mushroom
trust his
find these
allegiances,
people.
so talking to him
We're
is not
our
gonna
own
get us anywhere.
allegiances.
Yeah, no,
We
I
are
agree.
the league.
I'm agreeing.
Instances.
Well,
Yeah.
where are we right now?
Yeah.
That's tortuous.
Where are we right
No
now
words.
again?
You are descending the walkway of the Dolan estate.
Well, wait. Didn't we think? Because remember when they captured the headmaster? We thought maybe they're trying to like bring him back to the
Well, they
squids.
didn't capture him. They were like, "Hey, come on back, buddy." And he was
Yeah,
like,
but
"Oh,
then
okay." Like,
he destroyed the temple, which is also pro squid.
Well, we're thinking they're a different
well,
faction.
yeah.
That was the
And maybe
theory we
they're
had.
maybe
That was
they're
our
a good faction.
we need to determine that. That's the thing.
Maybe we
after
have
what they did to
strategy.
Solholm. I'm not inclined to believe that.
Yeah. Maybe
No,
they're
listen,
third faction.
Let's get paid. Let's go to Soho. Let's figure out what we're gonna do. Let's see if we're
This
gonna
guy
go to Plan
always
B.
about the money.
It is about the money because I gotta fucking do research
be
about
not
my
poor.
oppressed people.
I gotta go
okay?
to Evans Ambrosia. Am I right, guys?
Although we could have a nice
I don't
dinner.
wanna go
we
there. I
haven't
don't-
had a nice dinner in a
I
while.
had plenty of nice dinner.
Really? When?
Hey, I make
I had
you
a
a good
coffee.
meal at the beginning
Listen,
of every morning.
Good berry is all I
Berry
need. Okay, I don't.
is amazing, but sometimes the finer things in life would
Sometimes,
be nice.
Well, that sounds very nice. So if you want to do that, I'm not opposed.
I mean, I'm pleased with just gruel, but okay.
Well,
You
Yeah,
need
well,
to put
you're
on
always
airs.
pleased with
You're a
just gruel.
Pig in the trough, so to speak. So as a
Putting
yeah.
on airs, Yar.
putting on as. Okay.
Exiting the Dolan estate, you are back into the good old town of Ulport. Everyone around here is very salty, in the sense of them being a fisher village, essentially. Town, bigger than a village, about the size of a town, not quite a city. Somewhere in between.
A hamlet, if you will.
I think Hamlet's even smaller, actually.
Hamlet's
Oh, are
fucking
they
tiny.
really?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hamlet's real little.
Yeah,
I think the Hamlet
Hamlet
was
is
at a
just-
village that was destroyed, right?
Yeah,
Hamlets
that's
are
where-
like 3 farmlands put together that people live at, I think.
Yeah, you can see all of your neighbors by just stepping out of your front
Yeah.
door. Everyone knows
Hold
each
on.
other.
Yeah. So yeah. Ponswell is the front desk. He's a half elf.
Ah, see, fucking good keep great notes over
You
here.
go over towards the office down here in
Pins
town.
whims.
You can of course see Chuck, who is doing his business. His back is
Chugging.
currently towards you, but as soon as you enter the door and the sounds of
Stab
several
him. No, no,
footsteps
He turns
come
around
in,
and he's just got like a skull for a head, and then he screams blood. At us.
Yeah.
and then
We
you
thought
all
it was
wake up from the
normal.
nightmare. Yeah. He spins around on his little stool and hops down. He swaggers his way over towards Laszlo and kind of puffs his chest out. We thought you were dead.
Maybe I am dead. No, I'm alive. Hello.
And then Laszlo pulls his face off, and he's a skull. and screams
Wake
blood
up,
at us.
guys. I need
Well, we took bets,
Yeah.
and I won. He goes over to
Well,
the desk and just holds his hand out.
How much you bet?
Did you bet a lot or a little?
500.
Well, thank you for putting so much faith in me. And
No,
you
no.
got paid for it.
500
Oh no,
gold?
thank you for living. Yes, 500 gold.
Damn, that's a huge payout.
You're welcome.
The secretary rolls his eyes.
Oh, Pondwell, you sap. Nice to see
You
you.
fool!
I live!
Haha, you
You
lost,
underestimate
bitch.
my old age.
Listen,
it's not really
saying
that
is
old.
because you see what happened in the warehouse.
Mhm.
People got turned into literal goo and acid. So I'm just saying,
Fair,
most
fair.
people would probably get gooified. All right.
Well,
No,
So
Laszlo isn't most
forgive me
people.
for going on the opposite end. Not saying that. Not saying that I don't, value the
500
fact
says
you're alive.
otherwise, so
Yeah, you're alive. All right. So just.
I'm living.
Anyways.
Killed the.
Look,
Got to
I'll
the
keep
root of
this
it.
between us, but you may not want to admit that you bet your boss's wife would die.
What?
Oh,
It was
you
a-
bet-
Oh, me!
That's
Me!
not-
I'm not
Oh.
the boss's wife, last I
Well,
checked.
I mean, if he dies by proxy, he's usually in
Well, you
close
don't just
proximity.
explode, do you?
No, I don't.
Not him.
No.
Not him.
Not that guy.
Not that one.
What?
mind.
Anyway, we're here to get paid. We've been gone for 2 months.
Oh, right. Well, go ahead and just sign here and make sure that it's you. None of you are like body doubles, are you?
No.
What the hell?
Take
Madam,
some breaths outside, Christ.
do
Can I
you-
get some water?
I have a new
Yeah.
lozenge. I got lozenges.
Get a lozenge. Go on, get him a lozenge.
Princess, you need some water?
Yes.
By all means, Princess, help yourself.
You should go the fuck outside.
Mrs.
Get him out of here.
Can I call you Miss Dolan? What do you want me to call you? Princess? Falong? Something? Madam?
How long is fine?
Madam President? I don't know.
Get down, Madam President.
Alright, well, everything, employees of, Miss Hualong, Mrs., excuse me, pardon me, go ahead and just, sign to make sure that you're, willingly accepting your paycheck, and no one else is allowed to accept it on your behalf. No body doubles, no saying my cousin's picking it up for me.
My son's brother's mother's cat's picking it up for today.
So what's our backlog looking like, gentlemen?
Looking like 2 months.
2 months.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so go ahead and sign here, and, I'll get you your monies, buddy.
Boy knows. Wonga.
Now, if I remember correctly, you guys were on a bi-weekly rate, and the amount of money you're getting paid is a fraction of what you're getting paid for the crystal sparks.
Yep.
He doesn't know that.
So
Doesn't know we have
bi-monthly
multiple
would
jobs.
mean a total of 4
Gold.
instances
No.
of your rates.
Might be for Varus because he fucking did the worst trade.
Yeah, I think some of you
Yeah.
guys are being paid
Nothing.
enough to survive.
Hey, survival's good.
Hey,
Times
we didn't know
4.
how much we should have been. We should have asked.
Well, and the fact we
lowballed.
were-
And that's
lower
why
level, but-
corporations make it so that they don't want employees negotiating or talking about their salaries. It's because then you can talk about how much you're not getting paid.
You're getting paid how much? It's like, what the
Exactly.
fuck? Yeah. Like,
So, whatever your rates were times 4, because
I
honestly,
don't remember what my rate was.
I'm pretty sure like the lowest one was probably like Varus or something at like 25,
Oh, bye.
25 bi-weekly, or something like that, or like 25 to 50. I think your guys' things were like 25 to 50. Which
I think
was-
I had 50 because I'm 2 people.
you fucking swung it at the cat.
Yeah,
got
I
mine
swing
as
the
well,
cat.
yeah.
It comes
Yeah.
out. So I'm just gonna put 200.
I'm just gonna give myself a
$1 million!
check.
All the money in the world! Okay. If you swung, because I remember you negotiated for higher.
I did not
I'll-
write this down, so I'm just
I
gonna.
will put, if it's within that region, I'll put 40 for old Laz. That sounds about right. So 40 times 4.
Weren't you getting paid more since you were an old employee?
Oh shit, yeah. Adam, what would we bump on from 40 if I was an older employee?
Well, the lowest person I know for a fact is either Varus or Zen. Because you guys, Varus didn't negotiate, and I think Zen, you weren't there.
I wasn't even there.
So you're probably going to be getting the default of 25.
Okay.
Okay.
Wasn't Laszlo suspended? So technically.
Oh yeah, Laszlo was suspended until he got like this whole shit figured out.
Well, this is going to be back pay for the 2 months, not the previous parts.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
your thing is different. Obviously, Henry already negotiated, or Carlos negotiated for both himself and for Krios. So there's that. If anything, Laszlo Siegeworth, or whatever that.
Call me
other-
Laszlo, please. That'd be best, I think. for all people
Jim
involved.
Pickens.
Last
No.
squeeze.
Yours would probably be the highest in terms of seniority of employee, and then being transferred to a new division, which is Princess Guard,
You sure?
which is cool title actually.
It's pretty cool, yeah.
I think yours would probably be a 60 per.
Okay.
So 6 times 4 is 24, and then add a 0 in the end. That's how I tell kids to multiply.
6 times 4 times what?
Times
zero at the
0.
end of it.
Yep.
And I don't get paid shit.
You get
live.
paid
You
like
get live.
to
Just
help
ask
you
him
la-
for
you
money.
ask
You can
your
just ask
husband
him for
like,
money.
That's
I get
cheating, though.
500 gold.
What do you
not,
mean
you're a
that's
princess.
cheating? You're a princess.
Like, all right, I'm
If
going to
anything-
say this again. I don't like doing this because I can just walk up to Adam's characters and say,
Give
"Give
me
me
money.
money.
You're nobility,
Oh, you're going to
dude.
make me do a persuasion check, 30." And it's just like
Well, that's
money
what you
becomes
fucking get.
pointless.
Well,
you
not
say
point-
You
that
were
to-
born
You
rich.
say that to Kalos, who is like scrounging for magical
Put a white
components.
in it. Right
You were
now.
born rich. You've been cheating at life since that day.
I was not born rich.
You
Yeah,
don't
but
know
that's
how
what
you-
Born in a
Sorry.
lab.
You're reborn rich.
That's like fucking. That's like even cooler. And let's imagine like, oh, I'm gonna be an explorer, but I'm not gonna take a map with me. Well, the map's already done the work, so you just get
Well,
money.
what's the point of being an explorer if it's already been explored?
Saving the
Use
world
the
from
map.
squids.
Is in like use the money. I'm gonna make my own currency.
Anna Jones.
I joke, but that's literally what your dad did. but,
Belongs in a museum.
Okay,
Okay.
so you got paid for a backlog of that much time. While the amount is a paltry sum, it is enough for an employee to live off of, because they do have employee housing here, so you don't need to worry about that kind of bill. So you can just put it towards food and luxuries.
Don't we just live in the mansion anyway?
You could. So in that regard, your housing is paid for. If you wanted to buy an actual house, I'm pretty sure that one's still for sale around here. But that's up to you if you want to buy a house or not here in Rutash. If not, we can dig a
The
hole.
climate change is hitting this place hard.
Yes. That's mostly towards the center of the continent, but who's to say Diviculus doesn't do a world tour?
We could just buy a bunch of cheap real estate now.
Buy it and then solve the problem.
And then
Sell it for a profit.
200% rent, just like I do in Fable games. And then change the in-game clock, no, you change the clock on the
Suckers,
Xbox.
fools.
Alright, so,
Oh my god, I forgot that fucking
the exploit, yeah.
thing. Yeah, that
I
exploit. Holy
like,
shit.
change the Xbox
Adam's
time like
patched it in
5
his
years.
world. Okay.
And that's how I got the best ending in not Fallout 3. Fable 3. Alright, so we got paid. Diviculus is on a rampage. Orcs are also rampaging.
Pretty
Things
straightforward.
are kind of fucked.
Solholm is having to
Getting
deal with
flooded.
flooding, so they're building dikes everywhere.
Well, I'm like pretty good at building things.
Yeah, you
are.
With moving dirt and such, so I could just help them with that.
And the Temple of
Wanted to go
Odin was destroyed.
I would
Suburb.
care less if they didn't try to actively turn people into squids.
Well,
I
we
would
don't
care
know that
more.
that's what they're doing.
Well, remember they told remember our purple friend? They made him stop his treatment. Remember that?
Oh shit! Yeah. Well, that's not them. That's one of the.
That was the priests.
That was the that was
Oh,
the
yeah.
Because remember, they were the one doing the
Yeah,
ceremony.
yeah. Yeah, but they're dead now.
I
Maybe.
guess you picked
Not
the
in
wrong
Solholm.
team to back. Shame.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah.
Like I
what
said,
was it?
do we
Want
want
to
to
go
go back
talk
to?
someone private first? Maybe.
If we could go back to the mansion,
Let's go to the negative zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go there because that was a good safe space to talk.
Oh, I like it there. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Remember, take a piss outside. Take
Oh,
your
I'm gonna
duties outside,
Take my piss
please.
inside, okay?
All right, hello, fuck you.
No,
Look, I ain't shitting in no bush.
Oh, hey, can we
But I
do
am
an
That's
cheating
my
the
bush.
negative zone.
Can we do an experiment, by the way? Can we go to
Piss in
the...
there, no.
No, fuck you. Can we go to like the general store, DM?
Mm-hmm.
I want to pick if they like have a dining table for sale.
No.
I like
Ugh.
oh.
In this small fishing town.
Dude,
we
dude,
do
You'd
not
probably have
have-
to go to like the carpenter or like the woodworker or whatever the
or the mansion.
They don't just have an IKEA where it's like pre-made furniture already. I think you got a custom order stuff like
Well,
that. That's a whole dining table.
Let's.
Carlos, what do you need a dining table for?
Let's buy like a
You
bucket.
see how how I explained it to you guys last time that I don't know if things that I put in there can stay in there, and
We
then
could-
once
like
I bring it
something-
up.
we could get
And
like
so-
something really basic that maybe not be a dining table from the general store.
Well,
And then if it does work, then we can get a dining table.
Like I said, just get
well,
like
a dining
bucket.
table would be like for it's a big thing and it's heavy.
Why
know.
don't we get a box?
A box
Get
of
a
what?
piss bucket for
No, just a box.
Lazarus.
Why don't? Why,
Like,
could,
great.
do
I'm
you
liking
think,
this Zen idea here.
Do you think your
Big
husband
piss
would be
bucket.
fine if we borrowed a dining table?
Why does
from
it need
his
to be a
mansion?
dining table?
Probably not, but
A
if you got
piss
like
trough?
a crate, I don't think he'd complain about a
I think
crate.
Carlos wants to try a
from the
dining
docks.
table, so let's try a dining table.
Or like
Doesn't have
a
to be a
regular
massive one,
table.
right?
It doesn't have to. It just has to be like something that's bigger than a spoon.
Comparable. Do they sell tools? If
All
not,
right,
we can
we can go to the mansion and we'll find like an end table and just.
There you
join
go.
together.
Boom. I like that idea. Let's go there. Let's
You
do
go
that.
up to Darlis's room, which has all the armoire and the vanity and table. You go over to the stool for the vanity. You just take it.
I mean,
Give
it
me
is
that.
mine.
Give me that vanity.
It's nice and cushioned, red velveteen leather, and stitched professionally so that you can't even see the stitches. It's plush and comfortable for your ass.
Yeah, and I take the very large D12 dice and I roll it, and zoop, little foggy door appears, and okay, I'm gonna bring this thing in, and let's see.
You make the private sanctum. This level spell, something.
Give me a second.
You are capped, good sir.
Give me a second.
Roll a D100 or die.
Great.
I'm fine.
Well, that's good.
How about that roll there? Good. Adam's gonna freak out when we get one.
Yeah, because I don't know.
We did it.
Hey, Adam, what's the website that you use to check out spells? 'Cause I can't find anything on this Morning Cadence Private Sanctum if there's like
I
any
use-
limitations on bringing shit. Because I know you
use
can't
Wikidot.
create shit.
Wikidot's great.
My thing is typing into Google and then clicking
Was
the
it
first
cool,
one.
Henry?
Morning Canaan's Private Sanctum. It doesn't say you can't create shit, so I'm just going off of it's not a private mansion. Magnificent mansion.
Modern King's Private Sanctum. Let's have a look.
But it also doesn't say that you can't put things in there and then
Let's have a read.
leave
yeah.
it. So I don't fucking know.
It lasts for the duration or until you use an action to dismiss it. Yep. Casting the spell in the same spot makes it permanent. Player travels block. Nothing can teleport into or out of it. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't mention anything, but it doesn't sound permanent. It lasts for 24 hours, and I think.
Yeah, but is it something that I can bring stuff in there and then it'll stay in there?
It doesn't say in the
It's
spell.
not extra planar. It's just a
No.
spot. You're just setting up a tent that blocks teleportation and planar activity inside this particular spot.
I think like
It's a
what
no-fly
you're
zone.
what you're thinking is possibly like a much higher level spell, which is like
The mansion. Yeah, this thing's
no,
not extra
no,
planar.
the mansion isn't permanent either, right?
No, well, I mean, I'm talking about in terms of because that's a pocket dimension. Private Sanctum is not extra planar.
Yeah, whatever we went.
Sounds
to
like
see,
if anything,
the
like-
dean is like an 8th or 9th level spell. So.
What you're basically doing is you're putting a tarp on the ground and saying this is my private spot.
It's my domicile.
So
Can't come
stuff
in
that you
here.
put in there isn't gonna be ousted because it's not jettisoned at all. Because the area is just basically you're setting up police tape.
So you could just
So-
set up police tape around.
So
a
Private
table.
Sanctum is not extra planar in the slightest.
So, like you could get a house and then use it and make it your own. It's just a ward, pretty much.
Okay.
Area.
So if anything, you describing it as a black void is you basically putting up a green screen
Believe in it, even it.
and then
I mean, I
changing
believe
the function for the green space to be like a You know when you put the fucking background things on your Zoom calls? Like, ooh, I'm in the Bahamas.
He really is.
So no, Private Sanctum is not extra planar at all. So.
It just says you make an area within range magically secure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Ah,
it's a tarp.
Yeah. Cool tarp though. Negative tarp zone.
So in that regard, you can put stuff in here, and it won't be just forcibly jettisoned when the spell duration's over.
Because it's just going to be there. But...
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can throw all sorts of parties in here.
Room for activities. I feel like that joke was made last week, though.
I think it was made today.
2 weeks ago, good sir.
So, you are inside the private sanctum, which means that, people can't teleport in.
Oh, demi-plane. That's what you were possibly on about. That's what the Dean used with his place, which had stuff in it.
And sound cannot pass through the barrier, so it's nice and insulated for sound. And divination spells, and planar travel. So, now that you guys are in your safe spot, I think you were going to talk about something.
Yeah, Varus, you can now speak freely because you were gonna go on one. I could tell.
Go off.
I hate
Go off,
squids.
King.
No, I'm saying it. I'm saying
I
it
fucking
now.
hate them.
What are the limit? They're the limits of that spell you've been using
There
to
are
communicate.
no rules.
It's just you know them and you send stuff to them.
Yeah. I had to be
Unless someone's got an alternative, my vote still stays. We help Turok get his clan back, and then we take down those bandits and we get our plates.
Okay. I have no objections.
I also like the plan. I'm good.
Imagine if you just hears like Laszlo and he's just in the woods and he's like, where is he?
Well, first you would have
Oh.
to find your old.
Or at least that's
Ooh, I'm
plan A.
old. He's like, there he is. It's Laszlo.
Well, if you want to go with that plan, you would have to find your old Turok.
I can just.
That's
send
why
him.
I'm saying if he's got his faculties about him and he's not compromised or what's it called, incapacitated, we just contact him and then we meet up. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
right,
look
yeah.
at Laszlo. You can facilitate that.
Facilitate what?
Contacting our friend Turok.
Sure. Yeah. I could also scry on him as well if he's telling fibs. Be like, I'm in the bar right now, and I'd scar on him. He's in a field. Like.
I mean, I'm not necessarily afraid of him lying to us.
No. I'm just saying. If we need to get a better gauge of where he is. Well, 25 words. I got a full slew of casts of stuff. So just you
But we
guys
should say
pan
something
out.
that would make him understand that we're
I'm
not
better
like...
than you at chess still.
No. Yes, I'm actually.
That's the anger I needed.
All joking aside, something
Oh,
like
you
that,
can
so it makes
fuck.
it
Be
not
like,
seem
this
like
is
we're
the
just
ghost
messing
of
with
You can pretend to be Gunderson's ghost.
All right.
I think that no.
I don't want to
fucked
puppet
off.
some dead guy. Okay, like.
What piece
Didn't you
did
just
he?
get a fucking magical rat skull that can puppet dead?
Oh my god! I could puppet that dead guy, but he's probably somewhere else. So.
What piece from the chess set did he take?
Black Knight.
Black Knight. Okay.
I got locate object, but it has a range.
25 words. You said is your limit.
But I got like a lot of casts of it, so I could have a full blown conversation. But you do.
Well, for the first one, I would say. Sorry, I'm going to count this out.
You could just write it out to me. That might be easier. Because then we can edit it and actually count it. Instead of the hands thing. So. Holy crap, Ellington.
All right, where's? I closed out Steam. Hold up. Or I could just type it in here in the TeamSpeak.
Type it.
Let's see. Give me 1 second.
We typing.
Oh, Jesus. Because at least we can have a lot of control over the first one. It's just like the second one means that we have to be more reactive based on the conversation back.
Hey,
Oh, it's
how
gonna be
you
weird.
doing?
It's gonna be weird to have Henry playing
hey,
a different
girl, how
PC
you
and then this. And is he relinquished now forever as just an NPC that Adam controls? What's the gist with that?
No, I can control him.
That'd be weird to play two
I can
people at the
fly.
same time.
I did it with
Play
Hendrix and Frederick.
Yeah, that was weird.
Reasonably speaking, this shouldn't be a trend.
Yeah, I don't like it. It fucking sounds weird. Hey, me. What up, me? Fight.
Fight yourself.
I still think Turok would beat the fuck out of guys. Like, the
Alright.
fucking without a doubt.
This
Shit,
is what
fucking-
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Alright, let's read this. Your mom is.
Fuck you, first one.
Fuck you for leaving us. From the Black Knight.
Why would you put out? He'll hear my voice.
Well, it's in the case, in case, we're a little paranoid sometimes, and I don't think mimicking voices
Paranoid. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, you're all pal.
Unless you wanna change the signature.
Well, he knows who I am, so he'll recognize my voice. So.
I think that's under 25 words, if I'm doing my math, if I didn't
Well, yeah,
miscount.
that is, yeah.
All right. You guys can, if someone wants to add anything to that,
Fuck you.
fuck you for leaving.
He's not living.
Fuck you for leaving.
Try. Varus is sad. I won't put names. Elf people are sad. Paranoid elf
people
man
miss
is sad.
you.
There you go.
I'm here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
No, just joking. Your Axe's extended life warranty. I'm here to talk about Bloodsong's warranty. Yeah, I'll send that. I go. Hello. Have you made contact with your clan? If not, how can we help? Where can we meet? From the Black Knight. P.S. Elves miss you. Bye.
Do you tell us you say that?
Do you have to say that out loud, or is it just in your
I'm gonna
head?
say it out loud. I'm saying I don't know.
But do you have to say it out loud?
I
to
don't
use the
have to
message
say it out loud. I did. Okay, I said it out
I
loud.
do say it out loud.
We're in the private.
Walter, what was
sector.
all that shit about Vietnam?
I don't think you can send this in the private sanctum, by the way.
Oh God, go out the private thingy and then I'll do it.
He
Good,
just
good,
stomps out.
And you just hear. You might even not hear
you wouldn't
anything.
hear that at all. It's completely
No, you
silent.
can't hear anything.
Okay,
He's just
well,
doing a
I'll
silent
go up
movie.
and down the hall and look at the nice house as I send this message.
All right. Well, let's see. Question is, have you made contact with your clan? If not, how can we help? Where can we meet? At the Jolly Bees.
ASL.
Meet me at the Chili's.
At the tree where
An
we
Austin
first
Chili's.
met, 10 paces down.
All right,
place
and
where I
due
whooped your
west.
ass in chess. We'll meet you there.
Let me see if I can squeeze all the answers into 25 words. Actually,
This is Turok, so it's
I'm
like...
gonna type it,
Man of words.
and then I can just
Maybe-
have Henry read it.
Oh, yay, I
Wow.
love doing that. Yay.
All right.
He had a really high-pitched voice, if I remember correctly.
Hi, this is Turok. Who is
The
this?
blood song has taken a real toll on my vocal cords. The fact that I don't have them anymore.
They've decayed.
They decayed a little bit.
Let's see.
I'm now speaking at a higher octave, but I'm still as scary as I once was.
Don't worry.
Well, I mean,
Hello, is this Laszlo?
Is he gonna be like a grafted, like monster-looking motherfucker because he?
He
can't
looked like a
just
grafted
heal?
monster motherfucker when we last saw
Well,
him.
no, I'm thinking like he can't heal, so he's just gonna have to sew body parts.
I
back
mean,
on.
according to Henry's description when I scryed on him, which was within the last month, he's apparently more jacked. So
He's jacked as fuck.
He
bud.
stole a
Oh,
jacked
yeah, but that
person's
could be
body.
like, oh, I killed someone and I stole the muscles out of
No.
their
Stole their
arms.
pecs.
If anything, Donnie,
also the-
you
this is also a
taught
case
him
of-
how to stitch himself.
Yeah,
it's also a
that's
case
what I
of
mean.
like, does Turok know how the spells work? So he could go off on a rant and not. He could go past.
What
it.
up, mate? It cuts off like, yeah. Hey guys, oh my god.
Oh my god, I miss you guys.
Oh man.
It's been so rough without you.
I should have fucking left.
Everything's scaled to 5 players. This guy sucks.
I'm really struggling here. Here's like a rock.
I'm out here
version of,
scalping. I'm out
He has
here
like
scalping
sand, like
people.
as a pebble.
Oh,
Like
my
he has like
blood.
twig versions of us, like to keep him company. Like
Will
Twig Laszlo died a few times. I put them back together. Oh man.
Claudius just isn't taking his hits. He can't do anything. It's
Dottie's
just so hard.
staying there. He's a rock.
I forgot. Does he know Don? Wait, no. He knows Nautilus is a dragon, right? Did that happen by
Yeah,
that
because
time?
he called him princess all the time.
Oh yeah. I don't remember.
Oh,
Turok
1, 2,
left
3,
right
4,
before
5,
we.
6, 7, 8.
He left in the middle of the werewolf quest. So
yeah, and I totally didn't forget that note for a
up the
while.
bear. Oh, and there's a bag on the floor over there.
Exactly 25. There we go.
Whoa, he's efficient.
Whoa, look at this lad. God damn it, it's so hot in my room.
It's pretty warm here, yeah. So I'm getting
Just
feeling
take
the
off all your clothes.
No.
Oh, yeah, you're on cam.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Henry can go
I
hog
hate
wild
chess.
if you want.
You get back. Hold on, I have to
He's
do
coughing.
a voice.
He's always
I
getting
have to
in,
do
yeah.
a voice for him because he has no vocal cords now.
Please. Do a Nick.
Um,
Do a Nick.
Hold on.
Ooh, food. That's Nick.
Ooh, sorry, Turok can't answer the phone right now. It's
I'm hanging out with this cool guy on the
this
mountain.
guy's got no skin.
He responds with, my clan's hostile to me. I must break Duvek's crown. Meet at the tundra near Thor's statue. I hate chess.
I hate chess.
I hate chess. Chess.
Make sure to buy a chessboard on your way down.
I still got the chessboard.
I didn't know you owned it.
He's got my fucking piece.
And he had a full game.
Meet at the Thor pillar.
Pillow, yes.
Yep. Meet at the Thor pillar.
No, it was statue.
Statue of who?
Thor.
Thor statue.
We seen a Thor statue?
Yeah. Remember we passed it before?
Well, no, there was the pillar when we were going for Blubbery.
Oh, he said statue?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to find a fucking statue of Thor. Meet at the statue of Thor. What were the other bits? Sorry, just.
I hate chess.
You want me
I
to
hate
say it
chess.
again without
Yeah.
the gravelly voice? Okay.
Yes.
My clan is hostile to me. I must break Duvek's crown. Meet me in the tundra near the statue of Thor.
The last bit again. The very
I
last
hate
bit.
chess.
Yeah, thank you. He loves chess. I come back into the safe space. Hey, first of all, someone loves chess. Second of all, I got a place we can meet them. Any you familiar with a statue of Thor in the tundra? Anywhere? We've never been to one.
We know a
Statue of
pillar.
Thor. We know a pillar, which is to mark the dead, but it's not necessarily a statue of Thor. So.
I imagine he just means that, but couldn't be wrong.
Well, that's
Well,
an
why don't
obelisk
we
of the
When
the
we're
fallen.
in Soulholm, we can go to the library and look up or ask.
Sure. Yeah. Well, you're a twin
Technically,
raven, eh?
yes, I still am.
You
Yeah.
still got.
Oh my!
You got your
Jeez,
street
I forgot
cred.
about that. I just forgot that to say.
I'm unaffiliated with anyone.
You're
so
also
I'm,
in a clan.
I'm a free agent, baby. Ugh. He has to break some fella's crown. That big old Duvak fella. Break his crown or whatever. I don't know. Hit him in the head, I guess. Yeah. Pretty efficient. Anyone want to ping a message to anyone else?
Trying to think.
Heading back to Soulholm, that'll be our first stop. So
Sure.
I think
Cool. Yeah, have a think. I'm gonna sit on this.
we're
lovely
still in the
seat.
sanctum, right?
Yeah, I walked in. Yeah, I'm here with you.
Forgot. It's like it's also that flash of memory that Turok left before we found out the world-shaking news, huh?
How about the moon?
The moon, the squids, the
Yeah, but maybe we just don't. He doesn't need to know that straight away. He got his own
well, that's what
beef to
my
settle.
Yeah,
problem
we don't
is.
need to worry him about that.
Well, so hope that's not. That's fine. I know we're not going to send it to him.
Well,
but,
they
like,
seem like they're
well, my concern is if he,
considering what we know about the cult and the Jormungandr, his plates, and possibly squid. Well, he's definitely squid
Here, back.
related.
Oh no, Jormungandr was the ship, right?
Jormungandr
Yeah, but
was
the clan
test
of the clan of
project.
orcs. The
I
clan of
point
orcs in the-
to the big globe thing in the box on Krios's
and
back.
that, yeah.
Thor pillar was one of the points in the map, wasn't it, Kalos?
Yes.
Okay. I'm
And
just,
Valkyrie's Ascent was another one, which is
Oh
now
wait,
taken
guys,
by
I
the.
forgot something really big.
Uh-huh.
Zen's
Oh.
quest,
Oh shit.
Oh,
because he got the third one for the passive, but then the next.
Oh, you
tier
never
of-
gave him the.
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't need to give you your.
He's been on
next
hot.
quest.
He's swimming across. He's swimming.
is he like on like the sanctum, like sucking the walls?
Sucking.
No,
he's in the bush, dude.
He goes with you.
He's in the bush. He's
Well, no,
sucking
remember he
the-
couldn't enter the hut.
Yeah.
Well, this would have happened earlier
Oh,
before you guys
before.
teleported. Before you
Okay.
got the shield, even. Because going from the 1st of July to the 2nd is when he would have given you it, because he
He would
appears
have
at dawn.
arrived. Oh.
So it's just
What?
bit retroactive. This one's actually pretty straightforward. What happens is the hermit shows up when you guys are waking up inside of the bunkhouse. He shows up inside of Zen's bush while he's in there too.
Oh.
So you guys are doing like a little two pigs in a blanket kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
And what happens is he hands you a jug. It's
Jug.
about the size of a tankard, and it has 3 different layers denoted by little concentric rings on the interior.
Uh-huh.
And he hands you a piece of paper and a pine cone to eat.
I'll have my breakfast.
Okay. The piece of paper reads as, "Of salt of the sea, fresh from the mountains, and 1/3 one that's up to you. Make me wet."
Oh, what the
What?
fuck?
Winky face on this paper. What the fuck?
Well then, Zen. Looks like you gotta get a old man hard.
Oh, he wouldn't have shown us that. So
Oh, right,
He hasn't
yeah.
shown us any of this at all.
Yeah, yeah,
He's in
yeah,
his-
yeah.
But
Alright.
before I go, it's like, no, I never asked you. Do I have a time limit on this stuff?
He smiles at you with a toothless smile that's missing 90% of his teeth.
And these things are just between you and me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not gonna tell anyone about all the weird shit I eat.
What was your level 3 power that you got? I can't remember.
Essentially, if I eat alchemy ingredients, I
Oh yeah, you
can
get this.
like a lesser version
Like a
of their buff. So I guess I could eat healing and heal.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Imagine that this ghost hermit is just hanging out with all his other hermit bros watching you in like the clouds, like, oh, he's gonna
He's doing
do
it.
it. I can't believe this fucking fool. Look at this fucking idiot.
We
He's
asked
getting
him to lie
powers
down
from
and
it.
he actually did it. Absolute mad
Absolute. This guy's on one.
You know I had to do it to him. I still don't understand.
The hermit stood like with his little shirt on.
But yeah, salt of the sea, the fresh one, and then the third one that's up to you. And then
Well, the fresh one was from a mountain.
yeah, fresh one of the mountain, and the third one of whatever you want. And then it says, "Make me wet." It does not have the winky face.
Okay.
Aww.
I was gonna make it something less sexualized. I was gonna have it as just, I'm thirsty.
Well, fill me
But
up is also pretty...
that's also kind of
And fill me up is kind of bad.
Thirsty.
quench my thirst is actually probably would be the least sexualized one I could think of.
Put these liquids into this jug would be another one.
I can't just say put water in here. That's too. It's not
That's
cryptic
like,
sounding
yeah,
enough.
Yeah.
Gib water,
Ooh,
please.
Gibbet.
So yeah, that's for your next quest.
Uh.
And the hermit leaves by shuffling out of the bush, patting himself down so all excess leaves kind of fall away from him, and then he sinks into the ground. That would have been on July 2nd, but we're back to present.
reality.
So yeah, Zen has his ceramic jug that he needs to fill with 3 different types of water.
Since we're back in reality, oop, there goes gravity.
Ugh.
So once
Sorry.
I hate rap.
I hate Eminem. I hate the greatest rapper alive.
No,
So-
I'm actually the greatest rapper.
We're
Yeah, come on.
gonna meet up with your old pal Torok, and we're gonna be getting the panels. Should we go and see if we can muster up an army, or are we just gonna do it ourselves? Because from the last time that we sent out a scout, they said that there was a huge
Figure out where.
Well, like
Let's
that as
confirm.
well. It was next to like a river, and if the place is flooded significantly, then maybe they had to relocate.
Well, they wouldn't have. Would they relocate, or would they just adjust? Because the temple is there, right? They would have just made the temple a lot bigger than what it was beforehand.
Well, the fact that the encampment was on the water level, and the water levels increased a lot, and it was like wooden encampment. Don't think wood's gonna cut it. But we can definitely send a scout or something. That might be good.
Here's where my line of thought is. Depending on what the politics are of Turok's clan, and we can get rid of Duvak, we'll have an army.
Yeah.
Well, isn't
Oh,
Duvak?
That's
wait, I
unrelated,
thought that's
right?
what we were doing.
Well, isn't Duvak controlling his clan? Right.
So he's controlling his clan in the sense that he's the leader and he's the guy on top. But if we can knock him off the top with a minimal amount of bloodshed, we'll have a whole orc clan that we can then. That's not only.
But
that's also aligned with the bandits that we're trying to take down. So
if I
I'm
remember
gonna make
correctly,
food and listen in.
okay. Godless walks out of the. I'm gonna make a
I'm
sandwich.
getting food.
If I recall correctly, Torok has said to me that they had to duel them to win, so we couldn't intervene otherwise.
Well, we can
User
help him
joined your
get
channel.
to that point.
I guess.
well, that's
yeah.
what I'm saying. Turok will know the particulars. It's his clan, and we will facilitate that as best we can.
Yep.
And once it's done, like I said, we won't need to break the bank trying to hire iron bears when we'll have essentially a clan's worth of iron bears that we can again. These guys are aligned with these bandits, so assuming that there's no.
Aren't the bandits and Turok's clan the same people?
They're aligned. The bandits
They're
are the
aligned
ones.
now, yeah.
So Turok's clan
Yomungander
doesn't
clan, yeah.
have.
They aren't
the
one and the
panels.
same. They're two. No, at least to my knowledge, because the
'Cause
bandits the bandits we've been dealing up to up to this point have been they've been
Scattered.
bandits.
Very
Yeah.
scattered. Yeah.
Because from what I can remember, it was that Turok's clan had the panels. And
Well, I don't think here's the thing. I don't think we've definitively know the particulars. We've just kind of heard hearsay, but I think
We've seen a lamia.
Turok
We've
was asking around. I think he got the sense he got was that it was an alliance of some kind. And then when we sent the
Scout,
what's it called? The scout, he pointed out a head priestess.
which was a lamia. Yeah.
Yeah, so not a.
Oh,
Sexy
so I
snake
just
lady.
Basically,
Gotcha, so I
someone had to
just-
bring this stuff to Turok's clan.
And
gotcha.
there
Okay,
have been
so I
reports
just had
of Duvak changing form. They had a tail, now they have wings. They're getting further because they went into the temple, came out snaky. Snorks, pretty much.
Snorks is a child's cartoon of underwater sea anemones looking things.
Oh,
They're
snake
Smurfs, but
orcs
like
then.
underwater.
Yeah, underwater.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, snake orcs. Be honest, you telling me this for the first time. Reference, Adam. Get a reference. Sick and stand, thanks.
Not even your president, dude.
I know. He could be my prime minister, though. So,
Just as a quick refresher, just to jog your memories, the Jormungandr medallions, just, that should ring a bell.
Yep,
Yeah,
I've got
yeah.
one on my person, I
And
think.
And they all the different bandits have,
Bloodskull
and
do
then,
not use that as their thing. They have their
but they were
bloody
seen
scalps.
together at that encampment with the Lamia.
So yeah, they are not
Yeah.
the same clan. They
But
are
they are in
just
cahoots.
working
Yeah.
with the sexy snake lady.
Who wouldn't? Am I right, fellas?
I don't remember us using the sexy.
Huh?
Lamias
Oh,
are
right.
innately
Haha, yeah,
pretty
me neither.
gross.
Oikos
Yeah, who
and
made
stuff.
that up?
But
Female
that is my plan.
bitch.
We're in the sanctum now. I'm here to hear alternatives, but that is where I'd like to
Sounds
start.
good with me. I'm not opposed to it. Just got to be careful that this old Dovey dude doesn't come in and haha, you have solved a problem for me.
Well, the other thing that you did bring up in the chat was if to go find out what type of tech the ship has, like if it has.
That we can head back to the university because I believe Summerwatch was studying it in his off time. He could probably tell us a little bit more if we want to make that a pit stop before we head to the statue that we're only
Yeah, we need to
vaguely
go
familiar.
read about a statue anyways, so we can use two bird, one stone in the university. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to that. Sounds good. Is there anything else you want to do here?
Probably tell your husbando that we're leaving again, Dottie.
Yeah, and I need to stop at the ocean.
Yeah, I want to have a look at the sea as well. You know.
Oh, we us
I can
two
look-
can go down there.
Yeah. We're gonna go long walk on the beach.
The two elderly men go on a walk on the beach. One of them dips down and starts to fill up some sort of weird cup jug thing.
Does it have a lid?
No, it actually looks exactly like this dice cup that you guys bought me.
Oh,
Wow, we get representation.
But
so I
it
need
does...
to keep it open the whole time.
No, what happens is as soon as you dip it in there, it fills up to the line that has on the inside of it, and then it freezes immediately.
Oh.
As I'm walking along the beach, I look over to Zed. What you got there, Zed? What's that?
This is a special jug I had.
Cool.
You know, collecting
Seawater.
yes, for maybe I'll use it to make alcohol.
Yeah.
Cool.
Salty
I'm not-
alcohol.
It's full of
I'm not
algae.
too much of a drinker, but I'm not gonna knock it. Could be for the bees. I don't know. Awesome. You doing all right? You haven't got any more bad dreams or any big
No, I
obelisks in
actually
the
been
sky?
good about. I haven't had any dreams recently.
Okay. Well, let me know if anything fucking happens, because we're back on the turf.
Well,
I just-
where we were on their turf anyway, but
Yeah, I
The whole
suppose this is
planet's
like-
their turf from what we've seen. So
Yep.
Okay, well, I've looked at the sea. Miss it. This is my second home. I'm ready to head back whenever.
I guess we'll meet them at the mansion.
So, you got 1/3 of your
Water.
funny water cup, and the rest of you are going to debrief Theranos Dolan on your departure. He doesn't get to have any kind of quality time with his beloved wife, I'm sure.
Andrew
because-
just DM'd me. He said he's going to make 3 to 5 babies.
Oh
right
fuck,
now.
he's not even here. I was gonna whisper, hey, you should ask for some money, but never mind.
I'll give you $5,000 in exchange for
For 5 babies.
for 5 babies.
That's 1,000 a baby.
let's get a head
That's-
start. Let's see. You say one night we make this first baby real quick.
he's throwing his food in the kitchen right now. He's not happy.
He's like,
Runs
guys,
up,
no,
goes,
I don't want to have sex with my
Say
husband.
something on your main computer if you disagree.
I'm effectively turning it into like some sort of pay pig where it's just like, hey, I'll hug you for $5,000.
Oh god.
Hey, husband, I'm leaving, but can I have money, please?
I ain't saying she's a gold digger,
But
but she
But
ain't.
her family
I'm not
literally
gonna
did
say the rest of that 'cause
kill
it has
my
the
last
N-word in it.
husband,
my last
my
wife.
husband, and placed me here. But I ain't saying my family are evil. But
But I'm not dealing with no broke N-was, is what
But-
I'm saying.
Her family
Broke
does give me
necromancers,
a
there you go.
ton of money for the pearls that I get out. Holy shit.
In any case, we're looking at, I'm assuming, a quick teleport, or are you guys gonna walk to Solholm?
I'm a funny dance again, and get us to the Solholm University teleportation circle.
Okay, so Laszlo does his funny dance again.
Funny, haha.
I'll leave you behind, kid. You laugh at my dance. Like, gotten us this far. It is essentially me just like moving the rapier around. There's like a fume of like stuff.
There's a moment
Okay.
of just pure hesitance because we think we're about to get stabbed, but it just goes an inch to the left.
Ooh, it's near your eye. Like, I'm pretty good with a sword. It should be fine.
Alright, I'm not gonna bother summoning you two guys to this one because it is just a
Fucking
fucking
hell.
very large laggy map.
I'm gonna check
Um,
I'll look at the stream.
So, you teleport to the city of Solholm, and specifically the university, which has its own jurisdiction. Kinda. That line has been blurred ever since the siege, so... in any case, now that the city's defenses are a culminated effort between the city itself and the university, so that magical bullshit, like what Doviculus did, can be better combated against. But once you get to the teleportation circle, you are once more within the campus grounds. There's no one there to greet you, and there's no locked door to, be opened on the other side, because it's a big-ass safe. But there are, of course, faculty and student body around here. As soon as you exit into the main area that this room is connected to, it is in the main hall, the one that has the dean's office at the tippity top. The circle is on the bottom floor, or ground floor rather. And for the most part, you see that it's still the same time of day, same time zone and everything. So it's early in the morning. Or later than it was, maybe like an hour later after you guys initially dropped in to Oldport. You walk around, and there are probably pigeon noises, I guess.
Yep.
Where are you going to go? You are in the ground floor. A couple of students are like, hey, look at those guys.
I'll go see Pierce.
Why these people have weapons? How did they get those in?
Go see Pierce. Yeah.
Oh no, from what I remember last time, we don't have to give our weapons anymore
User
because of the
disconnected
siege.
from your
all,
channel.
all the violence.
Yeah, because of all the
Pierce is
violence.
the secretary for the dean.
Yeah, let's check in, see if he's busy. If
top
not,
floor.
tell him. I just asked if he is busy. Just tell the secretary just to give us a time. Tell us the legal. The league's
legal
back.
wait, I guess.
The league's got a couple things to do today in town. So we
All the
can-
while, I'd like to look out the window.
As we're walking around the university, Dauntless's eyes widen, and then he grabs the first person he comes across.
First person would probably be a student, clutching a small bundle of books in his hand,
What the
ready
fuck?
to go to class. He is
Please
chipper
don't get us kicked
and
out
ready
again.
to learn
Trip the
before
princess, let the kid get to class.
or some large dragonborn
I've
lady
had-
grabs him.
Wait, do you know who I am?
What?
I knew he was gonna do it.
I'm not sure what your name is.
Yes.
Are you part
I
of
just-
the league?
Yeah, let's keep it that way. Yes.
I'm
I walk
anonymous
away
again.
from the person.
I
Yes.
shrug at the kid, like.
Sorry about that, kid.
Oh God.
He's
Powers
had a very
returning.
rough 2 months.
Yeah, he's had a very rough few months being rich and
Oh,
Pampered
catered to.
and-
yeah.
The kid
Oh, sorry-
looks
sorry to bother
quizzical
you.
and attempts to wriggle out of Dauntless'
Go,
clutches.
go.
Buddy, if
I,
we're
I'm,
gonna
Gut
I'm,
punches
I'm, I'm
Dauntless
late to
and runs
class, dude. Can I go?
Yes, go.
What? Yeah, go. I don't.
Give him a
Yeah.
hit.
Sorry,
I'm no one important. You
the
don't have to
reason-
stop for me.
the
I'm not a
reason why
princess.
they weren't allowed any weapons was because of you guys. Please don't do this again.
As
I
soon
don't
as the
wanna
kid
hand it-
scampers off, someone turns the corner. He is
I wonder
mopping
who fucking did that.
the floors.
Henry.
Yeah, I wonder who did that. Fucking
I wonder-
Tarak.
Yeah, that fucking guy.
As soon as the kid scampers off, another individual turns the corner. He has his mop and bucket, and is currently mopping the floor, and is currently making his way over towards the teleportation room. The slightly hunched figure of the, I guess you could call it the old Dean's homunculus Caesar.
Chicken salad. There he is.
Not chicken salad.
Caesar.
Caesar salad, yeah.
Yeah.
He kind of smacks his lips as he kind of walks up to you, narrows his eyes as if he's like adjusting his vision to account for you being so brightly dressed.
Oh yeah, we're still in our like bright robes.
No, I would have changed.
Oh, you would
It was
change
cold.
already.
I'm wearing my rags.
Have you wiped your feet?
Oh, my bad, Caesar. Here, hold on, and I press the dissertation on our feet.
Thank you.
Are your kids and your magic and stuff? Yeah, just do things normally.
Well,
We aren't
No,
normal
that guy.
times.
He's not normal. He's not normal.
Or if you say so. Where the hell were you?
well, you know,
Making
Dealing with
plans.
murderers.
Yeah. Didn't you have something to do relevant to this particular neck of the woods?
Yes. As far as I'm
How
concerned,
goes
we're back.
that business?
We have a plan. An actual plan this time.
Oh, do you? If there's anything old Caesar can do to help you, I'll be sweeping. And mopping. If you need to go downstairs, I'll let you in.
I don't
Is
think
there
we can
as
do
anything?
I look around. Isn't the university under off limits?
I'm talking about my janitorial closet. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yes, indeed.
I do turn to Caesar's. We've got the very basics on current events, but is there anything that maybe only someone working in the
Probably not
university would
someone
know?
status.
Not
Something
someone
maybe-
of my stature to be speaking of. It's above my pay grade. Probably should talk to the head man on campus. Old Summerwatch has been busy lately. He's always seen running to and from my janitorial closet and back to his office. Barely has time to interact with the staff or students nowadays. Everyone's worried he's skipping meals.
do you know if full summer watch is available?
If he's available, well, I'd probably say no 90% of the time. The other 10% is because he does need to sleep. Not as much as most other people. He is an elf after all. But
Ben
if,
switches at that word.
Help, you said. Seem to have slipped my mind. He's fucking
but if you
angry.
try and catch him, it will be in transit, probably going from getting
get a
something
big
from
net.
the mess hall. Let's try and catch him there. Any given time, if he can save on time, he is using teleportation just to get to his office and to the cafeteria
Oh, I
sometimes.
heard there was a load of cake in the cafeteria. Only
Nothing so
custard.
nothing so brash.
I'll get the big net ready.
I think Helga would get kind of mad at him if he just teleported in and stole cake.
Yeah, that would be kind of bad.
Well, is old summer
This
watch
is for everyone
in-
else. Where is it?
at your closet now?
Is it my closet? Well, during the daytime, no, that's off limits to everyone. Usually during the evenings when classes are over and it's the transit period between just an hour before dinner time. So right now he'd probably be in his office. And he doesn't use the extra dimensional office like the previous headmaster. So he's just in the actual office. If you want to
You
speak
haven't
with
heard.
him,
Sorry,
Then,
sorry, Caesar.
if you wish to speak to him, go through the regular procedures, but just say that you forgot my broom head in the closet.
Understood.
Great. Oh,
You haven't heard from your last boss, have you?
he's gone missing in action for quite some time. It's like trying to send a letter to someone you're not even entirely sure if is alive or not.
Okay.
Anyways, you guys are You have some sand behind your ears. Might want to dust yourself off before trouncing around the hallways and getting it all dusty on the floor.
Got enough sand for one lifetime, Caesar, let me tell you.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I hope you never find out.
It's a pleasure.
Anyways, you folks carry on your way. And, I don't know. Whatever.
We'll see you later, Caesar.
He begins to sweep the area around you, and just kind of like makes a semicircle around the area you're standing and starts mopping. And he puts a wet floor sign where you guys are currently standing, and he kind of just looks at you to leave.
Get the fuck out.
Get moving.
Sweep it
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
Where dost thouist venture
The
towards?
stareth to Persist, where the dean shall be.
The fucking
Yes.
dean's office.
Yeah, up the top.
You go up
Amber.
the stairs. Many students make their way or are already in class, so there's very little foot traffic except for that one guy that you yoinked.
Oh, fucking.
Yeah, a little scar on his forehead, looked like a lightning bolt.
Whoa! Whoa! Crossover. Dobby's dead.
His name is Perry Pooter.
Ew.
Harry Trotter. Yeah.
Harry Trotter. That's I think that's a pig
It is, yeah.
in the Billy and Mandy parody for Harry Potter. I think that was the name of the pig that they used.
And that's what Homer called it in the Simpsons movie.
Might have been something else. Alright, anyways. You go up the flight of stairs all the way to the dean's office. There are no students waiting on the bench on the exterior, and the door is slightly ajar so that you can see the secretary filing some paperworks about probably student records. As you open the door, he kind of looks up at you, notices that there's no line at the bench. You got an appointment?
No, but I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
he wouldn't
yeah.
mind seeing us.
Just tell him it's.
Tell him it's the league.
Tell him it's Zen.
Zen?
Just
No, tell him it's
To
the
say the
league.
league.
you tell him we forgot our broom handle.
Oh, okay. He gets up and turns around. You see him back into the door behind him and kind of grabs the door handle, peeks his head in, and just kind of announces your presence to his presumably Master Summerwatch on the inside. He closes the door and then sits down at his desk. He'll be with you in a minute. Just needs to tidy up the place. Caesar can't tidy up while he's working at the same time, so it's a bit of a mess in there. Papers on the floor and whatnot. And soon afterwards, Master Summerwatch almost like bursts the door open with one hand. You can see that he is very disheveled looking. His hair is unkempt. Usually it's very nicely combed. He has straight hair that goes down to his upper shoulder and is very straight. Under these circumstances, it looks like he just got like put through a wind tunnel that is also covered in hair dryers, put on high heat. So he almost looks like it's
He's frazzled.
emblazoned backwards. His clothes are, while very neat and tidy, that's probably because he can just magic those to be neat and tidy.
You can't do that to your hair.
I don't think so.
You sound like his mum. You can't do that to tidy your hair up, young man.
He has a series of scrolls tucked underneath his arm, and in one hand he is almost like ice pick gripping a quill pen, as if he's about to like do some really hardcore writing or something.
Jesus.
He adjusts a pair of nose pinchy spectacles that are currently affixed to his
Pins nez.
yeah, whatever the heck, and kind of just like wipes them down with one of his sleeves.
Headmaster.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, people of the League. To what do I owe the brief interruption?
Figure we're back, let you know, and just want to see if there's anything that we want to debrief each other on.
Why don't you folks? Well, I only have 2 chairs in there, so come into the office and stand about.
Fair enough.
Ibs.
I get
Take
the
two chair.
elderly.
He's an
first.
old man. You get the other chair. You get there before me because you're faster. But
Yeah.
same as seat.
Actually, Vic Nautilus is faster than me.
Yeah, he's a fuck. Yeah.
What's
they
your
have stands,
speed now?
right?
55 with the
Oh
shield
yeah,
equipped.
he is faster than me now. For a while, until I level up one more time.
You get it for now until
I
I
level up
smoke
again.
you.
I
Or I
am
take a
speed. Don't worry, I'm gonna become speed once more.
You enter the office and is indeed very disheveled. There are assortments of papers that have been not properly sorted and can be found littering the tops of his desks, and some of them have even fallen to the floor. It's not so much that you need to like tiptoe your way as to not step anything, but it is something to be concerned about, considering how much work he's probably putting into this thing if he's not even having enough time to tidy up. What weird, nefarious things he could have uncovered in the hangar, or Information Depository 1A. In any case,
Or the
I'm not-
Underversity.
yeah, I'm not calling it that.
Ultrabuck, Swiggith, they're
Oh yeah, you can call him Swigith, but you don't want to be called Siege Slow
Lasworth.
or Lasworth.
Siege Low.
Well, Adam, maybe he doesn't have a say in it after all. We'll see how this plays out moving forward.
well, see,
Oh, how
see
the
how that pans
turns
out,
tables.
I am
Pastor
Beyonce,
Summerwatch
always.
grabs his chair, and then there's two that are in front of his desks. He grabs a seat and begins to like stack papers into what is construed as a neat pile in his hands, and kind of stacks them up on one corner. You had business somewhere else for quite some time.
Unfortunately, yes.
Whatever monkey was on your back, I'm sure is no longer an issue.
Oh yeah.
Right, but
More ways than one, yes.
Good.
he has some internal monkeys.
As we all do in life, I guess.
Well, I was talking about the monkey, like the
Oh, the actual monkey. There was an actual monkey.
Yeah.
He's dead now.
I was referring to... Alright, well, never mind.
I look pensively out the window as you say he's dead.
I mean, people
Yeah,
usually
he
say, like, they have
he's
their own
dead, yeah.
demons, but alright, monkeys it is.
seems like a demon monkey.
Is there anything that I should be concerned about, considering the stuff in the janitorial closet?
Well, we heard about Valkyria's ascent.
Oh, what about the map and the orb?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, hold on. Before
Yeah.
we even discuss that, we kind of figured out that they have a way of keeping an eye and ear on what we say, so we should probably talk in a more private area.
You want to cast? Oh no, you can't cast.
I
your
can't
spell.
cast. I already casted it. If you want to have this
Uh,
discussion later,
Fine, we can do it later. Normally I would go toward the janitorial closet. That does have lead-lined walls, so... that one's relatively safe to have meaningful discussions in. But right now, during the daytime, probably not so. Don't want to see the students see you doing any janitorial duties when you're not supposed to.
Did you want us to then reconvene later? We got some stuff to do in town. Speaking of, how is town? We heard about water
We heard
levels,
about
so-
the water.
Well, the air is cleaned up. No, people don't need to wear those protective masks for the spores anymore. Whatever it's going on is localized extremely just to the Jarl's hunting grounds, and as of recently, Valkyria's Ascent, and specifically the Temple of Odin. The Temple of Odin has been attacked. In the
We
time
are
that you've-
aware.
Oh. Scrying?
Yes.
Good. Well, then I'll save my breath. There has been no... the creature, Diviculus. Not sure what I'm calling that.
creature.
He's kind of a
Funny
creature.
little-
Don't
He
Funny
is,
little
kind,
guy.
he is kind of an animal.
Right. That's a
it's
good
me,
one.
folks.
But his activities have been extremely localized to just those two locations. Whatever he's doing up there, he hasn't branched out into anywhere else, thankfully, within the last couple of weeks. So everything there has settled down to some extent. Whether or not he's brewing up some new concoction or plan, which would be the worst case scenario, well, I haven't been able to look in on that kind of business. He's extremely wily. It's nigh impossible to scry on him.
We've been doing some scrying, and we've kind of hesitated to scry on him because we were worried there might be some kind of, at the best case scenario.
Retaliation.
Well, best case scenario, we were worried it just wouldn't work. But like, yeah, retaliation definitely a concern.
He'd be like, "What do you do? Looking at me?" He'd say something like
He
that.
moons the camera.
You
Don't
want
look at me.
to start beating off.
Oh my god.
Is this what you want?
Is that Nick? Oh my god.
I thought
Power
this is what we
play.
were talking about. Yeah. We talked
Well, the
about the
lines
character
get
or the
blurred
player?
very quickly, like very quickly.
I'm just saying, with AI art, you can just take a picture of Nick and like the one that is used
Yeah,
for
just add-
ridiculous, and just have them
And
merge.
combine it. Oh god.
It's pretty good, actually. I think it's maybe the best one would be like him cosplaying as Parappa the Rapper. That would be pretty good.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has tried that already.
What, the cosplay?
Rapper to Rapper.
Yeah, he did.
AI
the
art.
he,
Oh,
I know
yeah.
he did the
Said this
cosplay.
at
Oh yeah, the
Comic-Con.
cosplay. Yeah, he did that.
I know.
But anyways, besides whatever Nick is doing, the Ridiculous plans have been isolated and are temporarily festering, if I had to use the right word. It has changed the landscape of the area. The area around here is becoming flooded with excess mountain runoff. A couple of the locals who are able-bodied enough, and some of the people who can cast magic, have been creating a trench around the upper hemisphere of the city that diverts water into other locations. It is causing pre-existing waterways to be overflooded, and it is causing some concern for travelers who are going to the
I wonder
west.
what happened to the troll under the bridge. He was
Here's
nice.
That was in your...
DD home now.
Ah.
Homeless.
You have a boathouse now.
couldn't tell you. But that area is being irrigated to the best of our ability so that the city doesn't become flooded, and to the best of the abilities of the farmers around the area so they can have fresh water, but not too much fresh water to water the crops. It is becoming concerning that it might become worse in the coming days, as more and more of that area becomes... the temperature is drastically changing. You can even, at this point, if you were to look out over towards Valkyrie's Ascent, the area around the tip-top of the mountain and creeping downwards is becoming more green. It looks nice, but reasonably speaking, it is actually very concerning, as that area
Wild in a
becomes...
nutshell. Looks
It is,
nice and...
well, not only that, it's causing some of the animals who are natives to there to change the locations that they inhabit. So we've been seeing animals running away from the mountain and either going into the Jarl's hunting grounds or anywhere else, really. And creatures that are going into the Jarl's hunting grounds are looking more fey by the day. You'll see deer that are sprouting flowers from their antlers, and large honeybees that are the size of a small dog.
Bees, you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
The insect life is also becoming extremely voracious. They are large enough that they can hunt the deer that are also fey-infused. So,
Like the mosquitoes from the attack.
mosquitoes, large centipedes that are as much as almost 15 to 20 foot in length. Spiders, and things that were already big. There's been spottings from one of the... there's this one fella who was used as a... He would scout out the hunting grounds. I think he was hired by the city to scout out that area. He says there was a bear that had 2 heads and was approximately 25 feet
blubber.
long.
Well, you fought me.
Young blubbery. Young blubbery.
Blubbery Prime.
But the pre-existing wildlife there is getting
I'm writing that down.
defied.
Two-headed bear.
And unfortunately, this the area is now too hostile for that individual to scout out the area safely, despite his very keen hiding skills. But what else?
Good to know that Jason's doing well.
Is that Snake?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, yes, he
Probably.
was. Unfortunately, he is no longer safe enough to traverse that area, so he's gone back to regular hunting outside in the tundra. But if he's unfortunately unable to go there, it would be still difficult for anyone else to really do anything in that area. The Fey presence is extremely potent to the point where it's almost intoxicating to be in that area.
Are the satyrs still at Sonaris? Are they? When we were heading northward, they were setting up around there.
I have not heard much activity of these individuals. They might be keeping their heads.
Yeah,
They're
they're
pretty
extremely
chill
chill.
people.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was assuming they'd be, they're Fey natives, so they are unpredictable by nature. I do not know much about them, but...
They seem more refugee than invader.
Oh, is that so?
Well, you know, they were like, "Oh, we were told we could come chill here," and we did. That was the kind of sentiment when I chatted with one of them.
Well, their
Like
presence
little
alone might have
chirp,
more aftermath than what they do actively. Their presence there might draw in more Fey activity just by their presence.
Sure.
So, even if they're not doing anything hostile actively, just them being there is enough to draw in more Fey activity. The topography of the land might change, wildlife and the flora. What else? Oh, your companion who was doing the orc stuff, Turok.
Yes.
I've been keeping an eye out on him, just from a distance. He is on a grand crusade, as you might say. Every time I peek on him, he is removing the head of some very, very distraught creature. Most of them are orcs.
Yeah, that sounds like.
And the other parts are usually the wargs that they are riding. If I remember correctly, those would be of the Twisted Axe clan.
Interesting.
So, were they south of here last time?
Well, all of them
You
are south
checked
of
on
here.
them? Sure.
Everything relatively south is here. All the orc clans are usually down there, with the exception of the ones up to the north. But that is not having to do with Turok's clan, which from, if I remember correctly, is not Twisted Axe.
Nope. Blood Skull.
It's Blood Skull.
Blood Skull, yes, that's the name of them. But he is on a grand crusade. Unfortunately, if I had to imagine, he was trying to make his way towards his clan house, or base of operations for the Blood Skull, but it is too heavily fortified, so he's essentially going around the area and reducing their fortifications through covert guerrilla tactics of murdering people
yes.
on their patrols.
Very
Acting
covert.
alone, as far as you know.
I like to imagine he has obtained.
He's
a
the most
gorilla.
covert guy I know.
I've
I
seen
mean,
him
he had
eating-
better stealth rolls than Dauntless, so.
yes,
True.
he's eating frogs.
he does. He was eating frogs.
But yes, he is doing single man ambush tactics.
He's like a Rambo type.
Yes, he'll set up these spikes. Well, now that the snow is melting, he can't do this tactic as much, but during the previous times, he would set up these spikes so that when the warg riders would traverse over them, the combined weight of the warg and the orc riding on top of it would be heavy enough to trigger these traps, and then it would shoot out these adjacent spikes so that it would hit the rider off of the warg, and then he would pounce from wherever hiding place he was, wielding that cursed glaive of his.
Well, we've been told to go meet him. We reached out, and he said to meet him at the statue of Thor in the tundra. Do you know whereabouts
That's
that is?
not the monument, is it?
There's an obelisk down there where there's a priest of Thor, and there's signs of loads of dead people on this obelisk.
There are many religious locations out in the tundra. Thor has a decent number of locations that he is worshipped out there, mostly because they were the site of very grand battles between massive armies. I recall that there is one monument out there that has the names of some of the prominent figures who fought in those combats. It is out in the tundra, but it's not a statue of Thor, it's like a spire.
We've been there. I don't know, because he said statue of Thor, so I don't know.
There is a statue of... It is a statue of Thor raising his dwarven hammer above his head.
At that place or at somewhere else?
No. It is a different one. This one
Okay.
is a little bit further out west. If anything, it would make more sense because the one that is the pillar with the names on it, that one's more south than southwest. So it's closer to the Bloodskull clan. So if Turok wants you to meet him there, it's because it's relatively closer.
Okay.
The journey would actually be several days in terms of distance. So don't go to that other one. There's a different Thor statue. This one is also the site of a grand battle, but it was supposedly blessed by the god of thunder himself when one of the warriors who let out a battle cry something, he was struck by lightning, but it didn't kill him. In fact, it empowered him, etc., etc. He was some sort of warrior priest of Thor.
Okay.
But that
So
location
that's
is
more to the
different.
west. So
Yes.
south.
Southwestish, probably by about from Solholm. If I had to give you a rough estimation, with the weather how it is now, you don't need a sled. You can just take a wheeled wagon or something.
Wagon. Yeah.
It would be a bit quicker now that the snow has been melting. Although it depends on how rocky the area is, because the rocks are now exposed now the snow is melting. So
Sure.
depending on what route you take, I'm going to put in an estimated about 5 days,
Okay.
give or take, plus or minus 1.
Yeah.
And if you're walking, probably add another 2 days on top of that. But I'm assuming you're not going to walk. You could, but it will
Yeah.
take a week to get there. But yes, that is probably the statue he's referring to. There's another statue out to the far east, but that's relatively close to Muirskull, and is just a regular statue created for the temple that's out there. But it's not probably the one he's speaking of because it's very close to civilization. It's probably about like 2 days from here. It's much smaller too. It's like 7 foot tall.
Is the one we're looking at associated with any town that might be on a map so we can like?
Well, the towns out there are all just Orc clan territory, so that generally speaking, if you go down southwest, that's just Orc territory. Hard west, there are some small towns there that are not Orc territory, but they are overlapped by certain Orc territories. But if they have any sort of like peace treaties between the locals there and those particular Orc clans, that is not some sort of politics that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not something I would really care for.
Okay.
So if you just follow the
Okay.
road going west, and then eventually you'll have to make a sharp south by southwest turn to get to that statue of Thor that I'm assuming your friend is referring to. And then whatever you do from there, good luck. Usurping the throne?
Hopefully.
Well, I don't know how you intend to. I am very capable or aware of your capabilities as fighters, but that is a whole Orc clan that you'd be walking into. And I know you are quite formidable, but...
Well, that's why we're hoping Turok could give us some intel, and then we could pick a more practical way to deal with this stuff.
If you say so. But...
We can, like I said, Broom Closet might be a better place to.
Well, he's been doing a
this
lot
visit.
of guerrilla tactics. Maybe you could just continue piggybacking off of that, as opposed to charging headlong into a full Orc clan of Orcs. Anyways, the other stuff we'll hold off until later. Say 8 p.m.
Yep, sounds
Yeah.
good.
How?
Fi-
Yeah.
5
we'll,
hours from now.
Sure.
Anyways, just loiter around the entrance, but not at the entrance, just so that none of the students think you're being suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Well,
Got it.
Kalos, you're a student here, so you can just do whatever it is you feel
Oh,
like. But the
look,
rest of
hang
you,
out.
I'm a
Just student.
teacher's assistant. Give me some credit here,
Head
headmaster.
owner.
I gotta go check on my horse bed.
yes. Well, anyways, in that case, I will see you folks in a few hours. I need to get back to it. If we have any other questions about the janitorial closet once we're done there, then we will do it then. But until then,
Sure.
feel free to hang around the campus. I don't really mind. I know you have the your weapons on you, but just don't scare the students, please. We had that
Ooh.
implementation a long time ago for a reason, and that ban has been since lifted, but you know, the students are just here for learning, not for combat, so don't challenge them to any duels or anything.
Avasti,
Understood.
student.
Vasti, matey. I've
It's,
slain a
it's funny
dragon, I can kill
because
you.
now things have come around, and the one person who looks like they're the walking armory is the student on.
Yeah, what the irony. Yeah.
It's been a weird couple of months, headmaster. We've slayed a dragon. It's been crazy.
I'll be sure to ask you about that once we're speaking later. But for now, I'm just gonna get back to my...
Goodbye.
Stuff.
Enjoy writing things.
You
Let's go
exit
to- let's
the
go to
office and go into town. There are sorts of NPCs that you can get caught up on, but there's a long list, so let's go down whoever
What was
says
your-
their thing first.
Henry, say the thing that you wanted to say.
Ooga booga booga.
Oh, you wanted to go to the flower shop to get
Ah,
stuff that
yes.
you had to pick up.
I mean, the flower shop is probably I figured it's also
Flower
like
shop.
the last
Picked up-
spot if we want like good
flower
intel.
shop. Probably Jason, so we can talk to him about the two-headed
Bang.
bear.
We always got to get some
Dirk and
jerky.
Roy.
Okay, so I heard first is going to be the Pretty Flower Shop.
Pretty flower shop.
It's easy enough to get there, and the location has been newly refurbished. After the siege, as you can remember, the first part where the actual flower shop is was hit by a wayward boulder on fire and needed to be recouped. It's been long enough, and the construction has been funded by a very wealthy group of smugglers and brokers.
Oh, on the way there.
It's all brand new.
What?
On the way there, I mentioned to the guys, maybe we could use the Aldrizig dollars here for the smugglers. They do have overseas locations. Maybe they could make use of it if we need like emergency cash.
Lucio would be the one to. I'm sure he'd give us a straight answer if we just flat out asked him about that. So you want to ask?
Yeah, well, no, I don't. Again, I don't really need anything.
Wouldn't it
Well,
be
like-
kind of weird? Like, how did these things I only gave to my one daughter arrive here with you?
Well, no, they're not.
stranger?
They're like Chuck E. Cheese tokens. They're exclusive to like certain shops, but I don't think they're.
Well, I also know. I will say though that he doesn't have. They don't have like that. The flower shop doesn't exactly have reach. They don't have out there. And
Yeah, if I remember, weren't they just local?
Wait, I thought they did have one branch over there. Am I wrong?
just I
I
think,
think they had a small branch,
Oh,
not a big.
Well, my character's
might
dead.
say
I can't
that.
give you this information. I can't.
Not so much a branch, more like a twig.
Yeah.
There you go.
The roots are in Rootash.
Make your way over to the Pretty Flower Shop.
Making
front-
my way down.
The front area has been now installed a new patio, which allows for plants that climb on vines to be used as a little archway. As you pass through, you can see the variety of plants here has, since it's the spring and summertime, grown to be these lavishly beautiful flowers who are in full bloom. As you pass by, some of them even like brush you over the shoulder, causing a little pollen to stick to your shoulder. You just got jizzed on by a flower.
Adam.
What?
True.
And besides, Zen's covered in bees, so they love it.
Yeah, they love
Um,
coming here.
The Pretty Flower Shop the door is open to you. At this time, it's probably about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's not particularly close to closing time. And you can see Lucio currently using a small watering pail to water the plants. He reaches out with one hand to feel for the edge, and then uses his free hand holding onto the edge to, grab the pail and pour it into the pot. At which point he goes and does that to the next one over. Everything is nice in a row so that he can just kind of do one after another one. Well, keeping up his facade of being a blindy.
Oh right, he was blind.
I can't see, he says.
I am a blind man.
Whoa!
As
I
you
believe-
enter, the little door chime rings above, and the proprietor of this location turns around. Sir or madam, welcome to the Pretty Flower Shop. How may I help you today?
Good to see that you're in good health there, Lucio.
I recognize that voice.
How you been?
Things doing well, gentlemen. Everything around here is very nice and tidy.
Added
Unlike a
new
couple of
patio,
months
I
ago.
see.
Yes, the veranda is beautiful. Great place to take in the sights if you can see. I cannot.
And then he gives us a wink.
Why?
I cannot wink.
I'm blind.
But the patrons who like to loiter around here when they buy the flowers greatly appreciate the shade. And the sights and smells of all the flowers that I so graciously plant around here. Everything is beautiful, as they say. You know, some funny business over in the mountains. You hear about that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, we heard.
unfortunately.
Yeah. That neck of the woods is looking a little bit hotter this time of year.
A lot of runoff.
Indeed. Although fresh water is nice for the plants, it's a little bit too much for my tastes. Is there anything I can help you with? Flowers?
We were
Bouquets.
hoping to see some ivory bouquets if you had any.
Yes, I do. I have a special order for you, by the way. Something that you had put in just a couple of, well, at this point, weeks ago.
Ah, perfect.
I take it your vacation was a beautiful time, sir or madams.
Yes,
It
I
was
often
for
never
a
return.
while, and then it wasn't.
I'm sorry to hear that. But if you're all alive and kicking, if you'll please follow me in, well, I can't fit all of you in the back room, so just, whomever has strict business with the flowers, everyone else you can sit on the veranda. It's a beautiful day, I think. It feels warm.
I'll sit on the veranda and people watch.
I will join Dauntless with that.
I will enter back room.
So we got Zen going to the back room. We got... What's Varys doing?
Can I go in the back room?
Okay. And Kalos, you're going into the back room?
Of course.
Me and the cat. I'll look after the cat.
Yes, the cat will stay here.
Yeah, we'll people watch. Three
I'm
of
here,
us.
cat, friend, and
Starts making that fucking cat
Piss,
noise.
piss, piss, piss.
That noise
I just say,
doesn't
come over
fucking
here.
work. That noise doesn't
Come
fucking
over
work.
here. I speak to it like he's a human. He
yes,
knows.
Speak
He
to him
fucking-
like he's a fucking regular
Yeah,
person.
I said I didn't do the thing. I didn't do it.
The little teeth sucking noise.
Come here. Come on, we're gonna look at
snapping
people.
at him and holding a.
No, I got. We're cool. Come on, we're outside.
Kalos Laszlo's the only one that treats me like a human. Everyone else thinks I'm an animal. God.
He got me this hat, and I'll never not forgive him. Forever.
Laszlo's
It's so
giving
nice
Dobby
to be
clothes.
semi-autonomous. Anonymous again.
I'm free. Alright, so, into the back room you guys go. With this many people, it's a bit cramped. It is essentially just a storage closet, so you're kind of bumping into each other's shoulders and having to watch your feet as you shuffle along. The storage around here is primarily used for the Ivory Crown business that is not flowers, so the smuggled goods or less than legal stuff that is around here being transported or being waiting transport are stored here temporarily until they're moved to the next branch of this establishment for the Ivory Crown. As soon as the door closes behind you, Lucio puts down his watering pail and kind of just sits up with his elbows against the countertop, leaning forward, and he begins to produce a series of leather-bound parchments and begins to place those on tables in a particular order. So, where the hell did you guys go?
Sanctus.
Sanctus. Alright. Bring me back
Ye-
anything fun from the desert?
Actually, we did. Mind you, your
Any
collectors
heirlooms that-
might enjoy it.
Yeah, you know, any heirlooms you want to buy, or sell off rather, I'm here. Got some
Yeah.
nice things that, you guys did all the transport jobs, so if you want me to make a quick buck, I'm here to buy some stuff off of you. Especially exotic pottery, if you got any kind of that sort of thing. If not, whatever you're willing to sell off. But I do have a couple of things that you guys had ordered before your departure to
Next time we're there, we'll pick up some pottery for you.
Yeah. If you have a quick way to get there and back, I'll be happy to pay you for some things that my clients would like to pay for to add their collections and whatnot. The more exotic and fragile, the better.
We have a legitimate job over there, so we have excuses
Do you
to
now?
travel back and forth.
Well, good for you. I'm not gonna ask. Unless it's something that could be lucrative to my company. If not, then you keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
Anyways,
We're probably gonna be around here and going back and forth. So why don't you just write a list down, and we'll see if we can pick some of the things up that your clients need.
Or maybe like just we'll keep an eye out
they're
list.
just things that you would basically want. Imagine like a rich person's house and like all the crap that they have on the shelves that don't actually do anything.
Too many spoons.
We've had a deal with rich people for so long.
Yeah, like pottery, drapes, tapestries, fine art.
I feel like we've been exclusively dealing with rich people since we
Yeah,
left. So
fucking snobbies.
Well, then you know the type that I'm
High
looking to sell to.
nose. They're all fucking.
have you dealt directly with the mortar moths? Oh boy, I don't recommend it if you have. If you haven't.
Directly? Nah, I don't deal directly with those kind of people. They're... I wouldn't say beyond my pay grade, but it's kind of like looking up at a mountain when you're on the ground floor. It's a daunting task.
And they look down at you the exact same way.
That's what I mean. Literally and figuratively, they are above me. I don't know about height. I'm kind of a tall guy, but that's probably not what you're here to do. But there's other people in Sanctus that I usually deal with. Our fingers don't reach that far into the pie, but we want to get our digits and everything we can. That's pretty far away too, so... Any case. Let me see. I got a couple of things, scouting reports, that you might want to listen to, or read on your own time. That's up to you. I haven't read it myself. This is just from the scout. I put it directly into the envelope. I didn't read it myself, mostly because... That's,
Confidential.
confidential, yeah. In any case, take those envelopes, read them at your discretion, probably not out in public, unless you want to. You can do whatever you want with it. If the information gets out from whatever's in there that you don't want to know, well, then that's going to be your fault. I got a couple of new things. A couple of clients didn't pick up their goods, so if you guys want to buy any nifty items, I got a new stock. If you're in a hurry, then I can put them on hold unless someone with an excruciatingly bulging wallet comes by and offers me a better price, and those can be swept away. But just because we're buddies, I'll give you the first dibs. But if you don't want anything, then that's fine. You already paid me for the other job.
Sure. I'm assuming the envelope's for me, so I'm gonna take the envelope. And I go into the bag of holding and I take out the mummy's jewelry, yeah. And I set it out in the. Does he have a mannequin?
He has busts. He doesn't have any mannequins in here. They're in a different storage. This one's a little bit more cramped and he can't afford to use the space for a mannequin series.
Okay. Oh, this goes for. This is all entire set, so I don't know if you want me to put it on the bust or just put it on the table.
Well, I got this tray that I use to sort through jewelry. Here, leave it on that.
I put the entire. What is this? 17-piece jewelry set.
Oh, the squid priest.
Yep.
Yeah. Who we
Is
think
this,
maybe Acolyto, like Acolyto's jewelry.
Yep.
Is this from your vacation?
Yeah.
Looks pretty
Found it.
foreign. I've seen jewelry like this. It's predates Mojo
Yeah,
Moth jewelry.
Oh yeah, it goes back to before there was Samir.
This is quite a collector's piece. You guys robbed some tombs or something while you're out there?
No, it's more like we found it buried out in the desert. And
Lucky
kinda-
find.
Did you rob a tomb? It's almost like
Technically.
we
The
did.
whole it is a tomb.
Hey, the tomb came to us.
Yeah,
Lucky
it was
find.
it was a fun endeavor. You know, we slayed a couple of dragons. That too.
I'm
Not
assuming
one
you're not
dragon.
putting this on my tray just to show it off. You looking to sell?
Yep.
Alright. Well, I do love a good aged piece. It comes with a good history. Put that paper tag on something, you can sell it for probably upwards of 20% more to some of these fine customers.
I can give you the rundown if you want. I can write it down for you.
Oh, please do. Anything that shortens my workload on
Sideways 8 in money.
searching up the history on this thing.
I'll go ahead and write down all the details that we know about it. Yeah, belonging to the The guy made by what's his name?
The guy on YouTube.
Well, this is certainly something I'd be willing to part ways with a hefty sum of gold. Is there any
Yeah.
asking price that you have that we can push back and forth on?
Yeah,
Or
well, we
should I-
start at 45.
45. Did you get this appraised before coming here?
Oh yeah, I know what it's worth. We're
Okay.
friends, so I'm giving you a little bit of a steal because you've helped us out. You've scratched each other's backs before, so
You're good at keeping good business relationships there, friend.
of course.
Now, let me see. Uh-huh. Hey, why don't you go ahead and make a...
Why go?
I can't just
check
go
there,
with this.
friend?
You gotta roll
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, do a
roll
dice.
all the
do a
dice.
dice.
I'm gonna give myself a +5.
Is a flash of genius, you know, like when Zach Galifianakis reads cards in
Mhm.
The Hangover? Is it like that? Like you just have a moment of like genius
Yeah, but
moment.
like you change all the...
I know the words to say, like "fuck you" moves away, and it goes sure like this. But
You know, in certain countries, because of the COVID lockdown, they had classes on how to socialize.
Mhm.
I imagine that's how
he has like a
Kalos'
class
thing is
101
because,
in his
Yeah,
head.
because of
it's
his
like-
because his -1 charisma. Like, look them in the eyes when
Don't
you
say
speak.
"fuck you." Don't say
When you shake someone's hand, don't do more than 3 shakes.
Callus' casting
Wait.
catalyst is just how to make friends and influence people.
Yeah, hold on, let me read this book real quick. You guys
Be
are book everywhere with
autistic.
him, like. Sneaky for dum dums.
I read that book out of curiosity. It's pretty funny.
Me writing down the info on them doesn't give me any type of advantage.
No.
Okay, alright, I just wanted to make sure.
From a super alien squid guy.
alien. Okay.
You ever been Area 51? This guy lived there.
2 words. Alien
Plus
pussy.
5, 23, minus 1, 22. 22 total.
Sounds like a good asking price. Tell you what. Do you plan on... Now, just calling back to your previous job about over in that neck of the woods that you're from. The job that you paid for is more or less done, and the scout has relayed the information to us, but he's still over there.
Oh.
You can continue your little espionage, and I can cut you a discount on continuing the surveillance. I can just tell him that he can stay over there for a few more weeks. I'll cut you a deal on that one. If you can say we're gonna cut this down to 42 on the jewelry.
Yeah, that's fine. 42 works.
Alright. I'll message him as soon as he is available. Over there, I think it's a couple hours ahead, so it might be a little bit late. But, not that much. It's probably like 9 o'clock right there. But, well, go ahead and read those reports at your leisure.
Yeah, I'll probably jump by beforehand to give you more instructions on that.
The jewelry pieces, I'll go ahead and polish these up a little bit more. They've seen a bit of, weathering. I'm not gonna take out those scratches. It gives it its character. Just make sure there's no sandy bits in the little joints that would cause it to rust and corrode over time. But, let me get you your money. Anything,
There's one more. This isn't a set. This is just various jewelry pieces that we found. Figured.
what the customer doesn't know is not gonna hurt him. If there's a missing, like, ring finger or something, he's not gonna know.
I'll go ahead and DM. I have 5,000 gold worth of jewelry that we found in the siege fight where we killed Laszlo's son.
I think I took some of that so I could do teleports.
No, I have it all in my bag, unless you took it and didn't let me know.
Oh, I didn't let you know. Sorry. Would I have been able to take at least some so we can teleport places? I have some left, but...
Well, it was 15. It was 5,000 gold worth. So how much would 5,000 gold worth? So how much would you have taken?
Not 5,000 worth. Hold on, let me double check. Double check the spells. I think it's 75 for a TP. I've got a
It's only
bit.
50. Teleportation
50?
circle. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Use 2 of those. Would I be able to take like a grand's worth?
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
So instead of 5,000 DM, I put 4,000 on there.
Let me see. Lucio goes ahead and goes to one of his vaults. It's a large, in-the-wall set safe that he opens up and produces a large quantity of gold in the form of coins. You guys are back to using gold instead of paper currency, so it's got some heft to it. But the large quantity of gold he presents, he gets out a mercantile scale. He's not going to count each piece, but since gold is a uniform weight, you can calculate it by weight. And he begins to weigh out the amount, as you see him put little weights on one end of a scale and measures those out for you. In the meanwhile, you can look around his storeroom here. He has some stuff that you're not familiar with that's been stored away here, and according to him, some of them are from clients who have not picked up their goods for whatever reason. In any case, he has restocked on some items. Not all of them are magical, seeing as he's not a magic item shop, but sometimes the ones that come through here are. And then all of you see you have your envelopes with their scout reports. So, what's on the docket?
Would I have sold that for 4,000 gold?
I see.
38.
No. 38? Okay.
Yep. Or 3.8, whichever one I call it.
Okay. Then I go into my bag of holding and I produce Butcher's Dance. It's a this guy has been a great help, but I upgraded. I want to give it back to you.
As he says that, I also have to return to him the skeleton robe. That was one of the loners.
Right. Let's go ahead and leave those wherever I have a counter space for it. I'll get those back to their respective locations. I'm hoping that they did you well.
Yes, they did.
They did, yeah.
I have worn it for since I got it, pretty much.
I don't know wash much.
It's never been
It
washed.
fucking smells. There's bee juice on it.
There's bee juice and blood stains.
Are the other ones still being used by your companions?
Point to Varys' head. Yeah, they're still being used.
Oh, and also with that, I have to get going.
Okay. Well,
Oh, I'll see you guys later tonight.
at your leisure, you guys can return them whenever your duty that you're
User
borrowing them
disconnected
for
from your
is
channel.
over. And considering what's happening with Diviculus over in the mountain over there, still a long ways to go. So no rush on getting those back, but if you get them back to me because you got an upgrade, I don't mind. Alright, that is all of the gold counted. Kalos, this is yours.
You.
Put my scales away. Alright, flower for the road, gentlemen. He hands you all an actual ivory flower, and just pins it to your collar.
Does this guy have stock, do you say?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
no,
you're
not
on the
there.
veranda.
I'm looking at people.
But hearing Laszlo in the back of my head, so heard you have some stock? What do you have?
Yes, I have a couple of items. Now, if they'd be useful to you, I'd probably say no, because again, some of our clientele aren't exactly the adventuring types, more like the sit at home and collect money types. So, if you want something that is a, this is a portrait of one of our clients, I don't think you're going to want that. But I have a couple of things that might be interesting to you folks who are out and about, especially if you're going to do things for your companions to get rid of that Diviculus problem. Are you gonna fight him?
It's definitely something that's looking more and more likely. But
All right. Well, from what I've seen, and during the siege, fire weaponry is not useful. Despite the creatures that he used being plants, they seem to be immune to fire, so I would advise not using anything of the sort.
Ooh, that Turok.
That Turok got bamboozled.
What is it? Just walnuts? Yeah, you idiot. Then just fucking teleported away. Like,
But I do have a couple of items that might be piquing your curiosity. One of our clients was in the mood for something to protect himself, and unfortunately he didn't get the bracelet before the things that he was trying to protect himself got to him first. This is a silver bracelet, and it is used to fight undead and lycanthropes, or really any were creature. It's not so much to fight against them, but protection against them. If that's something you folks think you'd be interested in. Although I don't think Diviculus or his plant army would be considered protected by this bracelet. You never know what kind of weird creatures are pouring out into the Earl's hunting grounds.
I mean, we've dealt with both within the last year, so.
Right, so this bracelet gives you a bit of protection against undead and what do they call them besides lycanthropes? Was it were creatures? So if that's something you'd be interested in, that's something that a client left behind. I'm trying to sell it off now that he's dead. If you want something a bit more utilitarian outside of combat, I have this really nice deployable chimney. It's called a small hearth. You can deploy it basically anywhere as long as it has room. It even comes with a little cooking stove on top of it.
Oh.
Reasonably speaking, it also creates magical fire, so you don't need to worry about suffocating yourself in tight spaces. So if you need a cooking surface, or just something cozy that you can deploy at any time, you can purchase this. Just take in mind, no, you cannot just drop it on someone and have the whole hearth fall on top of them. It must have a free location to apparate, or else it just doesn't work. That would be a good utility, though, because a hearth is consisting of probably at least 2 tons worth of stone.
Good thing the princess isn't here. She'd be all over this one.
Well, you don't want to purchase anything for your friends? Or do you think it's too much of a homebody thing?
Yeah.
Alright, very well. How about this one? This is a classic dowsing rod. However, instead of searching for water, they search for precious jewels.
Oh.
Now take in mind, it doesn't tell you the depth. It just tells you when you're above one. So you could be 5 feet, or several thousand. So just take that in mind.
How much is that?
This one is a prospecting device that was left here, and because the client was unhappy with how deep that... He didn't realize that diamonds don't grow on the surface.
why is it not just 5
Why is
feet?
it not-
So the
What the
client
fuck?
did not want to... we sold it back. So this one's going for 10,000 gold pieces. It could, in theory, pay for itself very quickly if you are willing to dig deep for diamonds. And it's not only just diamonds, though, but so just, you know, other precious jewels. You could find deposits of things like sapphires, and around these parts, topaz is a very common thing, especially towards Morskull. It's just to whether or not how you're dedicated you are to the mining business.
Hey, Varys, you think our employee would like this?
I don't know. Is quartz something that the magic properties of that make it less? I don't know. I don't know.
Quartz?
Have you heard of diamond quartz?
Yes. Anyone who's not living underneath the rock knows what diamond quartz is.
Do you think this would work with those?
Good question. I actually don't know that. I've never tested. Diamond quartz only grows in certain regions of the world, not Rutash, unfortunately. The amount of underground activity needs to be very precise for it to grow in the first place. Generally speaking, you can find it around Sanctus, certain locations in Dominus towards the south, and large locations in certain key pockets in Gromnil. Everywhere else, not so much, so I have not had a chance to test it out. So, that is a question for you to figure out if you choose to purchase this item.
Do you think you... Does it have to be raw precious gems for this thing to activate?
I'm assuming no one's burying cut gems in the ground.
What a crazy person.
They don't grow like seeds. Well, actually, that's not entirely false.
Obviously, you've never met any pirates.
You could
Yar! It's like,
Big red X right on the top, so they don't forget
yeah,
where they put it.
It's right there.
I'm assuming you wouldn't want this. This is just a, it's a wrist-mounted timepiece.
It just tells the time?
Yes. Not magical. It's just one of the pieces that we have. The amount of, engineering required to make this thing work, and to make the little hand move, is a feat of engineering genius, however. So... most people just look at the sun.
Yeah, that makes sense. Here, do you mind if I test out that rod?
Well, there's no precious gems underneath my store, if that's what you're asking for. Believe me, I played around with it, and there's nothing around here.
I have a couple of precious gems.
I mean, if you want to just test to see if it works, then by all means.
I'm gonna take out a bit of diamond quartz, DM.
Mm-hmm.
And put it nearby, see if it works.
You hold the dowsing rods in your hand, parallel to each other and parallel to the ground. You sweep over by pivoting the upper half of your body and sweeping over the diamond quartz. You see Lucio, who is not very familiar with diamond quartz. He's like, oh, that's what that shit looks like.
You got this crystal shit.
As you hover over it, there is a slight rumble sensation in the rods, and it's not just you shaking your hands really fast. Eventually, the dowsing rods go from being parallel to each other to making a little pizza slice shape whenever they go over the diamond quartz, and whenever you move your hands over, or when you move the rods away from it, they go back to parallel. So that's how people read a dowsing rod. And realistically speaking, it was just them like twisting their hand ever so slightly, so it makes the thing spin.
Look,
And like, ooh, there's water here. I'm not an idiot.
Here. Okay, so it works with diamond quartz, which is good. Here, I'm gonna probably be back within a couple of hours. Let me get in contact with my boss, see if he's interested in this. Or just keep it out of your hands. Take it from your hands.
Seems like it'll be good for your new boss. Is your new boss someone of the, one of the big head honchos over there in Sanctus?
Just stay quiet.
I mean, it's a legitimate job, Kalos. It's not.
Yeah, should we be announcing who we work for, though?
Oh, that's fair.
Well, technically, you work for both of the biggest.
Well, no, technically we don't work for the Morgemons.
technically,
We work
we're
for...
outside, so we can't speak to our friends inside now.
We work for someone. Just
Someone
we
who-
can't. We
If context isn't obvious, someone who deals with crystal quartz.
Yeah.
I think we've already played our hand with that.
Yeah, you might be able to pick up who we work for, or you can't really discuss.
A lot of it's
Well, there's not many people who are willing to go to those depths to find this precious material, so... It's either that, or you just got really lucky like you do with the jewelry, and it was just on the surface of the desert.
Oh no, with this one we had to like dig a bit. So.
Oh,
For the
well.
jewelry, anyway.
Well, in either case,
Either case, I'll be back. I'll probably
Actually-
pick that up for you.
How much for the anti undead werewolf bracelet? Is that? Do you have a range or a?
Yes, that's going to be 7,500 gold pieces.
Varys, you're gonna get a cut from that money that I just got, so if you want, you can use your cut to get that. How much did you say?
7,500.
That would be your cut. You'll have 100 left over. And 33.
Doesn't
know what,
require
yeah.
attunement.
Oh, even
You
better.
can just
All right,
slap it on.
cool. I'll take it.
Alright.
We're doing business with gentlemen. I'll just go ahead and take some of my money back, I guess.
Yeah, I'll give him 7,500 and then give Varys 133 gold.
Okay.
Your cut.
So you can add to your inventory that is called a warding charm, and then put in parentheses undead / lycanthrope.
Okay.
It gives you advantage on all saving throws when being attacked, or any abilities by those creatures. Gives you advantage on all saving throws, and damage reduction by resistance for piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning from those creatures.
This out. Let me just find a blank. Oh, I'll just use this giant piece of paper. So you said warding charm.
Hopefully you'll get more use out of that thing than the person who was supposed to be getting it.
So it's undead and werewolves, right?
Undead
Or-
and...
and lycanthropes.
Yep.
Lycanthropes, and it's
Is lycanthropes just like wolf people?
no, it's any
No,
were-creature.
any...
So it could be
Were-bear,
any-
were-rat.
Were shark.
Were shark.
Were
Were
rat.
rat.
Snails.
Were snail.
Were rats.
That'd be one of the worst ones to be a were snail. I think that'd be.
Advantage on saving
What if
throws.
you're
I don't
like
know-
that snail with that thing? It was like, oh, you're immortal, but if the snail catches up to you,
Yeah, that's him. Like-
but you didn't tell them it's a were snail.
Oh, so you could just masquerade as a person, and then all of a
Mhm.
sudden,
He just
I'm
grabs
snail.
you with his slimy
Oh,
hand and like
I just
I
want to
got
shake
you.
your hand. I just want to
So
shake
it's
your
advantage
hand.
on saving
on
throws.
saving throws versus abilities caused by those things,
And resistance
from
to their
undead.
attacks.
and resistance to the damage from bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. So if hypothetically
He shot you with
a-
a fireball.
a fireball, well, you would have advantage on the saving throw, but if you
But
got
the
hit by the
damage would-
damage,
yeah.
would not be resisted. So it's only the slashing, piercing, and
Bludge,
bludgeoning
slash.
of them resulting of beating the shit out of you.
The bludgeonizer.
All right. Cool. All right.
So like if I had a, what's it called? A spitter from zombie game to not be named. You'd have advantage on
For
the saving
blood,
throw
huh?
against it, but not the
Yeah.
damage.
Okay. Bank for blood.
Let's see. But yeah, that is his new stock. He just has a regular watch.
I kind of want
d-
that watch.
Don't
How
knock
much is the watch?
It's 500 gold.
Okay.
Thinking about all
It's
the
like-
tiny gizmos that goes into a watch.
Exactly, it's fucking kind of badass.
Yeah, but then we're always constantly on the move and fighting shit. What happens
Well,
if it...
like my thought for it is like, if we know time is getting fucked with, that won't work.
Is that Loki again?
He's
Well,
a
that was
Loki detective.
well, that was an interesting case where we had the magic watch that always knew what time it was, and then it couldn't figure out what time it was because of the magic. Whereas I don't.
Yeah, Monday and Watch will probably just like
The Monday watch probably just keep ticking.
who knows? You'll have to go into another time warp to see how that interacts with it. But other than that, not much else new in terms of stock, so you can leave.
Cool. We leave.
What, did me and Daedalus and Creo see any funny people as we were walking by?
I don't understand what
As
your
it-
term of funny people would be. They're just people from Solholm. Many of them
Look
look
at
like...
that one. Look at the top
He's
of
got his
his
shoe on.
head.
He's got the wrong shoe on his foot.
Yeah, they just
at
look
that
like
one,
Skyrim
Joe.
NPCs.
You don't get to the Cloud District often, do you?
I own
I do
Holly
want to
Frost
take
Farms, you see.
No,
I wouldn't say a detour because it might be something. Forget the exact route. Might pass, but I
What
want to take a glance.
Okay.
Not so much looking for work, just kind of get a version of a version of current events, the bounty board that we found old blubbery. And I just want to take a quick glance, see if there's anything.
Oh, also, before we would have left the patio, I would have gone over to the guys. All right, you guys want your gold?
Gold for.
You keep it, dude. You keep it.
You want me to keep all of this gold?
Mike, you can keep my share. No worries.
I'm sorry, gold for what?
Do you remember the dead bodies that we found that had a
Calados
shit ton of gold?
the flowers we got from Acalato. We traded them in.
Yeah.
Hey, no worries, dude. You need it more than me. For your
Oh.
stuff that's gone, so. If it furthers your research, I'm more than happy to give my cut.
I mean, hold on to it, just, but in case I need anything, I'll let you know.
Okay. Well, I gave Varys his share.
An elderly woman who is a customer who's coming in. Like, oh, are we giving out money?
I give her a piece of gold.
Oh, I was joking, but thank you. She goes into the shop and buys some flowers.
And then DM, you said 3,800 for the regular gold, right? Or 35?
38.
38. Okay.
Do you want to go chat to Rayford, guard captain, see what's going on with that? I know that water is a problem, but I don't know if there's any other issues. Kill some time.
I've got no. Got some time.
If not, then we can go have a look at this trench that's being built. I'm more than happy to help out a little bit, but considering we haven't got our foreman, but I think we can help out.
Yep. Alright, so we have...
I just want to go see the Jarl, I guess. See Mr. Ludo Horick, and see if there's anything that old Laszlo and the gang can do to help with this trench wall thing being formed. Yeah. We helped expedite the whole siege rebuilding in the other place.
And then, DM, as we're walking along, I take out the crystal phone and I send over a message to the R&D team, and I say, R&D team, found an interesting item, might tell Baruti that it might help him find more diamond quartz. Let me know if you guys want me to pick it up.
Which particular person are you sending it to? You can't just do a
Oh,
mass
it's just-
message.
Well,
the
no,
room.
from my
call
understanding,
friends.
it was just the
Well,
crystal.
no, because he gave us
Is it a
the
sending spell?
he gave us the upgraded sending stones. So it's
Yeah,
like, it
so
would be
it's-
whoever in the company actually.
holding it.
Yeah.
You hear that on the other side.
I mean, unless it's like an actual sending thing that I can know who it is. I mean, but from
Oh,
what
actually-
I know, it was just
yeah,
just
it's
two
As-
send an upgraded sending stone.
As the guys start talking about sending stones, I pull out the one of the two that we gave to the necromancer. Everything all right?
Jesus,
Please don't start doing that.
please.
Hey, babe.
I don't want to talk to the necromancer if we don't have
What's
We're
to.
on a
my
different
guy?
continent. We need to make sure.
Callus made it. I trust Callus's work.
You
Oh,
get
we
in
need to make sure that
You
he's
tested
okay.
it when you first gave it to
I'm
him.
not.
cares
I'm
more-
testing
First
to
of
make
all,
sure that things
how-
don't go wrong.
How bad do you think my work is?
I'm not testing if it's working. I'm testing to see if we let the book go again.
So
yeah,
you
I'll
send
put-
a
I
message
just got
to
in.
the
I just put
necromancer
my stove
saying,
on.
hey, how's it going?
Hey, babe. You good?
Or
Oh,
pretty much
babe,
like
hey,
everything
forgot
nominal.
to tell you I left.
We're off continent, so if something goes wrong.
Ooh, what the fuck is that noise?
Yeah, I'm doing alright. Yep. I like that filter, whatever that one was. Crackly pebble, like.
Who is this again? Are you messaging me?
Uh,
Alright, you're the Yes, everything's fine.
Okay, off continent, so just.
Yeah. You can only send that once per day, sir.
Oh, okay. Well then, we're good.
I imagine Nautilus was still talking into it like a telephone anyway, and just not realizing.
Yeah, so
I wouldn't know what a
babe.
telephone is because we don't have telephones, so it would
The
just.
pebble stones. What we got? Pebble phones. So he's just having a full-blown one-sided conversation because he doesn't know when it's not working. It's weird, I'm not getting any response, cows. How strange. You know what the magic does, though.
Alright, let me look at my list of people. This one is...
Oh,
that guy's dead.
Oh, shit.
Jesus.
Well, I just see I put deceased tags on all these people, so I'm just looking at Sonoris NPCs. That guy's dead.
You really like lessened the list in
Oh, they had the one
Outpost,
Sonoris NPC.
Yeah. Oh, that guy. Yeah, the fucking
The shaman.
the shaman. Yeah, he's probably chilling with the satyr, to be honest.
No, he got poisoned because of their air, and he had to like run off. So
Maybe he's just a little satyr guy now. Then we got
that's the version of
Navarre
events
being
we
a
were.
dick. I don't know what the fuck he is. What he's doing in that little painting.
Yep.
Let's see.
That little guy, freaky dude.
Wheat farmer.
The wheat farmer picks up. The signal got fucked up, and some farmer just fucking hello. I'm
No, I'm just reading off the
grazing the
tags.
field.
Sorry, what the fuck are we doing?
Oh, he messaged to see if his boss or someone in the research team wanted the Callus to purchase that dowsing rod item.
Tell Baruti if he wants me to purchase that searching rod.
So you get a message back from the guy who is your
Garrick?
not boss, but like, you know, seniority.
Fug. It's Fug.
No, it's Garrick.
No, it's Garrick.
Dang it. Fug couldn't pick up the phone, so I was next best thing.
He says, test it out first. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4. Test it out first. Buy if it really works. Let me know how much it costs. Probably won't come out of your paycheck.
Which better not. By the way, DM, if you forgot how much it is, it's a minute of, instead of just the 25 words, it's a minute.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's the upgrade.
Yeah, it's a minute.
One.
Yeah, so we can give our reports. But I don't know if you.
Well, that
I
was
don't know if
24 words, so I was right on the money.
What?
But I don't know if I can only use it once per day. That part I didn't write.
That part is still true.
Okay.
The upgrade is the time as opposed to number of words
Uses, yeah.
change.
Gotcha.
You could speed talk. You could haste.
Yeah, haste.
You ever see those people who pretend to be speed readers and they kind of just like
pisses me
slap the
off.
pages and go and like you ask him what he read and they're like, I don't know.
Oh no, he's
I can't
fast.
remember.
I just
Yeah, I read it too
I'm just
quickly.
reading it fast. I'm not actually comprehending it.
I will fucking throw the book back at them. That annoys me.
I think it's funny to watch them.
I like when they do the cattle sales and they're like,
At least they're actually saying something. The people
Yeah,
who are
yeah.
doing the fake speed reading, they're just fucking gibberish.
Whoa, you read that whole book?
What
It's like, fucking, what are you on about? You're
is
mad.
that even doing for you? You're not even saying the words. You're just making noises.
Think of all the other knowledge it's shoving out. He's putting so much knowledge in so quickly. They didn't think of that.
Stop! You're gonna forget your name.
So
Alright, so
fast.
that is ascending for the R&D team. You still have a couple hours until Master Summerwatch said to meet him in the hangar / information repository 1A. I'm not saying
That's
the
what
other
it
thing.
was. Information repository 1A implies there is a 1B somewhere.
Okay.
So if there's any other NPCs you want to check in on, like Jason or something.
My dad. No, I don't know.
Again?
I've checked with my dad. No, I could always do sending on my dad, but you'd catch anything? Yes.
We should go to talk to Yerkroy and Jason. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Sounds good. Let's go.
Definitely something we can do.
Let's go.
I'll be right back, boys.
Okay.
You
Well,
saunter
yeah.
over to the butcher shop. There you can see that there were mild renovations made because the top of it did get chipped by a wayward rock. Not so much so that they need to install a new veranda. They make money, but not that much money. As opposed to a fake flower shop. I mean, actually, technically it's a real flower shop.
Yeah. That's how good it is. It's
And then, well, the face.
yeah. The face is so well polished.
But they actually sell meat here, and only meat. So, while people eat meat all the time, you can't charge them that much for it, or else then it just
50 gold a meat, please.
I'm back. Never mind.
So you make your way over to Yerk and Roy's shop. There you
Jesus.
can see that. Let me just check. It is a weekday, so Jason would actually be out hunting, since he usually comes back during the weekends. So it is just Yerk and Roy, and at the time of you coming into the shop, it is currently Roy in the driver's seat.
Hey, Roy.
Now that's a face I haven't seen in quite some time. And the rest of your faces.
Yep.
How have you all been? It's been quite some time. Yerk has been angsty, to say the least. Not sure where you folks went.
Well, it was agonizing being off continent, but
Well, I'm sure it
thankfully
was.
we're back.
Missing those sausages that you're famous for. I was wondering if I could buy you a couple. A link, actually.
By all means, we have a couple. Might
You
need to
got the
wonder.
spicy ones yet?
We do. We might want to reheat them for a bit. They have been sitting on the shelf for a few hours at this point. They're still good. Don't worry about food spoilage. York is very particular about selling fresh meats, and I acquiesce. That being said, I'm not going to just argue with him about selling rotted food, but that's something that he really wanted to be very upfront about when we started this shop initially. But, have you folks been caught up on the news? There's a new trench going around the city.
We've heard about the trench to some degree.
Yes, and have you heard about the wild animals that are turning into, pink deer?
We heard
Turning
about a
into
two-headed bear.
Yes, that was something that, Jason reported on. It was the first thing he came in, he was screaming almost when he came back home. And
It's a bear. We're two heads.
Yerk was the
Is
first
that
one to greet him with that. Well, that's not verbatim, but...
Oh, okay.
And he wasn't like... I would say screaming, he wasn't like literally yelling. But he was
"Whoa,
very
it's a
like...
bear." Distraught.
"Eh,
Or happy?
Harsh.
Elated?
No, well, it was a mixture of many emotions, mostly because it basically says that he doesn't have the safety to go out and
Yeah,
hunt.
two-headed bear kind of does a big old bell ringer.
Yeah, so
well,
he's
that's pretty-
back out into the tundra hunting non...
One-headed bears.
no, generally speaking, he keeps it mostly to elk. They don't fight back.
You guys ever hear elks bugle, by the way? Bugle? They're fucking weird.
It's genuinely an awful noise. But generally speaking, Jason will be back by the end of the week, as he usually is, and will sell off his goods. But, generally speaking, besides that, and the trench, the, how do I say this? It's getting weird around here. The mountain is colorful, and at the peak times of day around noonish, when you can get a good glimpse over to Valkyrie's Ascent, it almost looks like someone's putting like a green hat on top of it. And rumors around town have been saying that the Temple of Odin is gone.
Can confirm.
Can confirm. That's crazy. I honestly don't know what's happening, and I'm contemplating moving house, but Yerk has too much sentimental value here, and Jason is technically employed by the state, so he's a bit hesitant to leave too. That being said, the two-headed bear kind of put a fire underneath his ass as to whether or not he could consider moving to another town. Where we would go, I'm not entirely sure. With his orc body, we could mingle with the tribesmen down to the south. Not so much for Jason, now that he is not... Well, he wouldn't have fit either way. But
Worst case scenario, go to Allport, tell them Volong sent you.
what does that mean?
And then I look over at
The whole port.
Darius, can you give me your armband? I'll get you a new one.
Which armband?
The Mordred Moth Princess one.
Oh, yeah, sure. Whatever.
Oh yeah, Dottie over here is the princess.
Oh, congratulations! Is that a new establishment? Did you marry into the family? Is that how it works?
It's a long, confusing story that I personally am not too invested in beyond the fact that I have.
I mean, you're looking at maybe the one person in the whole city who would understand every piece of it, and
You know,
We're
that's a good point.
supposed to,
I'm used to just having to tell people that they wouldn't understand it.
Are we to bow and curtsy whenever you enter the room?
Oh my god, please do.
No.
we don't do that here.
No.
Don't be cruel. He's
no,
gone through a lot of it.
well, Yerk is asking.
No, I pinched the bridge of my nose. No,
Okay, so he was going to call you milady, but I guess not.
please don't.
Oh my god, please tell him to do
Write
it.
note down.
Oh, fellas, don't forget that Yerk can hear you. He's not just
Oh,
relaying.
right, yes.
I pointed
He
Callus,
is
you
quite
don't
present,
encourage
but
people.
I am just taking the
Stop
driver's seat.
encouraging people to do things.
Dottie, I am taking the piss out of you, as people say.
I say that.
Well, I'd like my
Thanks,
piss
Henry.
to stay where it is. Thank
Stop taking the fucking piss out of me. I'm not a fucking princess. That's what it sounds like.
you. This body had a lot of obligations familially and marriage-wise.
Well, then I suppose I'm
apparently.
grateful that I had such an easy streak with this body.
I did have an easy streak.
Had.
One time.
I don't mean to rub the salt in the wounds, but if you've taken care of it, and if you're going to live on to a life of lap and luxury, then don't forget, we can sell you meats, but I don't think you would want to go too far away from the shop. We don't have any kind of...
Callus.
Oh.
Let me get your armband too, actually.
We only have one body.
Yeah, but Jason...
Oh, for Jason, yes, of course.
Yeah, in case things get bad, you guys go.
And if you are committed to orc territory, I
No,
don't
that
think...
was just a fleeting thought because of the fact
There might
that...
not be any orcs left.
I mean, if you could survive it, Einator is actually a I wouldn't call it crime-free, but they have a very
yeah, there's
strict
like a-
policy on crime down there. So it's a long trip and a hazardous one. But
Well, I'm
if
sure
you're
most towns have a
Oh,
strict
an even nicer
anti-crime...
place than that. Another place.
Don't most towns have an anti-crime policy?
Not that place. No, not
You
really.
also go to Muir School if you'd like.
Wretched hive of
Has a nice
scum.
sauna.
Or even Samsara. That's even further. That's nice.
I
You can always get
do
a boat
actually
job down.
have a keen interest in Samsara. A very good trade hub. Would be a great
is,
place to open up a shop if we have enough coin to open up a shop. The tax rates for that place are enormous.
Well, for what it's worth, if you make a stop in Allport and just say that you're my employee now.
I give you my thing.
Yeah, take the band. Both you and for Jason.
You have usurped their roles.
Whatever you say, Miss Princess Lady. We will throw around your name like it's a used rag. Or something to akin to that.
I
royal
can't hurt
rag.
at this point, so...
Well, if it's up to you, then we'll use it at our leisure. Don't worry, I'm just being crass. But if it does get us into high places, then don't think I won't use it. Roy was... Yerk and Roy's name is going to be all over the place, if that's the case. But I do enjoy this particular line of business. Maybe we could hire new employees if it's lavish enough. That
just
way...
be safe about it.
In regards to what? Is there a shadowy figure that will attack me if I use your name
Oh, no,
inappropriately?
nothing like that. Just leave before things get bad if things look like they're gonna get bad.
And maybe take a sea route if you're gonna go up to Elport. 'Cause,
Good point.
Well, around these times, the prices for sea voyages are generally actually cheaper than going during the winter. The icebreakers don't need to be installed, so in that regard, the trips are cheaper and faster.
and safer at the moment.
Yeah, just if things look like they're gonna get bad and we're not around to tell you things have gotten bad, then
Well, by all means, Yerk here is a great runner. Me, not so much. And Jason's a woodsman, so he can break us through any territories that are not on the road. So, if we do decide to do that, well then, I'm still leaning more towards Samsara. Although they're relatively close to each other in the grand scheme of things. Just a couple of days' travel.
Well, the only thing with Oldport is I have more sway there.
Well, no,
Oh,
Old
that's
Port-
why.
oh.
Okay, I see.
Oldport's isn't Oldport the opposite direction of
All part
Samsara?
is northeast
Sorry,
of the
sorry.
continent. Samsara is south.
Yeah. Well, it's just a couple of days on boat. By that I mean, like a week or two. It's better than walking.
Better than getting attacked by orcs. Apparently the road is more warbands.
But I think that is a worst-case scenario.
Yeah.
Well, before you guys left, the air was thick with smog, and apparently that was mushroom spores. That settled probably about less than a week after the big siege. Generally speaking, it's been, I hesitate to use the word peaceful and normal. I wouldn't use either of those words. But it's settled to some extent.
Jason, give any indication of what the mood at the Longhouse is?
Yes, whenever he drops by there to get the biggest kills, he usually gives the biggest kills for the Jarl over there. He doesn't really stick around too long to eavesdrop or get all the juicy tidbits on political leanings for any one party or whatever. The new guard is very well kept, trained well. No further assassination attempts, just in case you were wondering. And generally speaking, besides the siege and the negotiations with the university, everything is, again, settling. Not normal, but it's working itself out. No further, what do they call them? The Drow? Nothing in terms of those people. They haven't, like, come up from underground and started trying to poison or murder the new Jarl. Good thing, because, frankly, I feel like us changing Jarls that often would be very annoying to the general public. Also because there's usually a ceremony each time, and you kind of lose your luster when it's a ceremony every other month.
Just disappeared after attempt number 2. It's... Yeah. Sorry, thinking out loud.
Any other news? Because Jason is going out towards the south, he is on occasion bumping noses with orcs. Not directly in conversation, mind you. He's usually typically hiding. He's quite good at that. But he kind of just, whenever he's waiting for a kill inside of his little camouflaged spot, he'll see orcs coming and going from mostly to the far west-ish, not so much close to home. He does go out pretty far sometimes when he's chasing a kill. But I think that the orcs are stirring up some bad business. Usually they're, well, they are usually killing each other and travelers. There's this lone figure that keeps attacking orcs.
Oh.
You remember Turok, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
That's him. I thought there was
Think.
more.
There's another one. A second guy with a blood song. 2 blood songs on the field.
If that
I mean,
is
that would be
indeed
horribly coincidental, but also not completely unexpected.
Well, if that is indeed your old friend Turok, he's not with your group anymore? Did you have a falling out?
No, he stepped away to pursue his own ends.
Which was that?
Oh, which apparently is murdering his own kin.
I don't think initially that was the case, but
Say that we're the bigger people because now we're going to help him with his thing that he stepped away from our thing to do. I'm just saying.
Ooh, okay. We're going to help a friend. Think of it that
Well,
way.
I
don't
hope
we?
he's doing well. He was always a ravenous customer when he's around here. And not to say that you folks aren't hungry for our fine products as well, but in
he
either
was
case...
a big bitch, yeah. He was
Big
like,
bitch.
No, not in a bad way. You know,
Not the
he-
words
he
I
ate
would
a lot-
use, but
He ate a lot of food. He
he was a
lad.
discerning customer
Yeah, yeah.
with a
Good for business.
empty belly and a hefty wallet.
Sure, sure, sure.
Anyways. Oh, by the way, it's 3 gold pieces for a link. If you
Sure.
want to grab one.
Oh hell yeah! I'm chewing on the one that he gave me, and I'm just like, oh fuck, I forgot to pay for it. Yeah, my bad.
Well, if you didn't pay for it, you would have heard from Europe
You would
before
be
you
dead.
left.
No.
There you go.
Oh, he doesn't.
Great
hurt
as always,
anyone.
by the way.
Well, he doesn't
What
hurt
is
anyone.
this?
He just yells.
Oh,
Money's exchanged. for
hurts you
goods and
emotionally.
services.
Well, yes, emotionally, verbally
There's-
abused. And that one time that we had a small street urchin try to pilfer some of our goods, Yerk went to the nearest guard and told on him.
Whoa. Get him, officer.
Don't worry, you're not going to see Yerk chasing after a small child with a meat cleaver in the streets. I keep him on a short leash. In that regard. Although he doesn't have any kind of outbursts like that, he's very accommodating and assimilated into city life.
That's
But-
good.
But, other than that, I am drawing a blank on any great and grand news, juicy gossip in the sort. Usually we don't hear that while we're working in a butcher. People kind of just come in and get their food and get out.
I'm just glad you guys are doing all right.
We are doing well, thank you for asking. If there's something else, then, well, we don't close for another hour and a half. But most of the goods here are going to be stored away in the cold storage. And then if you want the fresh stuff, drop by as early as you can. We open at 6 o'clock in the morning. And we usually put the stuff on the shelves by about at least 7:30. So if you want those fresh products, still piping hot and whatnot, and before the housewives get here, then drop by and loiter around the door. But that's just me plugging the business, as you can imagine.
Great as always.
You're quite
Oh,
welcome.
by the way, you guys want some? Can't eat this whole thing by myself.
All in peace, thank you.
Well, I'm not going to kick you out. You can loiter around here if you'd like. But other than that, we're going to be getting back to work. We're doing some salted jerky that we usually sell to the general store as field rations. So if you want to stick around and watch us put things into a salt bath for about 2 hours, then by all means, stick around. It's at that point Yerk takes the driver's seat for just a moment. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, Yerk.
We're gonna be making salted meats. They're
Oh,
good for the road. They last a long time.
that they do. Jerky is pretty tasty. But I turn to the rest of the guys. Maybe we should see the Arl as well.
No, can I finish my link first? You
Yeah,
guys
no,
want?
absolutely.
Want? No? Okay.
Well, I had a piece.
I think it'll also depend on. Let's get out of here and then we'll talk.
Alright, bye guys.
Goodbye.
Alright.
Bye, Yerk.
Just if things get hairy, remember.
Mm-hmm.
Don't stay.
You exit the butcher shop, and you can hear the sounds of these large wooden vats being poured with salt, and then large slabs of meat being chucked in there. And that's the last thing you hear before you exit the building. There are many other NPCs that you can catch up with, many of whom are in higher positions of power.
That one old guy that I was accidentally in his garden when we were watching the ceremony of the Jarl, becoming the Jarl. That guy.
Just take in mind at this time,
He may have died.
Master Gautier is not present.
He's gone. He's gone.
He
so he's back
left.
To, yeah,
He
he's
left
gone back
back
to, he's
months
gone back to his
ago.
king to talk
He left
about
months ago,
stuff.
yeah, during the spring.
DM, as we're going over there, by the way, I just want to stay back a little bit from the group and read the note that was given to me.
Sure. Well, it comes in a series of different letters and dated reports. They're not all from the same thing, and the scout, just vomited all the knowledge onto the paper. It was like, I saw 2 dudes, and then I saw 2 other dudes.
It's like that thing that person
They
you
didn't
did
know who
of
the fuck this
fucking,
guy was.
Yeah,
that thing you had to do that report on that person that just
Mhm.
fucking comments.
there's fucking stupid ass
Oh,
report.
and retard.
Dan, you can't say that. You gotta say,
Rard.
retardando, which is
Well, yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah, it's person.
it's what you do in music, so it's okay. It's Italian.
Fibonacci.
So the report reads in little segmented things with all the fluff removed so that it doesn't have those very useless bits of information. The information, of course, that you hired out the Ivory Crown for is specifically to dip their nose into your little secret club.
Secret club, yep. That used to build mustard gas, yes, of course. No, or make mustard gas. You can't build mustard gas.
The SS. What's the? Oh,
And
no.
you've been away for them from quite some time, so powers might have changed hands, people who are in charge, and operations might change in terms of efficacy, especially with the fact that there is the Civil War going on. In any case, your little club of people who are really fed up with the upper class casters is, according to the reports, and as you already kind of know, working with the rebels of the distraught, magicless cast of people in Dominus. Operation reports include people from your organization. Let me just go to the Dominus tab real quick on my thingamajig. The name of the Great Liberator, Lufidius Codwin, the dwarf male, the leader of the rebellion in the Civil War, is very much a name that keeps popping up every once in a while. Not in terms of your organization dealing with him directly by either like spying on the learned or any capacity, or even not just the learned, but just anyone associated with the higher class magic casters. Let me just go down to this one. Of course, there's also the name of the current king of Hecaphates, which is, his nickname is Tyrant Under the Cruel Sky. The nickname is given to him by the by the rebels, not by himself.
Imagine you give yourself the tyrant under the That'd be fun.
I mean, like, I don't remember if in The Witcher the Emperor of Nilfgaard's name was self-appointed or not, but it is a long sequence, which is the white flame that dances on the that dances on the graves of his enemies. So I don't know if that's self-appointed. I don't remember. But that guy, the Tyrant Under the Cruel Sky, is Canis Baraxio, the current king of Hecaphates, obviously the capital of Dominus, as per tradition. Operation reports typically go as the following, and some redundancies do show up. Unfortunately, the spy that was hired by the Ivory Crown was not able to intercept any of the messages, because that would put him in too much exposure. I wouldn't say necessarily danger, but he does, because he's not entirely sure if, like, anyone associated with the rebellion or your group would just outright, like, you would just smack him on the wrist or something, or just kill him. But either way, depending on how their mood is, I suppose. Operations reports typically go from people of your group. Let me just open this other tab for NPCs related to PCs. Alright, hold on, I have a Word document for this one. It's not on my OneNote, because it's too long. This one... Campaign... Here it is. Let me see. So the operations reports typically go from couriers from your group, would essentially go to the right hand of the Liberator. His name is well known to the common folk who are not even directly associated with the rebellion, but just like his name has gotten out and is just as famous as the Great Liberator. Also a dwarf male who is, for some people, they have rumored that it is either a cousin or at least a distant relative of the Great Liberator in that regard. So it's a small family of people who are leading the rebellion. At any given time, the air quotes relative of the Great Liberator goes by the name of Garryn, Garryn. No last name given. Garryn essentially works as the Liberator's right-hand man and liaison for dealing with the public. Due to security reasons, the Liberator does not appear in public as often as he did in the previous years, as the Stahl Secretia is putting out more tendrils into the water to try to seek out and presumably assassinate him. So he needs to be extremely careful about showing himself in public. So his air quotes relative is taking on many of the public relations for distributing orders to the rebellion from the top down. In that regard, this new guy, Garryn, is basically sticking his neck out for the Liberator. I'm just gonna call him Lufidius instead of the Liberator. But he's sticking his neck out for him in one of the worst possible ways, just because he's out in public. If he gets captured by the Sol Secretia, then he'll be probably interrogated to death. If you had to imagine how, depending on how, just what people think about that particular spy organization. Probably very ruthless and efficient. Ruthlessly efficient. Let me go to the next part. The names of people within your little club are very secretive, as you can imagine. You had your nickname, so none of these names given from the couriers between them are obviously code names. In the case of the one courier that the person of the Ivory Crown was essentially shadowing for this entire time. Now take in mind the methodology of the Ivory Crown is not always like hiding in a corner like obscured by shadows and like taking notes. Sometimes they do actually like get social and just straight up just ask questions if it is deemed safe to do so for both parties. So the person that he was involved with, this particular courier for your organization, let me see, his code name was Rocks Beneath the Bridge. He was a very young-looking half-elven male who was presumably trying to keep most of his goings-on very secretive by association, but the Ivory Crown individual that you were hiring out tailed him in many other situations besides directly confronting him, or conversing, not confronting. It was not that kind of interaction. In any case, the person Rocks Beneath the Bridge, you tailed him and found that he lives in what was essentially a orphanage. He is not an orphan himself, he is actually one of the people who helps the orphans just go to their day-to-day business, just like a little caretaker person. So that is the secret identity of one of your of one of your people. Well, you actually probably wouldn't even know this guy. He's relatively new.
Okay.
Orphan Man is his name.
But generally speaking, in terms of things that your organization is trying to do. It is doing mostly spying for or spying on the learned, and due to increased security measures, it is almost impossible for most people, even if you have business in the upper district, it's almost impossible for people to get actually in there. Even if like you're a merchant who sells things to a shop owner in the upper district, you basically just like, alright, leave your shit here, we're gonna have one of our designated guards to move all of your stuff. So, the city upper half is essentially a gated community with extra gates. Let me see what else.
It's a lot like New Perth.
Oh yeah, but it's like 10 times worse.
You remember ever seen Chicken Run, Henry?
No.
I have.
Oh wait,
You
is
know
that the
those
one?
chickens are up to something. That's what I'm getting from. You can't come into the upper district. That's the Aardman
Oh,
one. The people who did
yes.
Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I see.
Because
what
the
you're
fucking
talking
farmers are like, those chickens are up to
Watched that
something."
movie one time when it came out in theaters when
And
I
it's
was a
burnt
kid.
into your brain. Exactly.
No, I have not seen it since.
The spy for the Ivory Crown was also doing reconnaissance on the goods that were coming to and from the upper district, just to make sure that nothing too crazy was getting shipped around. Even going so far as to hide inside of one of the cargo boxes and then stowed away on another one going outbound. Although the details of that are not exactly fine detail, like, yeah, I hid in a box.
I heard things.
But there was a series of magical components, and these really, really heavy stone bricks. They're just stones that have been hewn into the shape of bricks that have magical runes on them. The spy was not able to read them, but did manage to copy down a series of runes to the best of his ability, based off of just trying to remember what they look like, but not knowing the language. Some of those traces or sketches are disclosed inside of your envelope. And...
do they look like the ones that I've worked on?
They
Or do
are
they look-
essentially, you're getting a piecemeal of some parts. I need you to make an Arcana check. Or else it's just gonna be a bunch of
do
letters.
you have your D6? Or...
No, I already used it. I'll give
Yeah.
myself a +5 though.
Pretty good still. Pretty good.
28 total.
These would be runes and glyphs that someone would use to construct what is essentially an arcane gate. That's about it. Who they're trying to bring through the gate, or if they're trying to go through the gate themselves, that much information is up to your speculation. And let me see. The learned says. That is more or less the juicy bits.
It accidentally has like a shopping list on there, like 2 eggs.
No, well, some of the other things are very small, very paltry things of just like what the spy just jotted down. It's just like, oh, inflation's kind of high.
Dang, it cost that much for bread? Are you
Costs
kidding
fucking 15 gold for a carton of eggs.
me? Oh my god. Yeah, that's fucked.
Okay. Go ahead and put this in my bag of holding and catch up with the rest of the group.
Oakley dokley. And let's see. Your current destination is to what?
Well, is it getting close to when we need to speak with the?
It is. It
Let's
is.
go to that. That's more important than the Jarl.
I don't
Okay,
think. I don't really
yeah.
think there's anything to gain from the Jarl. Like,
Yeah.
I
I
just
think-
suggested the Arl just because we hadn't seen
Yeah.
him in a while.
Run to the place and look non-suspicious for a time. And
Go ahead and
Listen.
make a performance check to act non-sus.
I
will.
have a benefit to those. If I do a funny cling, I'll do an activate blade song.
Can I use my D6 for this?
Yeah, sure, you might as well. We're gonna wrap up soon. Might as well use it.
$25. 25.
I got 20, 25. What are you getting, Varys? What are you?
I got a
Send me
17.
This is looking pretty
That's
good. Kalos is just a student, so
Semi-anonymous
it's fine.
involving
Like,
it.
And that's when
I'm
Kalos...
good. I'm a teacher's assistant.
yeah, you're a student. Yeah.
But you're not assisting any teachers right now. You're just standing there. Menacingly.
Not fun.
Why are you carrying around so many weapons?
Why are you not
What do you
minding your
mean?
own business? Alright, so you wait around for what is probably maybe like 20 to 45 minutes in the general vicinity of the entrance to the hangar slash information repository 1A.
Slash on diversity? Yes, of course.
Nah. If you say slash on diversity, then I can call Laszlo Ceslo.
Call me what you. I will.
I
be
am not
happy
calling you
about
for dinner though. Alright,
it. Starve.
eventually you see that Caesar has started putting up these little cones that he does when he's mopping an area, but he's putting them around the entrance and he's pretending to sweep. Well, I mean, he's not pretending to sweep, he's actually sweeping. But like, he puts on a little display so that people start vacating the area around it, or at least making a wide berth
Sweeps
around
people
it.
away. Does he?
Yeah, kinda. He starts sweeping around the area. Eventually, once the coast is clear and most of the students have, like, gone to whatever business they're trying to get to, the mess hall is either at full capacity at this time of day, which is when you see Master Summerwatch descending the main hall staircase,
With
and
geek in hand.
he's got a bundle, like a little side satchel on his waist from across his shoulder, and he begins to do a little fast walk towards where you guys are loitering. He doesn't greet you on the way over, he kind of just walks right past you and immediately starts going towards the entrance to the hangar. And he doesn't even like turn around to like motion for you to come over, he just opens the fucking front door.
Follow, yeah. Follow suit.
I'm destined operation.
As soon as that happens, you see Caesar doing his business of closing the door behind you, and then he stands there, again, sweeping, but in front of the front door so that no one can get past. Unless they want to get hit with a broom.
Get sweeped on.
You go through the whole rigmarole of passing through this very secretive location. This bright white LEDs in the main hallway, causing this entire entryway to be just bathed in nothing but bright white light, and that weird sensation of you passing into almost feels like alien technology, because you are. Eventually you get into the information repository 1A, equipped with all of the weird panels and shelves that you went to last time.
So long ago.
It was.
That was fucking
And the headmaster, Summerwatch, goes over to one of the nearby terminals and opens the door towards the hangar. Leaving it open and kind of just standing at the doorway, he's like, go on, get in.
Go get.
Go on, get.
Door.
As you enter the hangar, the artificial lighting begins to kick in down the line until eventually the large ship, the space jammer that is in need of repairs, is fully illuminated by these artificial lighting. The echoing footsteps as you step through here, and the sound of the lights turning on, flickering on, causes it to almost sound like very echoey, and every motion that you do is reverberated throughout. Lead-lined walls. Probably the safest
echo.
place that is not a demiplane to speak in.
Well, that's great. Now we can finally talk in peace.
Not as much peace we're getting.
Yeah. Well, we did find out that they somehow are keeping an eye on us. They somehow knew about my thesis when only a handful of people, not including them, before I told them, knew about my thesis. So, kind of figure that they've been keeping an eye on us. So,
So they're scrying.
yes, constantly it seems.
Okay. Well, that is fine for me. Most of my research has been in here, so I'm covered in that regard. I don't know what they've been looking at, what you've been doing. If anything that you've been doing has been out in the open enough and is essentially waving a flag that says we're trying to tamper with your end goals.
We found. It's hard to. I don't know if the map is the right word, but we found something out in Sanctus, and it marked a bunch of locations, two of which we recognize as Valkyria's Ascent, and another is some spire,
Obelisk.
Thor spire in the tundra.
Yeah.
So you found a map.
There's a
Or
lot on other places as well.
Yeah.
so it's
What?
things that are run or associated by the Yanmin.
Mostly. We found a couple here, like they said.
Is this location marked?
From what I've notated, no, it wasn't.
No, it's just Valkyries Ascent.
It's just
Looked
Valkyria.
more.
So then
This was
is
all
it non-defectors?
I think it's
Seemingly.
master facilities if we're
If
using
anything, yeah.
If it's
the
Odin
Chinese
related
archive.
to top, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Odin is
There's a-
definitely not a defector. He is very much high on the list of...
There's a lot of shit in Dominus as well. I remember right.
There's a couple in Dominus close by.
Highly
to
concentrated to
Hecaphades.
Hecaphades.
Yeah, highly
And wasn't there one in
concentrated.
Piritolo
Yep,
Forest?
there's one in Piratella Forest. There's a
and then
couple in
Sanctus was
Iron
weird.
Sosha.
Sanctus.
Sanctus was a whole little circle's worth.
You
Which
know
we
where
kinda,
that constant sandstorm is happening?
Yes.
That's where it all is concentrated on.
So the sandstorm is... what, generated? By...
That's what my theory is.
Cyrus or one of those other gods in that pantheon.
They're in there. They're in it.
Yeah.
They're in
Or
it.
maybe it's a ship or something going
Oh.
around.
So maybe they have one of these things, but bigger.
Well, I don't think the
Causes-
ship. I don't think the ship was what the map was marking. I think the ship, the marks are from that pyramid thing we found.
Yeah.
They're all, like Vera said, probably masters
Yeah.
locations.
Oh,
Or points of interest to them.
I don't suppose you still have that.
I point at Krios. He's actually carrying it all the time.
Point of warning. Last time he touched that, he got something fucked up happen to him. So
I spoke.
Does
to
that not
the-
mean that the object is essentially a beacon?
possibly, and it is in a lead box. But now, but yeah, they kind of wanted it back pretty
User
bad, right?
joined your channel.
Yes.
I would want it
Yeah.
too if I were them.
Same with me.
Thanks,
New
man.
character, by the way.
So,
Rockster.
I would keep that thing inside the box at all times, honestly, even if it's for experimentation. I think taking it out for even a minute would betray your location to them. Not to say that they don't already know where you are.
Here's the thing, though. The person who I spoke to was the co-founder of the university.
Is that so?
Yeah. So,
And?
he wanted me to let him in.
Into what?
Told me I was, kept an eye on me, and that he could tell me how to finish my thesis.
Well, I don't think you should
By the,
let this guy finish your homework for you.
No,
battle
that's
pass.
why I didn't. That's why I'm finishing it myself.
Well, I mean, what is it? We'll let him in to what? Like your house?
I think
Is he a
it's more
vampire?
like let him in into him being able to control my body. I think that's what he meant. I don't really know though. I didn't really.
It's kind of like a one of us kind of situation. But it
Yeah.
sounds like he tried doing that to me and Zen. And Bailey.
Oh, the
Yeah, join me. Come on, we're the cool
assimilation
guys.
or whatnot.
Yeah, that old fucking chestnut.
I'm assuming you said no.
Oh
Or else they
yeah.
wouldn't be
They
speaking.
also forcibly yanked me out before I could continue the conversation.
You can thank Dauntless for that one. That was a cool kick. That was a good. I just
We
fucking
work
remember
with the
that.
tool set we're given.
Yeah, these fucking 2 legs. Am I right?
All right. Well, if that's the case, well then keep that thing in the box and don't take it out for a minute. I don't even know if. Well, actually, don't take it out. But describe it for me. Dimensions.
Globe, basketball size.
What's a basketball?
About this big, and I give him a basketball size.
Basketball has not been invented yet. We can invent
I'm
Has a
developing
whole
something called the NBA.
it. A National
hell is Steve
Ballers
Jobs?
Association.
has a whole bunch of has all of the continents on there, of course, obviously. Purple.
Was it purple or blue?
I thought it was blue.
I thought it was blue. Sorry,
Yeah,
my
purple is you, dude.
bad. Blue. Deep blue. Has all of the, and then once you start identifying, that's when it's being able to send a signal, I believe. So as soon as we could, we took it away from the bread seller that had it.
Bread seller.
Yes.
Why did a bread seller have it?
Well, you see, a Sphinx had it originally.
A Sphinx.
And then, a Sphinx, yes.
Okay.
Then the Sphinx sent us to hell.
Did the Sphinx buy bread?
No.
We almost killed the Sphinx.
We
On our
almost
journey
fucking
across
bitch-ass
the
Sphinx.
continent of Sanctus, we got. I got into a conversation with the Sphinx and riddles and the like, and we fought the Sphinx. When the Sphinx was going to die, we got teleported to hell. Yeah, the whole thing. But the group that we were traveling with somehow recuperated a this item from their hoard while they were not looking, and
I guess they were dying of hunger, so they sold it to an old lady. The old lady was a seller of bread, and then we yoinked it from her.
And they had no idea the importance of this item.
No, they
they
didn't.
did act pretty
Probably
dang
for the
shifty
better.
with us. So, yeah,
Probably
might have
for
had
the
some-
best.
yeah.
But, based off of your dimensions, there's a receptacle on the ship. I've been exploring it in my downtime, looking for some way to use it. There's a receptacle on what I deem to be the bridge of the ship that is approximating that size. There's a half-circle divot on top of a pedestal. I surmise that thing is used like a navigational tool, like a
Oh
compass.
shit! Zen said shit about that before. There was when he was when he did his little brain blast. They had.
So then that might act as some sort of navigational compass. Is I guess the most equivalent. But we haven't
think
invented
we-
GPS yet.
Told you about Zan's brain blast. Does he know about Zan's brain blast?
I think he told us.
No, but yeah, he told us, but he told us when we were in Sanctus. No?
Yeah, I'm just saying that
No, but yes, he told us about the brain blast, but did we tell the headmaster about
We just told him now.
Falls off his face and then is a skeleton and vomits.
it's him.
So, just TLDR, Zen used to belong to a monk monastery that used to be able to teleport themselves into the astral plane. One time, he did it really well and got teleported into what he described as the brain of the operations. He got brain blasted, and yeah.
I'm surprised he's still alive.
Oh
Look
no,
at
he
him- look at
he
him
lost
now.
a lot of memories because of it.
That
He
seems
can't-
like a fine
Can
consolation
I be the
prize.
one to ask the question, Adam? Was that just you misspeaking, or did he
Which
actually?
part?
the brain blast thing that they were correcting you on. That was just you misspeaking, or was that?
I never referenced that, though. I just said there's a receptacle on the ship.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you guys are
Yeah,
getting
because
at.
I remember you described when he was on when he had his brain blast moment when he was astrally projected there, that there was something like that
Yeah.
that was there. So that links both of those together, which is fucking badass.
But what I'm
and
referring
rad.
to is on the ship that's in front of you guys right now. There's a receptacle on that ship.
Yeah. I'm just making the connection that that's also that technology, and that makes sense because we just the receptacles in Zen's vision or projection. So that's cool. That links them.
So don't take it out and put it into the receptacle. I'm not saying to do that, but
I figure we wait
we
wait
might
till
need
the
that
ship-
as some sort of key.
Mm-hmm.
Have
By
you
the
been?
way, since you've been searching on that ship and looking what it does and everything, what have you found out of what it does?
Well, unfortunately, besides the missing panels, I can still operate some of the terminals. It's taken me quite some time to discern the strange language that the Yan Min use for their technology. It's almost like reading a book, and then it says to like turn to this page to continue reading, so you can't just flip through in the same order that you would read a book normally. So in short, even if I wanted to, and the ship was fully repaired, and I had all the things required, I would not be able to pilot this thing the way it is right now. The
Does it
Yan Min...
Because you don't know the language?
No, not because I don't know the language. I can piecemeal those together, but there are several components, like someone opening the keys to their home. I'm not saying that the thing you have right now is the main key, but there are certain things... It's like trying to drive a horse without holding onto the reins. I'll just be yelling at it the whole time, and it would be basically moving on its own fruition. The ship is, for worst way to phrase this, the ship is alive. It has somewhat of a mind of its own, and requires someone to pilot it through a psychic link. Kind of like if I used a sending spell, if that sending spell controlled your mind. Go left, go right, stop.
Up to the left.
That sort of thing.
Does
Up
the
this
ship?
time.
Does the ship look like it has any like weapons like mounted on it, or like some
The
kind
ship
of...
is, for all intents and purposes, a scouting class vessel. I believe a frigate would not be the right word.
A skiff?
Something akin to that. So it's lightweight on the weaponry in exchange for maneuverability and overall mass. That being said, when you're traversing the astral plane, mass is not so much an actual thing you need to worry about. But that's another story.
What
but-
about, like, since you're saying it's more of a scout ship, is there like stealth magic on board, like invisibility spells that kind of...
Magic in this regard is not so much the key driving factor. It is primarily the technology of the Yan Min. It is in the same way that one mechanical device, like the wheels of a wagon, move through conventional means. There's actually very little in terms of magic. The rest of it is how you'd refer to as psionics. It's a mental flow, if you will. In order to maintain connection with this ship, this living vessel, if you will. It doesn't require food, by the way, but it's living in a different kind of way, where it has things that communicate to each other like organs to your brain. The wings or propulsion system of this is all comes back to the bridge. and there's no traditional steering wheel like you would find on a ship. Instead, there's a location for someone to sit down on, and I'm assuming they pilot it from there. But believe me, I tried sitting down on it. Nothing happened. So I'm missing something.
And we're assuming it's the orb we found.
That might be part of it. The majority of it, or at least the navigational systems, so that it doesn't get lost. Kind of like if you shake your head too fast and you're not able to balance yourself. I'd assume it works something akin to the water in your ears. But, in any case, I'm still missing components, and getting those those metallic plates of the magical ore is going to just be, well, scratching the surface. And while those plates are necessary for this thing to actually fly, I'm going to need to be working on the other components as well.
Okay. Well, like we said, we're back, and the plates are actually... We said we're going to find Turok, but, like, the plates are why we're going to find Turok. So...
You're going to have Turok assist you with the plates? He's a strong fellow. Whether or not he can carry all those is up to him.
Oh, he owes us, but actually, no, the real reason...
They're pretty light plates.
He owes us.
He'll carry it all. No.
But,
Don't be mean to
basically,
him.
his clan has some alliance with the bandits that are keeping the plates that we're targeting, so we're hoping...
Oh, we're going with the peaceful route. Good.
Hopefully.
Well, if you can convince those nefarious individuals out there in the mountains to part ways with such a valuable chunk of metal without them tearing their throats out, then by all means. Diplomacy. Ho!
I mean, we probably will still take
No,
the heads.
I'm just being overly optimistic. If you can get them without any bloodshed, by all means. No one has to get hurt, and you just come away with the plates, and maybe they need to find a new cave to hide in.
Timed out.
Who do we lose?
Gronk, maybe?
Yeah, probably Gronk.
But other than that,
Gronky.
I have been working to the bone to try to keep things afloat, both for the city, the university, and furthering research into this alien technology. Thankfully speaking, a lot of the information is in the archive here. It's just a matter of whether or not I have time to do so, because being the headmaster, as you can imagine, I don't have a lot of time on my plate. And believe me, I would love to sit here in this information repository and
ponder
just...
the orb.
Well, yes, basically.
Have you asked the archive about the navigation system, if it had any...
Well, no, that really hasn't come up until just now. Now that you have this thing within working condition, I can question it about that. I didn't really think that it would require it. To be honest, I thought I could just fly it like a normal boat on the water, with also access to the y-axis. But
Steer left, steer right, slow down, go up, go down. Yeah,
could be, but what my current research is attempting to find whatever device is used, if it is a device at all. Hopefully I don't need to learn psionics, because I wouldn't even know where to start. If it's even at all possible within my means within this fleshy body. And I'm not going to turn into one of those creatures.
This prison of bone and sinew.
I need to insight check that last.
I don't want to be a squid. I hate squids.
Yeah,
They're
I'll
not-
go ahead and give you a plus
Calamari
5.
is like
Squids,
so
they're
gross.
gross. I don't know, whatever
Go
you
ahead, Varys.
mean.
There's, go ahead and add a plus 5 to that.
Go ahead, add
Oh,
a
we're actually doing that?
skepticism
Okay.
bonus.
Yeah.
You...
You
I'm
stare
just
too
trust-
deep into the void.
Honestly, and it looks back and
I'm
there's a little squid
23
there.
total.
Oh my- That's pretty good.
Alright, I'm gonna join and listen. I gotta do something.
This
I gotta
guy
get
wants to be a
laundry
squid
loaded.
so fucking bad.
The squid dumb
User joined your channel.
is a horrific transformation that Master Summerwatch has been actively helping you to avert, especially in the case of, like, when people in your party got the ick.
Mm-hmm.
So, his demeanor on that is still, ew, squids.
Ooh, I love squids now all of a sudden.
Tentacles don't sound that bad.
8 hands, you say?
So he
Would
is
it-
essentially just getting really frazzled about doing this without becoming as squid.
Yeah.
But there was that fucking project that the previous dean was working on, but he didn't get a chance to finish it. Which was like some kind of helmet. Like a preventative helmet. Did you get a chance to look at any notes on that? You did mention something along the lines of that a while ago.
There are many things to pour over in this archive, mostly
Yeah,
because
that might be a good area.
it is quite vast.
Sure.
I've learned things that I didn't even know I didn't know.
Any cool highlights?
Anything you want to pass on?
Save us going over it.
Mind you, I hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna go to the archives after we're done with this conversation. I need to
Well, let's
get
see.
on to it as well.
A couple of names for Yanmin. I just went in to see the who's who in terms of named creatures who are guising themselves as deities. For the most part, it's trivial to know the names. It doesn't really do much for me to know who's what, or what their names are, rather. I don't intend on confronting them and using their real name in front of them.
Is it more so defectors and masters is the important bit?
Well, the information, of course, is a repository of information from the old headmaster, so it's what he knows. It's not a universal encyclopedia. So it's which ones he knew to be defectors or not.
Yeah.
Clan heads were all defectors, but we don't know what's changed since the last time the headmaster updated this archive. Basically, is what.
Oh yes, I figured out something horrifying.
Oh my god. Great.
Yeah.
What
What
is
is
it?
it? What is it?
Tell us.
There's a group of tribals over in the north. Somewhere in between the Jarl's hunting grounds and Valkyrie's ascent. They are guarding something, whose information is not supposed to be known lest someone try to use it for their own prowess, or in case of something else, the destruction of civilizations.
A group of tribals
Up north.
in between. In between where?
Somewhere in between the Jarl's hunting grounds and Valkyrie's ascent.
I know.
I think that's who killed my last character.
That's knowledge that the players know, not the
A group
characters.
of Wolverines.
That is knowledge that exactly one person was at. Well, you
And
guys
you know
were here.
who wiped my mind? There, your guys' minds on that.
I
Yes.
wasn't even here for that session.
Yes, there's a,
Whoopsie.
there's a group of tribals. Their
In between the
information is
Jarls.
meant to be secretive, and in fact not supposed to be known to the public, period. Of course, the old headmaster knew this, because he was the one who stationed them to guard this creature.
Oh.
There is a creature whose slumber is perpetual, unless it is aroused by certain key factors, of which are not listed in the archive for safety reasons. But he has tasked these tribals on maintaining vigil in the area to make sure that no one can even attempt to wake the creature. It is something primordial. Something that was here before even the Yanmin came to this planet. And if it should arise, it was put there to slumber by the Yanmin when they arrived, to make sure that anything that they built here would not be torn asunder faster than it can be made. And is not to be awoken at any given time, period.
So it's not one of their doomsday machines.
It is not one of their doomsday things. If anything, it is something more native to this planet than anything else.
Oh, you know who's in the Jarl's hunting ground? Uh-oh.
But in any case, the
User
creature is referred
disconnected from
to
your
as the embryo of Terra.
Terror or terror?
Terra.
Terror.
If anything, it is
Embryo.
described as an enormous creature, with a jaw that can snap a continent in half with a single bite. I don't know if that was hyperbole or not.
What's that doing here? What the fuck? Okay.
Well, if
You
it was
said
something
this
that
has
was here
been
before
here.
the Yon Men came, then
I don't recommend that we try to use it against the Yan Min, is what I'm saying. It would be nigh impossible for us to control, according to what is listed in the archives.
How did they stop it if it's meant to?
Nigh impossible.
oh, because it's sleeping, I guess they wouldn't.
As long as they keep it asleep.
Yeah.
Well, all this water that's appearing now, that might be trickling down near its little ear, and it might wake up, you know?
Well, I'm hoping
some
that
little
a simple
barky
bit
bitch
of extra
as it-
water is not going to be enough to rouse the embryo of Terra.
Well, there's a little creature of our own roaming around that's in that part of the neck of the woods. That could be
Oh,
bad.
speaking of little creature, Varys, did you want to look up more information on your pet? Your new pet, I suppose.
Oh,
New
you little
pet?
cockatrice, yeah.
The what's it called?
A
No, I
cockatrice.
don't think this is related to all this.
No, I'm not saying
I don't
it's
think you need to go to the
related, but-
archive here for a cockatrice.
I bet you if I the Twin
Wild
Ravens probably
monstrosities
have
like
some,
that, you can look elsewhere.
Yeah, the Twin Ravens probably have some stuff if I
So-
really get curious.
Okay, that alarms a few things on little Laszlo's head here. So, if this group of tribals are in possibly the Jarl's hunting ground, Jarl's hunting ground is now a swamp. There's a lot of Feywild stuff there.
We need to
Ridiculous
get
is
them
probably
out of
also
these
there as well. Did you know any of these factors of what needs to keep this thing asleep, or is it just like
No,
these
those are
tribal-
not listed
the-
because
the
it would be a
tribal
safety
folks
concern.
know?
I'm not going to go out there and interview them. If anything, maybe they don't even know themselves. Maybe they just know to guard the area.
Sure.
This is a
anything, I wouldn't-
compartmentalized secret that only Scott knew about, or at least Scott and people like him.
Well, this would be a common knowledge to anyone who's in the scouting vessel that came to this planet when the Freonmen first touched down. According to the archives of what Scott knew about the embryo of Terra, the creature was already, was essentially mostly asleep by the creatures, by what they deemed to be the deep slumber of the embryo of Terra when the Yanmin first arrived. It was stirring, but not out and about. But in either case, when the Yanmin arrived, they did everything they could to essentially not rouse the creature, but still study it from afar. They used their, they maintained a safe distance and studied it from from afar, without getting in physical contact with it. Eventually, the creature went back to sleep of its own fruition. But it was during that time that the Yanmin learned enough about it that they knew what and how to maintain its slumber, as to not rouse it. But those were not kept in the secretive archives, and I guess only the old headmaster would have that sort of knowledge. And
Well,
even
that's
if he
it.
did know how to do it, I don't think rousing it would be good for what the Yanmin are trying to do of keeping people alive so that they can be turned into creatures. So that thing is a third party that's not good for anyone.
Or a fourth party. We're using.
That's the if we
if we're
can't
still
win,
if we're
fuck you
still
all.
working under
Right.
if we're still working under the assumption that Dovi's benefactors are a different faction of defectors. Is
Or
it possible?
defectors of defectors.
Well, basically, I'm saying, is it possible that they know?
If they're agents of absolute chaos.
Kind of
And
checks
just-
with his MO of most things.
Yes, but they would. This creature would wipe everything. Not just Yanmin, not just the humanoids on this planet, everything. So there would be no winners if this thing was roused by anyone, except for the creature itself. I guess it always turns out to be the winner.
Embryo of Terra. That's a fucking fantastic name. Jesus.
I think Gary wouldn't really have the same kind of kick, you know? That's a pretty good name. We must keep Gary asleep.
But that creature was one of the most fascinating things that I found in the archives. There's nothing else of the sort, say, in the water, all if you save giant squids and the like. Not the squids that you're thinking about. I mean actual squids. The ones with the ink.
How big we talking?
Upwards of 45 foot. Not including certain long tendrils that artificially increase the length. Just the body of it. You add another probably 50 feet on top of that if you include tentacles. And sea serpents, of course. Dragon turtles. Very, very interesting creatures. But yes, there's no aquatic version of the embryo of Terra. At least from what is in the archive. I won't say that there isn't, but the lack of knowledge doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Well, it's like our situation trying to figure out who Dobie's working for. We don't know the keywords or the names to.
Well, like it was the 3 fucking hag floaty head things.
3 hacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3
And
hags.
he's got all a Feywild tinge to him. Maybe there's some bigger player that's not Titania.
He referred to them as the ladies. I don't
Yeah.
think they're.
Didn't you guys also say that he had like a book that knew a whole bunch of shit?
Well, tell you what, there is... If I don't know what specifically these ladies are, in terms of which Yanmin that is. I'll put it as top priority to find out any defectors who would fit the case. Now, not necessarily speaking, they're not necessarily going to be ladies, because that's just
Titania Felduin was also linked. Has come up a few times. She's obviously the Summer Court queen.
Obviously, she's Summer Queen. How would you know that?
Well, I'll look
Titania
into...
of the Summer Court is a Yanmin defector, so that's what I have.
We will see about... Well, yes, her name did pop up in the archives, but whomever is associated with Diviculus here, I don't have any records of what would be referred to as the ladies.
And they knew Scott, for sure.
And they knew Scott. I will
something.
look for some of the names that are not associated with a named, well-known deity. Maybe they are just, again, they could be defectors within defectors.
Well, like, maybe I'm like forgetting, but like the defectors aren't really aligned so much as that they're just kind of in the same boat. Like, I don't think they're organized. Like,
So yes, to some extent, you're right. They are just simply the ones that aren't working within the hive mind. So they might be doing their own thing. I think.
much as I'd like to
the
go
trickster
knock
god
on
Loki
Roscoe's
is-
door and get him to.
Yes, the
Get 'em on
trickster
our
god
side.
Loki is one of the most self-serving defectors. They don't really associate with other Yanmin and kind of just do their own thing. And generally speaking, according to what is in the archive, they have, in a sense, gone mad. And are not really doing things for the betterment of anything in particular besides just sowing chaos.
Have you,
Wait,
oh,
hold
sorry,
on.
no,
To some
oh,
extent.
yes.
I don't know about that. That doesn't track with our experiences with him.
We've had 2 experiences with him, and one was very indirect, so we can't really.
You say indirect, but I mean...
Well, the one direct experience we had with him was with.
It was tied to this Eric fella you were with, right?
He called on us to save this old man's life, so that was.
Well, that's the only...
Well, maybe he has a soft spot for his...
Yeah.
Which was he was a follower.
Not minions.
Apparently,
Minions is
right?
not the right word.
Minions.
Indirectly, the other indirect is, of
faithful.
course, the cards, and those I would say are chaos kind of incarnate. So.
Oh, well, yeah, that I'm not going to argue on. I'm just... I shouldn't say argue on behalf of, but it's more like we shouldn't write him off as a complete chaotic neutral party.
Have you have any information on Atheus and Atheus, the 2 moons? That would be that.
Well, one moon is actually just a rock.
Yeah, which is Atheus, right? It got blown up on their arrival.
Are you referring to the other one that is
Atheus?
mildly oblong-shaped?
Yeah, I have two names here. I have Atheus and Atheus. I have 2 moons, unless I have that written wrong. One of them got big Siege 5 malfunction. I've got my notes here. I think they got a Yanmin bottle on there, and when they came through, that's when they got trapped, the platoon, and then that's where defectors were born in because they split from the brain, and then there are others that are trying to reconnect to the brain, but they can't. 'cause they got a portal.
Pythias is the
Pythias, yeah.
the weapon of creation. The other one is just the other one.
Pythias
actual-
is just the moon. Right?
Pythias is let's see, 5th Siege, Somagri, and the portal itself. Somagri's second moon, Pythias. Yeah, that's the daemon portal.
And that got blown up.
Mm-hmm.
So Pythias is the currently nice moon.
Nice moon, I guess.
So that was probably where Kalos, you probably went to, right? And that's where you were looking down on the planet.
Yeah, probably.
So does that possibly mean that they got some kind of operation up on the moon?
Yeah, if anything. I mean, I love being the first astronaut to explore be outside of the world. That was great.
Well, I haven't actually done anything in terms of research on that one. I will dip into
we talked
their...
with a halfling astrologer. They were telling us about stars and stuff, but yeah, they seem to know a bit about the stars and that, but they never mentioned anything about the moon, so it might be an area to look into.
I'll put that on the plate. Anything else I should look forward to in the archives?
Would you mind if I stayed for tonight and kept doing my own research?
Overnight
Can
is
I
a
borrow
tricky
your race
one.
car badge?
I wouldn't say that you stay here for too long. I don't want Caesar to just stand out there for all overnight. He does need to sleep too. But if there's any topics that I can't cover, you might as well stick around and do some reading.
So
Assuming you can understand it.
one of the notes that we looked at last time was that a lot of this signal booster IDOS thing is the code name for it, was fueled by the elemental plane of fire. I don't know if there's any more information on that we could uncover, because I think
yes. Well, the other weapons of creation.
yeah, that's a fuel source for it at least. So.
I would surmise that. Well, we don't need to worry about the Agonia. That one is not anywhere around here. If it was, I'm pretty sure we'd be doomed.
And they wouldn't need a signal booster. So.
They also wouldn't need a signal booster, yes.
So they couldn't go back to their homeworld because their homeworld got split in half by saboteurs. So that's why they're on the ship. And then that's why they sent out the fleets. And one of the fleets landed here on the 5th.
Yes, that is
planetoid.
correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure I got that correct.
But whatever we're doing with this thing, we can leave out research into the Agonia for now. The Daemon Portal, obviously, is within line of sight, to some extent. Just look up.
Completely busted, though.
It is completely busted, but who's to say they're not trying to repair it?
Yeah.
I don't know how long that
Matthias,
would
maybe.
take, considering it would be very few personnel to work on it. I don't know how easy it is to get there. And the Eidos amplifier, very, very precious few.
I think I've seen that. I think I've been there and seen it with Zen and Billy.
When was that?
'Cause there was that was a long time ago where Mr. Agadol tried to recruit me when we were doing the old
That's
brain
when
deep
you.
dives.
I think that's when. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was a big
level.
lever and loads of fucking cables and all manner of gross shit. But that seemed like that may have been on. It was like a void, ruined city kind of thing, but
Do you surmise it would be on this plane of existence, or otherwise?
possibly. I don't know where it was. We were in the sleep, so it may have been. I don't know.
Well, we probably no help in trying to dissect that dream
No,
in order to get any sort of thing. That is my domain, however, sometimes there just isn't enough to
I think
pick from.
my best guess currently might be something Fey related. It's like tangential to this. They did mention something of a. Oh, let me check my notes. They did mention something of a Fey city.
Well, you would know that it was not Shadowfell, because
No, it was full color. Yeah, it was
well,
not
that narrows
Shadowfell,
it down
yeah.
quite a bit. And it was on fire,
No,
and you
it
could
was,
breathe.
I could breathe. Yeah.
There was no water. And
No, it
you
was
weren't
like a
floating in the
void,
middle.
kind of floating. Yeah, floating.
So then it wasn't any of the elemental planes.
So it could
You
probably
can also cross
be-
out the Shadowfell. So
and if
we
they've
can-
already attacked the Feywild, which we do know they had, could be that place.
could be a safe assumption.
Could be that place. But
I
that
don't
does
know-
mean that why is Doviculus out and about doing their own thing?
Do you
Does
think
line
that
up?
the ladies are saboteurs?
Could have been. Could have been. It was a group of saboteurs, so
Well, yes, ladies, assuming it's plural. Tell you what.
it's worth looking into.
What I'm gonna do is I'm going to go back into the archive. I'm going to pick something to research. Kalos, do something that I'm not doing.
Yeah.
And then I presume that anyone else who is capable of reading the Yanmin tongue may stick around. Otherwise, you won't be able to read it anyways, so...
Squiggly lines, plenty. Could I do
Yeah, if we-
could I cast comprehend languages and tongues and all that stuff to read things? Yeah, I think I could. Triple the research sounds better than double the research.
As long as you don't mind spending the resources of your spell
I don't
capabilities.
give a damn. I'm more than happy to help. I could also cast this on Varys and or the princess. I want to get everyone on this.
Well, just
in on
because you
this.
understand it doesn't mean you comprehend it. So just be aware. I'm not calling anyone
Okay.
stupid, but some of you are not my students, so I don't know how smart you are.
Yeah, well, I'll spend the spells to
You know, next time,
accustom myself.
if you guys want, I could teach you guys the language.
I'm already learning one language.
So, Laszlo,
Hello.
if you'd like, in time, I could teach you the language if you'd like when we're on the road. Master, I
If
would
we
teach
have
it
any
to you.
time in between, doing the other stuff, sure, that would be great.
I would teach you, however, I don't think we're gonna stick around here more than maybe a
I could
day
teach
or
you
two.
Abyssal, and
I could teach you
trade.
Inferno if you'd like as well. But
I would rather the tongue that you're learning that you already know.
That would take quite some time, gentlemen. Learning a new language is very time consuming.
Yes.
And also, you can't teach each other a language at the same time.
I say potato in this language. What's potato in your language? We could do it eventually.
No, that's just me saying as a DM, no.
Oh, you sounded like the character. I'm joking.
But what
I mean-
if we did it every other day?
Yeah, on Tuesdays only. Yeah, if I could learn that, then
Monday-
yeah, if there's ever an
Mondays-
opportunity to, then sure.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday is the Bissell, and then
Well, yeah, I need to learn deep speech. That would be the one, right?
yeah, Thieves
you
Tools.
teach me on those days. Then Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays are my days. We could
Does
swap.
does intelligence mod have anything to do with it, or is it just like the flat days of like you need
Flat.
to fucking it's just days?
What is it? Flat 3 months, Theo?
I think a year.
3
right?
months, yeah, right.
How much was it?
It's fucking way more than that, I think. Like a year. How many days? 100 million days?
Yeah, it's,
Well, we had to fucking homebrew a formula for this one. I'm pretty sure it was like at least 200
120.
days.
It's
120, yeah.
120, but your
120.
int is a modifier.
Okay.
3 months, my
What's
ass.
your int?
My int is
Negative
zero.
3.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll cut that down a little bit, but maybe I'll cut down a little bit.
Alright, so why don't we, before we go ahead and jump back into the archive, give everyone an assignment on what to research. And seeing as we have just 3 people, let's come up with 3 main topics that I'm going to distribute. First one is probably going to be looking up... My fucking dry erase is dying again.
A weird topic.
I imagine he's got like a bandolier of like used dry erases that he's used up like doing research around here. Like, if he had the equivalent, what would it be like inkwells? Like,
Topic 1 is gonna be weapons of creation, not including the Agonia. The next one is probably going to be on the ladies, in quotation marks. And the third one would be...
How to get the ship up and running and all of its components?
I'm gonna write that as the skiff driving manual.
Skiffs for dummies.
Do you had to?
So, each of you guys are going to split up into little groups. The rest of you who are not doing this, which means everyone who's not Master Summerwatch, Kalos, or Laszlo, you can...
Should I take the ladies and go with Varys? Because Varys knows more about the Feywild, as they were literally guarding it.
I will think of something to do that is useful.
Whoa.
Oh, it's thunder.
I heard the thunder.
Well, before the thunder takes out everyone in Portchester...
Andrew. Watch out, Andrew.
We're gonna save this for a second information dump next session, where we have these 3 topics to look for. Now, take in mind, some of them are going to be scant in terms of information available, such as for the ladies, might not be that in-depth, considering they are potentially defectors that are not trying to keep their heads, until now, out of the limelight. And the weapons of creation already have a decent amount of information that has been
Yeah, got a
relayed to you.
big chunky section on news.
And the skiff driving manual is just going to be, turn the lights on, maybe make sure the...
Indicate
Check the
left when going
mirrors.
here. Yeah.
Indicate left, hit your
Headlight
hazard
fluid,
lights. Wind wiper fluid is made of the blood of several weird alien creatures.
Yeah, you haven't got access to.
Several
so you
weird
can't do
alien orphan creatures. Orphan alien
Super
creatures.
orphan, yeah.
Beware of the space cops.
Yeah. Space
just-
speeding is not cool, don't do it.
Alright,
It's
Hitchhikers
so
may
number
be escaped
35.
convicts.